YouTube. It's a little better. I need one more thing. Hang on. Okay. Yeah. Hi, Chakra. Hold on. Why we keep coming back in blue? Hmm. Okay. There we go. I don't know why. Okay. It just keeps turning itself back over to what I don't want it to do. I fix this every time I come on here. All right, let me see what your comment look like now. All right, that's better. It was doing too much. You know what I mean? Are you all up? I am. Wake up with me, y'all. I'm trying not to cut up. Let me get my caffeine. I'm on that caffeine tonight. I really got like a herd of caffeine going on. Real talk. I got this big old. Mm. I'm gonna be up for the next 6 hours for one sip, 2 sips, y'all. Are y'all watching and paying attention to these to people? I hope you are. I hope y'all watching and paying attention. Cause I am. First off, who wrote this song? Who who wrote this dang on We Are Charlie Kirk song? Y'all can't be for real. Are y'all serious? This is what the kids bringing me. It was a prank. I thought it was a prank. I thought it was a prank. I thought it was a joke. And then I went over there on Spotify. It's a real song. Are y'all kidding me? We Are Charlie Kirk. I couldn't get like. Let me listen. I'm gonna let y'all hear a little bit because y'all know they probably gonna strike the whole video down. The song got millions of views. And then then it's got a Christian cover. Look, this is what it looked like. Oh yeah. We are Charlie. Y'all not gonna make it into heaven acting like this. This is terrible. I really thought the kids, and yes, I'm eating some candy because my sugar felt so low. I thought the kids were joking when they played this. Miss B, have you heard this? I go look up it's a real song on Spotify with millions of views. Oh, we got a single, a remix. If I see y'all come out with a trance version or a house version of We Are Charlie Kirk, I'm gonna have to just I'm leaving. I'm going back to my rightful place in the heavens and taking my position. Y'all, I didn't go get my speaker box because it's late and I just can't have that vibrating through my house like that. Husband, a father, his family held near, a home built on scripture. Okay, I'm on the second verse. A husband and father, his home held me near. Did he just say built on scripture? See, they don't want to give you. They usually give you the lyrics, but they tripping. I don't know why they don't want to give me the lyrics. Hang on, let me see if I can get it from over here. I want to. Yeah, they don't want to. They ain't post the lyrics on there. Y'all carry the flame. The flame. You got a burning crop, my guys. The song on We Are Charlie Kirk got a burning cross. That other one I showed you was another one. This one is a burning cross, my guys. What you trying to say? But I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna fast forward and just try not to laugh to about a minute, 20 seconds in. Let's go a little further. The world tried to silence. His voice remains, yo. It's not innocent. This ain't got nothing to do with Christ. It is not sustained, but let's just see if they're really about to kill it. Okay. Goodbye. I don't need it anymore. Okay. Y'all really are Charlie Kirk. Y'all really carrying the flame. You got the album cover with the burning cross. We get it. You don't gotta do nothing else ever for y'all to prove your point. We believe you. We get it. You've proved your point. At this point, it's given. Are you really believing your own story? Are you not believing your own lies? Come on now. I couldn't play no more because I done brought the Lord into this. You've gone so far. People already have spoken so much about it. I just wanted to take notes. What's up, though? Kill still can't be seen because Kills got blocked because you came in trolling on the troll page, and now I don't know which one is you, and I can't unblock you. Sorry, but y'all, We Are Charlie Kirk song that got so many millions of views. I can't count. I'm not about to count them all because they dropped so many different covers to it. But I can tell you the original cover. I don't know if they keep making them change that cross from a burning cross. Y'all carry the flame, all right. Make sure you carry that same flame into goddamn on hell. Just make sure y'all singing the same song and carrying that same flame to light your asses, because this is what you're gonna, y'all in this hate mongering, you going so far. I don't even know if you know what you're fighting about no more. I don't think you even believe your own lies. What is going on, Dub? Dub, y'all, well, can we get a song? Can we get a song, y'all? Because the We Are Charlie Kirk song out here got millions of views. I can't take, I be want to do serious commentary. Then somebody play that for me. And now I'm like, they said they was gonna carry the flame. No, I want, like, I don't want to even write the lyrics. I feel like I'm gonna be held accountable. That's why I was like, we playing 5 seconds and I'm turning it off. Okay. But the fact that y'all talking about this is scriptural. Let me see. Yeah, it was a TikTok song. Turns out to be a real freaking song on all major streaming platforms. Okay, so that's just giving. What are we supposed to do with this? What do we go from here? But anyway, that was just a teaser. Y'all can go look at it yourself. I can't play that. It's just giving. I ain't trying to open up the gates of freaking hell up under my floor. I'm just not trying to do that. So I can't give y'all no more than what I did. That's the best I can do. That's the best I can do. So these mainstream reporters, journalists, all them folk, right? Hi. It's if they already didn't have enough their own platforms on mainstream, I guess, because YouTube is, I don't know, YouTube censorship. You censor some things, but then you don't censor the others. So I'm not really sure how that works. But if other people can do it, okay. If other people can do it, we can too. I said, how not even done. You gotta chill out though. Don't be putting curse words and stuff in the chat. I don't care nothing about your anxiety. I got PTSD, but you're not gonna see me talking to you in a reckless, disrespectful way. So act like you know where you're at, okay? Right, Dub? Hold on, let me. Okay. All right. So moving on. And you don't gotta apologize. Just don't do it again, okay? You gotta keep it cute over here. Yeah, I got a piece of hair that keeps popping in my eye. I just feel like, I'm very happy to have high bangs growing out, but they just won't stay no matter what I do. So I'm gonna figure something out. What's up, Octavius? Octavius, I just played a little tad bit of the We Are Charlie Kirk song, and how they carry the flame and show them the album cover is a Burning Flame Cross. And this song is getting millions and millions of views. Y'all, y'all really gotta chill. White people and black people, y'all got to chill. Burning crosses. I mean, I really did not think the kids was going to was for real about that Charlie Kirk song. Let me see if I can play a little bit more. Boy, bye. Y'all have taken this really too far. It is ridiculous. I want to be serious. Hey, Aaron, but come on now. So, if it wasn't enough, here we go again. So now we got Piers up over here, y'all. He coming in, and I'm just like, okay, I know we got that guy, Nick, who I was, want to be fly at the mouth and want to let everybody know how they don't want nothing to do with us colored people. They don't want nothing to do with the black people, and they doing all this to get away from us. I would definitely tell you, sir, no, y'all aren't. You're lying. No, you're not. I see right through what you're saying. None of y'all do that. I have not walked into any establishment yet and had not one white male and female alike go out of their way for me to speak to them, talk to them, comp my drinks, just being overly nice. So somebody's lying here. Now you're gonna make me go live from the dang on Olive Garden. They brought Olive Garden. I'm gonna show the white bartenders on film and just how everybody's being nice and no one's trying to move away from me. They're moving in closer. I have to separate seats and put stuff in the way because I don't want them. I want my room. I want my space. Y'all are not being truthful, okay? I'm just going to do a little bit of this, y'all. Let me see. So let me go to where they into just really tripping. And like I said, if it wasn't, y'all already have major platforms. Now y'all got to come on YouTube, right? And take over that. But so this is where I'm at, y'all. So let's just go ahead and get a little bit to it. And what's up, everybody in chat, Octavius and all y'all. Let's just see what they talking about, y'all. Okay, we're gonna see what's going on here.
People, it may be 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. Said before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say.
Wow. Now, see, y'all ain't got a lot to kick it. Who really going to Red Lobster? I don't even know where a Red Lobster is. I know they're around. I just don't know where one is, okay? I'd have to go Google search. Nobody's eating there anymore. Applebee's, no offense, Applebee's, but it's not a color thing. Y'all just aren't very tasty. Oh, Mela in the building, girl. We going over this this commentary. I was hoping I would see you with how they just can come on here. They're avoiding the restaurants with the black people. So we know right now that all them, and they on YouTube. This is YouTube. Shout out. I'm gonna make sure I put my fair use for commentary and educational purpose up here, because y'all can just get up here and just talk like this. But let the black people say anything back, and y'all will run us down to the ground. Thank you, Octavius. I don't remember it. For me, probably longer than that, but somewhere in the last over 2 decades, we ain't been. I hear you, Arian, but some stuff just can't be ignored, Mella. Some stuff is like, nah, bro, we ain't finna just let you just come up on here. Me too, Bella. Like I'm on the late night time. I'm trying to do up one night, sleep one. I'm trying to get my schedule, but I have to flip it. So now I'm on I can be up to, and then tomorrow I can't. So I'm working a little rhythm here. So I'm gonna put the link, but let's see what they got to say. So we already know they're not coming to Red Lobster. Okay. Y'all not coming to the dang what was it, Applebee's? They're not even hitting like that. And then now Olive Garden, now I feel a type of way about Olive Garden. And then what's up with the N-word? What we doing here? What's going on with the Olive Garden and the N-word? So let me get back over here. Play this a little bit more.
So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is: do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying to ambush you. As I said,
let's go, Pastor. Your dad would probably be mortified.
We're very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city.
Did he just say his grandmom and them were in the projects? See, this is why y'all got to check it at the door. Did you just say, or am I not hearing, Melly? You're going to come up here and help me, girl. How y'all in the project? So then you're a product of low-income housing. I'm trying to figure out why you up there so high and mighty. Because if your grandmama was mentally ill and they up in the projects and she look out her window and she see what the black people in the projects doing, what we giving here? Y'all neck and neck. I mean, you did, and this don't even make no sense. And I know you lying. He's talking about y'all know how the projects are. First of all, the project windows aren't built like that. So you lying talking about my grandma said they were living in the projects and they would get ready to eat and they look out the window at the black family in the projects all holding hands around the table. Okay, I don't know where y'all from, but I'm in the dirty South. I know what the projects look like, the old ones and the new ones. Bro, ain't no windows down there in the kitchen. There's no window. The only windows we're going to get are up on that second floor. Somebody, she was baptized with Indy. Somebody else let me know what y'all projects look like. He talking about the old, I ain't talking about these rebuilt new projects. I'm talking about the original old bricks on bricks, lead wall on lead wall project. Y'all know dang on well you could not open your window and look in the projects and see what somebody else doing. So I'm trying to figure out what type of projects they had. What type of projects did they have, Mella? Because that's not, the projects were bricks. So okay, let me just keep on seeing what you going with this little. This sound made up, but okay.
They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed. In the
Cap. Now see, nobody around here knew. Right. Nobody around here knew to shootouts and how those things pop off and they can happen over incidents. But you're not going to make me believe it was a tree lighting ceremony. A tree lighting ceremony. And out of nowhere, Octavius now and Dub just brought out the Dracos and started spraying up the Christmas lights. That doesn't make sense because, like, come on now, you're making something up, my guy. That don't sound like no plausible story. So everything going fine. The tree lighting ceremony going out. They lighting the trees, turning the lights on, and Dub and Octavius just come out there with a Draco and start spraying up the Christmas tree. Like, I'm trying to be really serious. But it's just like, is he making this up, Mella? Let me know when you want to come up, girl, so we can break this down. Because I'm sorry. But since they want to jump on YouTube and lead the major broadcast, then we're going to rock with it.
Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
I live in London.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward, but he just said he's a product of his environment, but your environment started from the projects with your grandmama. So you're conflicting yourself. Your story got some holes in it, my guy. I want to say you're lying, but the math isn't mathing. You said that you're a product of your environment. Your environment would start with Meemaw, and your Meemaw was in the projects, you said, across from the Negroes. So what will that make you? I'm just trying to, see where you're going with this. I'm going to go up just about right here.
Conclusion.
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody.
Yeah, buddy. In the projects, okay?
Paradise. It's that simple.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me go back to what that was.
You're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society. But you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke. Okay. I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Come on. Yeah, I don't care about who he's close friends with or any of that. Okay. I'm like, uh-oh. Had a blooper here. I'm not saying people don't shoot up and do those things. I'm just trying to be like, okay, is there a justification? This happened at a time where they weren't even running guns like that. Like, where was this at? Like, I like, he needs to be fact checked. I want to see the projects that your grandmother allegedly grew up in. You said your grandmama was in the projects. Go by and show us those projects. We want to see them. I want to see what window she looked out of and saw the black people at one point in time standing around the table, holding hands, because the project windows aren't like that. You want to know why? Should I stay? Use your imagination. They don't have that. The windows aren't built that way. I don't know where y'all from, but I'm telling you here, that's not typical project architecture. Okay, hang on, because I'm gonna forget. He was not being comedic. All the blacks in the pandemic doesn't make any sense. And the fact they brought themselves on YouTube, why y'all just can't stay over where you were? Why do you have to come over? This platform is already difficult enough to maneuver. Y'all come bringing this rhetoric over here. I mean, if you want to be the new Charlie Kirk, just say, hey, I'm trying to audition for the new spot. I hear it's an opening. I mean, for who can be the most outrageous white guy to say all type of contradictory statements. Just say that. You don't got a lot of kicking, my guy. You don't, because I'm just stating. I really want to see those projects that your grandma looked at. That doesn't make sense. If I'm with my family in my house, even in a non-project environment, let's just say take the projects out, and we're around the Thanksgiving table, I don't go while we're getting ready to pray or fix our food, look out the window to see what's going on across the street. Nobody does that but peeping toms and weirdos. So what was that? That doesn't make no sense. You know you're not going to pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. I don't think that story happened. I think you made it up. Okay? I think you made it up. Something ain't said. Right. You really leaned out your window while y'all are at your own table to look in who at a black people don't even leave their windows open. See, black people, listen, y'all, we don't leave our windows open like other races do. We use blinds. We be keeping the blinds closed. We use blackout curtains. We keep the curtains closed. Y'all be the ones, when I go through the majority Caucasian neighborhoods, y'all just don't even have no blinds, no windows. You could just, y'all, all white people, it's no offense, y'all, and if you did get offended, oh well, so be it. Look how much what y'all doing here. I can say it a little jokey joke too. Y'all don't believe in blinds. The white girl across the street, they never gonna get no blinds. I'd be like, man, close y'all, but we don't need to see what y'all doing in there. I don't know what it is about y'all race, but just like some people just have a tendency to whatever, y'all have a tendency to have this front room with no blinds, no curtains, no shears, just wide open. You ride by, you can see everything, all the lights, see people sitting on the house, and it's been that way forever. And you can't tell me it's not, because I have to deal with y'all race all the time. Our windows be covered. They the ones, I'm like, so you did not look up in there and could see a whole black family You're going to not look out the window and see a whole black family holding hands around the table and like you're reaching there. We be closed the blinds, close the windows. Don't even leave the screen. You'll get in trouble for leaving the dang on front door open. So I'm just trying to figure out, did he think we don't know how we are? We know how we are. So I'm not going to be able to rock with, I can't just act like this. Oh, yeah, we keep our window. No, we don't. Now, y'all, I don't know what y'all do. Maybe you to show off your ceiling lighting, your hot lighting, and show off your thing. I just think y'all just don't mind people looking in at you. You're more expeditionist. You all know y'all don't be having no front curtains and blinds and stuff like that. Don't make me go out here and prove it. I have no problem doing a car vlog. I'll show you in the evening when you can see lights on and people can tell. Drive slowly through your neighborhood, not too slow because I don't want to get pulled over or something, call for suspicion. But being that it's the holiday and it's Christmas and people are looking at lights, I think I can get by safely enough and don't have to worry about my safety. But I'm going to show you how our windows are closed and locked, shut up tight, and how y'all don't even have blinds in the dang on living room window. Y'all don't even have no curtains there. So stop.
Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Okay. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Well, all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
you just said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify.
Oh.
Did he say 1 in 10? I don't want to red ball it back. Y'all, how many did he say black men are murderers? Bro. 1 in 10. I mean, that's like, at least from the chat, when the numbers go up, out of 10 of us, 1 of us done killed somebody. Like, come on. That is ridiculous. Whatever.
You were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny or?
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why?
Huh.
Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Boy, we getting shot all the time. Now, I'm not going to say I don't know somebody who done took a bullet. But it's not on the regular. It's not on the regular. Girl, I'm tired of taking bullets and getting shot. That's not on the regular. Well, y'all got to take this and just run and just get out here on social media and just have no accountability for the words you're saying. I don't know one black person that said, I am sick and tired of getting shot all the time. I'm like, no, nobody says that. Now, if you're out here doing things and putting yourself in situations, you might be more likely to, whatever. And a stray has been known to get caught here and there, but that's not part of the daily routine. Let me try to make it to my car without getting shot. Y'all are really reaching with this, like unbelievable. I can't believe y'all getting away with saying this, because if we come back and do it the other way around, we probably
that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again the percentage of
Not all of us. Baby, we like where we are. Some of us might have had a little taste of the other neighborhood and quickly ran back. Instead of talking about the blacks who make a little bit of money and move over y'all's way, talk about the ones who move back. How quick they said, man, it's some bullish, because y'all treat the black people in your communities terrible. I, for one, sure got the heck up out of there with the quickness. It's the things you would do when y'all would intentionally throw stuff out your windows. How my yard was always, like, why is there always trash in our yard? It took me a minute to forget. Well, I was at that time, one of 2 black families on the whole street. I made sure that never happened again. I made sure I don't care what the price of the house is or the deal. Don't do this again. I had to constantly argue with my boys. Like, it was causing strife with my children because of things going on. The first chance I got the heck up out of there and came back. You don't run from where you come from. That's something we say. You don't run from where you come from. And I got my black ass right back with my people, and I ain't left since. Because I said, okay, that's a lesson learned. If it's all white, it is not all right. I could say some other things too, but we'll just see what else he got to say.
Black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
Oh, 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago.
You guys, the FBI national crime data, I'm not about to pull that up, but you can pull that up yourself, and it tells you exactly all those the type of crimes, how often they happen, how frequently, which race, the severity of it, from the highest to the worst to the intent, all of that. So Piers isn't wrong. He's actually using the data that's like, no, this is credible stuff. Like, that, where were you going to? Okay, he's not using a Charlie Kirk form that's throwing out numbers that don't make any sense. If you're gonna like, do y'all, how can you be okay, Mr. Fuentes, just jumping on camera and like throwing numbers out that are just ludicrous? I mean, why would you be okay with that? Aren't your people? Don't you want to represent your people better? I mean, y'all can't have nothing else to talk about but black people. Like, gang, this is why we some rock stars. We're rock stars because y'all make us rock stars. Every day y'all get up and say, let me find a way to talk about the black people because you don't like yourself. We don't even talk about us like this. You guys are just fascinated to the point of you want to make up something to talk about.
It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%. Mm-hmm. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people. And people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
what's
shootings.
With the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know.
But it sounds like just Pearly with a haircut. Like, y'all not even trying to switch it up. Y'all just doing a really a poor copy and paste job.
You look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line. People don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with.
Cap. Right. Right. And I'm not trying to rage bait anybody or whatnot. It's just, oh, girl, I didn't see you back there. I was playing this. I'm on the screen sharing. Okay, I got you up here. I had the screen share on and I couldn't see. I mean, look, what people choose to do with their money is their money, but that's not true. Mello, what's going on, girl? I'm just doing a little. You on mute, Mel? Go on. Let me get her off of me so she can. Okay, well, I'm gonna play a little bit more. I don't know why your mic on mute. Hello? I can't unmute. Okay, now I heard you. There we go.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, play the video. He doing the most BS.
The most, girl. I said, hold on, let me. And this on you. This is YouTube. This ain't even like I said. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody about the platforms that you be on. They done came right down up on here in our spaces and putting this rhetoric. Like this is supposed to be major broadcasting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clear.
Melody, you want to add anything to that little statement right there?
He's not Christian. Yeah.
I mean, I ain't trying to look, guy. I'm not trying to. I don't know.
The fruit of the spirit.
But y'all are marrying us. Y'all are coming out. So these kids that are all the biracial children, including my own, they didn't just pop up out of anywhere. Somebody's liking us a whole lot.
A whole lot.
A whole lot. So I'm just wondering, I don't know if you in denial or what, my God. Okay.
It seems to me that a lot of times the formative years influence what we're attracted to. And by virtue of that, he was introduced to looking at black young girls when he was a little white young boy. And it's not a foreign concept since he's reaching. Okay, since he's reaching out there talking about the propensity and, all these fancy, words.
Right.
He's reaching talking about most likely like my own, like he's saying the probability, he's not backing up, his opinion with facts. What he's saying is the probability is. So he's grounded in this fear of a black planet. Shout out to Public Enemy. And what he's in denial about is in his formative years, he was introduced to how alluring black girls are for him. And black boys let him know by beating that ass, don't even think about it. And now he's an adult and he wants to defend himself with his mouth.
Because he's really salty about it. He's super salty. I'm like, yo, if your grandma was in the projects and you was around a lot, it's very few white people that at this state and age that get a project, like housing project. So I can imagine back then, he talking about his grandma. What you talking about 25 years ago?
You're right about the story having holes in it. Like there's something left unsaid with what he's describing. Like, how is somebody looking out the project window, watching other families? Right? Because in Chicago, they had them tall as Good Times projects.
Girl, see what I'm saying, Mela? So that's why I'm like, wait, what?
Anybody that watched Good Times, they saw them projects, them some tall ass one view buildings. Ain't nobody looking in each other's windows like that.
Right. It might not even be some windows. I think some people didn't even get a window. I'm like, okay, you really tripping. And we can pull up a Google picture
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Chicago projects look like 20. We can pull that up, sir, and have a good scape. I know we're not gonna see no bay windows, no frontier windows. So I don't know who he think he fooling with this.
Really?
A little bit more.
Unless you want to say that's another of your jokes.
Magazine. That's what he was doing.
Basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
He was reading Jet Magazine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Looking at the beauty of the week.
Fine with saying you're a racist.
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist.
I want to hear.
Wanted to make
because my father.
What'd you say, Mallow?
I want to hear his, like how he, like when he said the only people that aren't racist are white people. I would prefer that to be defined by him. Like, how can he justify that statement is what I'm asking.
I don't know. We're going to find out together.
Trump said that. Trump said, I'm the least racist person you'll know. And I'm like, okay, so now they playing a duck goose game with our intelligence. Right.
Y'all saying the same thing. Like, who wrote this script? Who wrote this play? They did not do a good job on.
They've redefined racist in their secret societies and shit.
Okay. Yeah. Something off because I'm like,
some definition has changed somewhere.
Okay.
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all. Well,
then let's leave him out of it.
Well,
let's leave him out of it if you don't know.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out
You know
there.
what you're doing.
Right.
You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking...
He got you there, you little... Both... Anyway, I wanted to specifically ask, how are you tonight? How are you doing? Happy holidays.
You too. I'm doing fine. I'm
not going to come up here just exploiting the link. I want to actually congratulate that you're looking good and you sound like you're feeling good.
Yeah, I'm coming around. This is I hit the 90 days post-op from surgery, so it was like right around that point if things start to like, yeah, it's coming. You know, I'm getting back to me. I'm like, I couldn't.
Yeah. It's important to rest your worries, rest your concerns. All is well.
All is well.
All right. Let's get back to this bullshit.
Okay, like this how they doing on the YouTube. People over here, and it's crazy because I'm like, I just left someone's chat, and they were covering some stuff, and it was just giving. Y'all really know what they out here really saying? Y'all forget those trolls. This is going on YouTube. I don't know how many millions of views. I have to look that this video is getting paid. They're getting paid millions of dollars to actually do this rhetoric. Yeah. And y'all on here begging for cash apps to talk about somebody weave and weird stuff. No, look, if it's good for the goof, it's good for the gander. So we're gonna run it.
Anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say, you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself
You
or
brought
explain
your
his
family
views.
into this.
And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing.
No, we don't. You're crying. You brought your family into the conversation, and your granny too. Nobody brought that story, and you said your dad wouldn't let y'all eat at Red Lobster, Applebee's, or Olive Garden because of the N-word. He actually said the N-word. Black. So how you gonna now retract? Because like, what are we doing here? Yeah. He's the one that brought your parents into it.
He's double dutching. White style double dutch.
People when you see them.
Hang on, let me go.
You stand by that
a little bit
about whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say he ambushed me with your own words. With their own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism. Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by
that? Absolutely.
I'm trying to figure out when did I miss something? Because I'm still waiting. That doesn't be happening. Like I'm pretty sure there are people out there that are weird like that. But if I'm in line, whoever's in front of me or behind, nobody gets out of line because they see me and my family with their shopping cart in front and say, "I refuse." Is he okay?
He's not actually. There's this propaganda machine that's popular at the moment, and he's exploiting it.
And not only is it popular, it is profitable. So along with the popularity, because all popular things aren't profitable. Along with the popularity, it's profitable for you to put this rhetoric out there and got the nerve to put Christ in it. I'm gonna say that for the end, but nobody gets out of line, sir. We are consumers. They just don't happen. I haven't had a cashier say, I refuse to check you out, or I'll take my lunch now when it's my turn, to pay. They're happily taking the black dollar. The black people are booking their appointments. I haven't had any doctors or medical professionals say, I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to take you because we just realized on your chart that you are African American. Like, no one's doing that. So where are these people at, sir? These make-believe characters that are just, oh, shoot, there's a black woman over there on aisle 3. Let me go out of my way and stand in this long line on aisle 6, wrapped around the store because I'm not going to go stand by her. Yeah. I have not seen that. You think we should get a first? Then we'd be the first in line to skits if y'all running from us.
Now, minimum wage workers, they will exercise some type of prejudice.
Right, a little attitude. You catch a little something. Yeah.
But people that are actually taking the bottom line seriously, they're not excluding any consumer whatsoever. All money counts.
And them people just trying to get out the clock. They really don't.
Money don't know. the money don't know where it comes from. So they taking
Yeah,
all the money.
money
And it's
green,
like
right?
if you coming through as a real, I'm about to buy some shit customer, I got you. Period.
He tripping. That's what I'm saying. They don't ever. We need some proof for you of this, sir. I mean, I don't care. Blur their faces out. Show us where all the white people are running out the store away from.
Absolutely.
That's
So
those
white
minimum
people
wage
should go
people on
out of their
drugs.
way to avoid black people when they see them.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go
Now
into these
we're
major
getting
cities like New
somewhere.
York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now, whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person, and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it
let me see what these
the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew, and they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged or worse.
Okay, first of all, friendly stranger. Okay, if you're coming out of I like to reenact things. Like, okay, when people are coming out of a bar.
Yeah, let's reenact it. Let's pretend that you and I are coming out of a bar.
Sorry, my guy.
And we coming out of a bar, a tavern, a bar and grill. You and me.
Too. Yeah. We got Ant here now. Okay, so we coming out the bar, Mella. Okay.
Yeah, and we run across. These are two different scenarios. We come across a white guy. He looks disheveled, and he's like, "Hey, how you lovely ladies doing? Whatever it is, some vagrant would announce." Right. And then switch to the second scenario. We coming out the bar and grill, a nice bar and grill, and we encounter a brother, a black man, who's saying, "Hey, you lovely sisters, what's going on tonight?" You know, these are two different ethnicities, or melanated versus non-melanated types approaching us. We just look as these are strangers.
Stranger danger, stranger danger.
These are strangers. I don't care what color you are. You're a stranger.
Why you walking up on me trying to talk to me? So that's not a color thing. That's I just walked out.
It's not a color thing to be a stranger.
Stranger danger. What's up, Aunt? How you doing? I was looking for one of your things. I didn't see you. I said, what the heck, Aunt?
Yeah, no, I had to take a little time off. I've been a little bit.
That voice anywhere.
Yep, Aunt's up here.
Yeah.
And I'm just listening. I'm not looking. I'm listening. Oh my God. Okay. How you been, brother?
Yeah, I've been alright. Just
I've been better too.
Yeah. We gotta wrap up the year, so just trying to get a lot of stuff in order, personally and virtually too. But
Manage your stress appropriately.
oh nah, that's not that's standard. That's not a problem. Um,
I always
it's
viewed
the
you as
time
someone.
that needs to be managed. Time and other amongst other things, but the
Well, I
stress.
want to ask
We're here
being out
together.
of, I want to ask Ant something, being that Ant, okay, he comes on more often. His show on YouTube is more frequent. He's a frequent YouTuber. He's a couple running two channels, double channels simultaneously, both monetized, or membership. All that. He comes on frequently. Like I'm gonna see notifications pop up.
And
Okay,
but before you go, Beachy, I just won a YouTube demonetization appeal. They tried to demonetize one of my channels. They
The
were going,
hardest working man in YouTube.
and I won that motherfucker. Hey, I won.
good. What was their reason for that? Did they say
Uh, yeah, reused content.
yeah, reuse content? They've been using that with.
Yeah, reused content. But nah, I appealed it and I won.
Cool. Yeah,
So
sometimes if you
That's
just
what's
appeal
up. And that's not
it,
easy.
yeah.
That's not easy. Like you have to be determined to do that. Most people give up. You two don't give up in life.
No, and they're coming through. A lot of people are going to be hitting those. You won't be the first one with
no,
the
I'm not gonna lie. I thought they had me. I thought they had me.
Yeah, it sounds very like, oh my gosh, wait, like that's just it's going to be happening to a lot of people. Some people they should be able to make it through if they just follow the protocol, send your little video explaining why, but then there are some who might not. Some of them may have to take the, it depends, but they're running through a sweep, and that's what they're using, the reused content.
You can't. That's pretty much what they want to do, is make sure that you're not just running a BS channel where
Right.
that's all you do is post other people's content. That's it. So you gotta
Right.
pretty much show them your process of making content.
That's
But
interesting.
the trick
but a
is
lot of
to not
channels
lie. Just don't lie. Just tell them
Yeah,
the
I
truth.
mean, even with the shorts, folks got to be careful. Like I caught that, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to turn mine back on, but I'm like, I'm going to do my own shorts or my own stuff, because I saw I had gotten a message. I was like, really? Okay. And then sometimes, like I said, it's a hit and miss, but I'm glad you got through that. Tried out on that appeal. So, and what was the last thing this guy? Okay, so, and how do you feel about, okay, like you just got that, you going through that, you're trying to do your little thing on YouTube. You come on, lazy. We like to party. Okay, we don't cause trouble. We don't bother nobody. And then here we go with these larger journalists, huge platforms by the multi-millions coming down here, snatching up all of the steaks. I call them, like, you got steaks, different, they getting all the steaks, leaving us with like beef jerky. How do you feel about, dang man, y'all coming in like, was it not enough for y'all to run CNN and CBS and all those other broadcasting channels or whatever? Why are they on the YouTube? Why are they here? Do you have an answer to why they came on down here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'd love to hear it.
Well, I've been telling people for years, it was a matter of time before they got here. Their ratings on those huge channels, or not those huge channels, but those mainstream media networks, have been in the toilet, and they've been in the toilet for years. So I know you remember, Mela may remember. Because look, I've been in these meetings with marketing teams and just corporate, trying to get a hold of other demographics, and it's like, where is everybody going? So they looking at the charts and the graphs, ratings are going in the toilet. It's like, people used to watch CNN, they used to watch MSNBC, they used to watch the Fox, they used to watch the Bloomberg and all of this local stuff. Now they're not. Where are they? So that's what it is. Everybody's gone to streaming, and people are a little bit surprised because it took them a while, to kind of come in here. It's kind of like, you, me,
Yeah, they're coming in like a
Vanilla,
flood.
Brownie, your average per Tommy Sotomayor, Nick Fuentes, for example, been able to get a hold of this audience first, and it's like, damn, what took these mainstream people so long? I compare it to battleships and speedboats. When you're talking about big mainstream companies like that, they can't spend a dollar, they can't make a move without a bunch of people signing off on it. There's a quarterly board meeting, there's a semi-annual board meeting, and then this amount of people got to vote on it, and then millions of dollars have to be
They
allocated.
are not playing.
You know
They
what I'm
are
saying?
not
So,
playing.
because of that, they move like a battleship, very, very slow, wide turns. But when they make that turn, that's it. They in that direction and they can pack a damn punch. You and me, we can move like a speedboat. We can do content on whatever we want. We can go to multiple platforms. We can switch it up day by day if we want to. It takes them a while, but once they're here. And that's pretty much what it is. It's taken them a while to get into this, but they've been trying to for a while.
And do you think also it has something to do with the stuff that apparently you can get away with now on YouTube? They can't do that on these major broadcasting because it would just, they gotta be so censored and they gotta cut this out or clip it. On YouTube, they don't really require that, I see. I think that might have something to do with it too. Like,
no, that don't matter to a Piers Morgan or something like that. They make the rules.
I got
Piers Morgan, other mainstream, I'm not gonna say like a Candace Owens or something like that, but other people that have come from mainstream media networks and stuff, they could care less, because the people that back them are the ones that influence the rules on YouTube. The people that add the advertisements and stuff like that. So when they can just come from their big platforms and they come right in with 1 million subs.
Right.
1 million.
Yeah, already.
They come right in.
Right in.
They could care less about YouTube's rules. They'll influence the rules. They change the rules if they need to.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said it. So here we go again. When I brought up things, some folks are going to find out the hard way, the long way. They're outdated. Things are evolving and moving a lot different, and some people are still trying to use the old way, and it's not going to work. Okay. Welcome to the new world order. If you ain't been here, it's been new. It's not new. The world has been ordered. Okay. Welcome to the new old world order. Was there any part of this you want to jump in on? I'm going to play some more. We were talking about his little statement about his grandma looking out her windows at the projects, and we was like, first of all, ain't no windows for you to be looking out at them brick projects. What are you talking about? We were catching holes in the story where he's trying to sell this experience, and I'm like, so your grandma lived in the projects and she looked out her window and she saw across the street the black family in the projects and how they were engaging. Immediately I was like, well, how do you do that? Because they don't even got windows like that in the project. So it's like some things he's saying is like, it's made up. Have you really been in the projects? But I had someone ever fact checked and said, no, this guy really grew up in projects. Or if he did, if she's just adding to stories and nobody stops and says, now what type of windows were these? Because typically the projects are brick buildings and they don't just have front bay windows where you look out and see the other person. Hey, how you doing, girl? That ain't what windows are. The last things needed in the projects for obvious reasons. For the fact of how they built those buildings, for the reason how they structured them, the architecture in itself left out a lot of windows. You might get a tiny one upstairs on a bathroom. Like it was intentionally done that way. Same with other places like dormitories, those type of buildings. Like windows just weren't in the architecture. So I just find it mighty funny that he wanted to run with that. But I'm gonna pull up the Chicago project sooner or later. One of y'all can. I'm gonna see what they look like because I know and I can imagine in my head.
Sometimes they get executed, and so as a white person,
how do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime. And it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm
and
just
what proportion of
and
what proportion?
I'm curious.
What proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Is my mic working?
What
proportion?
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality?
Here we go with this freaking word. Oh my God, y'all had per capita. Every time when somebody doesn't have a comeback, they go, "It's the per capita, the per capita." You know, like, come on, man. You heard it, we know, like, what are you doing? Where are you going with that? What does the per capita have to do with you? All of them are the most mass shooters. Like, what are you doing here? I don't get. Is that what people say when they don't know what they don't have a good comeback? What is going on with this per capita word? If I hear it one more time, I'm gonna per capita. Like,
well, that's what they're gonna say. That's their only defense, right? Because they know it's more white folks than any other demographic. You know, for them. Oh, you got Brownie backstage, by the way.
I don't see her.
Well, she just typed something back there like 2 minutes ago.
Where you at, Brownie? Oh, there you go. I had to scroll down.
Yeah.
Per capita.
But yeah. So they know that. So we can always they know it's like, okay, of course there's going to be more of us to do things because there's more of us. Period. So they're going to use that argument because that's the only argument they can use. It's just what percentage of folks are doing that. But the argument they don't want to talk about is that, look, if you want to look at just crime in general, we all, even Nick Fuentes or all of these people, they know that the judicial system is broken. Like, it's broken, and that's one of the reasons why they were complaining about Donald Trump having 34 felonies and all of that. They had all these trumped up charges. They know the judicial system is broken, but they won't admit that it's broken when it comes to black folks. They just gloss over that. They gloss over the over policing, the false, the false convictions, the overturned convictions, the exoneration rate, not just the conviction rate, but the exoneration rate. You want to talk about that per capita?
Hey, Brownie.
No.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight? Can you hear me?
Yes,
What's up,
we can
Brownie?
hear you.
All right, I'm good. I'm rolling up. I can't sleep.
You're right about that, Auntie. Hey, Brownie.
Well, welcome to the all nighter. Let's see what type of ish they on now, okay? But I was just like, y'all over there on YouTube, and y'all want to bring it here so we can run it here. Okay, that's fine. I got questions too, Mr. Fuentes.
Can I add something to that per capita thing?
Yes, please do.
When you talk about gang violence versus like a mass shooting or something like that, or a school shooting, the difference is like most kids don't have to go to school and get like gang shooting violence training on how to protect themselves because they have anxiety and PTSD about gangs running through school. But that has been projected among all kids of America to the point where these kids literally walking out of schools a couple years ago. So to paint it out like, oh, well, what about this? Like, no, we can't what about is of everything. Like, you're always gonna be able to point to something and be like, oh, that's worse, or that's a bigger issue, or pay attention to this. Like, but no, like, that's a crazy issue, and that's an American specific issue. Like, gang violence is everywhere. Like,
right. Like, I don't even think if I, at the top of my head, couldn't. I mean, yeah, we got our main
people got gang violence.
No, right. We got Asian gang violence. We got Caucasian. We got the Russians.
They be on the motorcycles. Have you seen them biker
the
stories?
motorcycle gangs? Girl, they scare me. I be like getting out. Now I move out of the way when I see them because I already know. I got my suspicions about what y'all. I know how traffickers be moving, and so I done seen too many things. I'm not a young gal. I done seen
So I know
how
what
they
type of
move.
drugs they be on to
Right,
ride a
and what
motorcycle
they're
to
also
ride a motorcycle
trafficking.
24.
They don't want to go see that's this type of stuff. I guess because it would be maybe too criminating, or they don't want to admit. Y'all, they are the largest narcotic traffickers on the planet. But see, for them to be able to put that out there, somebody would have to admit, yes, we traffic. We traffic in the name of hitting our company business with the logo on the truck.
You
We
mean
carpet.
Chase? You mean they traffic in the name of J.P. Morgan?
Right. All they need is a name on the truck, and nobody bothers them. I'm telling you this. Surely I must know something, girl. All they gotta do is stick that name on the truck. No one checks it for anything. They don't even get pulled over, even if they're.
You remember when that shipping containment container was found, and it had a bunch of drugs in it, and it was in the shipping container was owned by J.P. Morgan. Well,
Now I know this is the type of crime, they would call it elite crime because it's done by people with a vast charges of vast masses of money, but it doesn't change. It's still crime, and that crime fuels other
that
crime and lower
perpetuates
crime.
everything.
But yes, a lot of people, we're not going to act like major family names. I don't, have not built their fortune off of these white collar crimes, which are all just considered to be non-violent, but it's like, but they produce some other type of violence. It's kind of like it trickles down that, just because you're the supplier, it trickles down and it fuels other crime. So you just don't get a free pass. What's up, Quavi? You don't get a free pass. Like if I was some billionaire Queen Pen and I own, who can we use? Okay, we're gonna use Procter and Gamble. Nope, nothing against y'all, Procter and Gamble. I know y'all got stuff going on and your family name ain't clean, but I can't hide behind. If I was to hide behind their name, I could be doing all type of stuff. No one's gonna come check me because I'm Procter and Gamble. It's on the back of everything. Your soap, your products, even our products have sold over to Procter and Gamble, African American products. So you got your Dove, your toothpaste, your Crest, your Milani, whatever, like hair products. Procter and Gamble offers us a lot of money. Some Black businesses have not been able to say, in our hair care for mostly, have not been able to say no to them because they offer such a huge amount of money to put Procter and Gamble on it. Okay, so why would they be so interested in buying, our stuff? They're different type of people with different type of hair. Well, it's for always a reason for that, and none of it's pure. None of it's just we want to help y'all out or give you a boost with your, your Black-owned independent healthcare company.
I could actually go on a whole drag about that shit. That shit be pissing me off.
Right. And I was trying to keep it cute, but Quafa just came in and said, but and not only that, there looks like people can practice what they want to. If y'all want to be out here and practice Satanism and be Luciferians, all that, I really don't care. Mind your business because I'm minding mine. But we're not gonna act like some of them haven't even denied it. They're like, and so what? I'm like, okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm just let the record show. Okay, but yeah, these people are being major, not good people, not doing good things, but they get it. No one is going to pull over no freaking truck or van. Like even your local delivery stuff, I see how they move. I'm like, oh, okay, so you just put that on there and they don't bother you. Okay, driving across multiple state lines.
You talk about how they do these financial crimes, how they do these failures. How the market.
They won't talk about SEC and FCC violations.
That's what I was about to get on. How they break the law,
which are actually the most predatory.
Make 15 million off of doing illegal shit, and then they find is like 200,000.
I looked up why they don't though. I went into that maybe a week or two ago on crime stuff. I wanted to pull because I wanted to get the different variations of the white collar crimes, and you'll get everything from what like Ann said, all the way from racketeering, exploitation, those things, tax fraud, tax evasion. So that type of stuff, more fiscal stuff. And the reason they let them slide because they're non-violent crimes. Now, first of all, y'all, we all know, and there's no when you start getting up there with that type of money, you know somebody getting knocked off. Like we might not be able to see the body or hear about it or know what happened to our families of people that came up missing because somebody didn't, they talk bad to the boss, but and now their whole family had to get knocked out. But it happens. It's like, okay, but because they're considered non-violent, meaning they don't make the news or they don't cause the police. They're not coming up there to the penthouse suite to see what's going on. Nobody, because people look the other way.
How do you successfully steal $1 billion non-violently?
You just keep paying easily. You just keep, money.
It's no non-violent way to steal $1 billion.
Oh, well, I mean, they right. Somebody has somewhere took several people took some L's, and by L's we mean long live, or took some RIPs. Okay, but it was, I don't know how they classified it as non-violent. I guess because the way they move. They won't see it that way.
The equivalent of them catching a base like a street level like nickel and diamond person that's selling drugs and locking them up because somebody overdosed, but how they don't lock up the kingpin because he sold bad drugs to the streets dude that eventually sold.
Because they need him because he's also funneling in something else for a casino. Like if the more money and profitable it is and benefit, they turn the other way. So I mean, somebody really, I don't know. I don't have I be feeling conflicted. I try to go into these what they call elite white collar crimes.
I encourage any YNs that's out here that's doing street crimes to go ahead and get into white collar crime. It's better,
right? Because I'm not about any way condoning anyone should indulge in criminal activity. But if I was somebody and I was given no option, and I'm like, they're like, well, you can do this or do that. I mean, I probably would. I probably would say, well, okay, I'll, what do you need me to do? I don't have to. I get to go home and go to sleep. I mean, it's kind of like.
But even to the point, like you got Bernie Madoff. Like Bernie Madoff, he stole people's retirement, life savings, all types of shit.
Yeah, well, only reason he really got caught like that Ponzi scheme, and there are many. He ain't the only one that do those. People get greedy and they thought they were going to get out before they got caught, and just was reckless with it. Because there are people who are still doing it, but they're doing it more calculated. They're not as reckless. They're precise about it. But he was greedy and reckless, and probably pissed somebody off and called and ratted him out. But if he would have got away with the bag, they wouldn't have been able to find him. He would have had a face change somewhere. They living under another name with all these people's money.
Just like every other Ponzi scheme, he ran out of money. He ran out of money.
He was getting it fast, but it was
paying more people.
Yeah, you using today's money to pay yesterday's dividends and debts. So eventually, you ran out. Like it just snowballs and falls on itself. That's how Ponzi schemes move.
Okay, so
there are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population. And everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60 to 65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is in terms
what I'm saying to you is by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. 1%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools.
All right.
Why do you think parents?
Because how he go from school shootings to gang violence to violent crime?
Right.
Hold the fuck on. That's a whole different stat. How many white men do violent crime? What is the percentage of white men that do violent crime?
Like I say, what he's trying to say is it's just he's trying to say that out of white folk, if you compare just white folks in general to black folks in general, a smaller percentage of white folks are violent than a percentage of black folks, which is BS.
When anybody answers, just in case anybody didn't know, when you answer a question with an insult, you're desperate.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the formula. He's practicing a formula.
No, when you slick talk and you try to make one point,
what I said.
But he saw his point wasn't working and he just shifted it.
It's exactly what I said. When you answer a question with an insult, that is an indicator of desperation. That's the formula. For anybody that's trying to figure out how to make sense of it. That's the formula.
Yeah. That would apply. That would even apply, like, say, of how if you pay attention to the dialogue, even we all know panels. We've all been on them, too many to count. But when you're making sense and you're rocking out and out of nowhere, that person come with some left-handed with your, and they insult.
With the insult,
That's how that's like, okay, how do we go there? And now you're too busy defending the insult if you're not smart, strategic enough to, or get insult me all day, stay on topic. That is like an easy cop out of deflection at its best. Let me deflect with an insult to you to get out of the fact that I'm very desperate right now because I really can't, and I want this narrative to go the way I want. So I got to throw an insult.
By any means necessary, I cannot lose. So I'm going to distract you with this insult because,
and then it'll be even asking. We'll move on, and I'll never have answered the question. Look at y'all out here, boy. Y'all be kissing up, taking up for people that wouldn't even piss on you, like you if you were on fire. That is a shame. So I'm gonna go a little bit more, y'all, and then y'all.
Everybody loves somebody.
Per capita, yeah, it's the way they say it. It's like per capita. Like, can I just say per capita? It's the way they say it. It's so like y'all notice the way they say certain words. Like it's per capita, per capita. Why do y'all?
That's how they talk.
It's the presumption that people are not intelligent.
Yeah, per capita isn't a 3-syllable word. Per capita, it's a 4-syllable word. But the way they drag it out, per capita, it done ran together. The kid, like y'all, just like making that word per capita. I don't understand that.
Bitch, at one time, anecdotal was this phenomenal term being used in different arguments. Remember that? Anecdotally, it's like what narcissism, all types of words that
they buzzwords
don't really get to the point. It's like, okay, get to the point. Right. And a lot of people don't want to get to the point. They want to, bedazzle the conversation with distractionary.
That's another one. It's as soon as somebody learn a new word in the code, like, oh my god,
that's my favorite one right there. Like,
I got one I'm gonna introduce in. I haven't yet, but when they do, I'm gonna introduce this word in, and we'll see how it goes. Because I'm gonna deliberately word in as my own experiment and see how it works. I already picked it out. Maybe I'll tell y'all what it's going to be at the end of this live stream or when I got to be caught using it though. And then on a panel where there's enough people and then see how it grows legs, because this is what people do. Y'all, when I say I am guilty myself. I try things. I do experiments in my own life to see how it's going to work. How is this going to run? Will it catch root in my own life? So that's why I'm like, this is nothing new. Okay. Is it going to catch on? We might need to just take the ball. Somebody else running with the ball right now, but they double dribbling. Okay, if this was basketball, they double dribbling. Oh, they fouled, they out of bounds, all type of stuff going on. But we can do the same thing instead of like with words. I mean, I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
They're not really using really great words. And I heard somebody using impasse the other day. I'm like, oh, so y'all learn what impasse, and then we're using it wrong. And I wanted to say, I just didn't have the energy on the panel to say, well, that's not what impasse mean. Impasse does not mean agree to disagree. But I'm just gonna not jump into that because I just felt like they learned a new word.
And people don't want to keep it simple because it's their intention to distract you from the point that's to be had. It's really a tactic. I'm going to distract you with this word so that you can pause while I'm trying to recuperate from the fact that you got me back in the corner.
Right. Period. I'm about to start. What's that fight we used to do, y'all, girls, when we start swinging or windmilling? Let me just start windmilling words out here, just with no really direct aim, just to because I don't have any other strategic moves. Okay?
Even if they're factually appropriate words, it's just a distraction technique. What did you say? Deflection? Yeah, it's an attempt to deflect. Because, like you said, you don't have to lie to kick it, and
that's a lie to kick it.
You don't have to distract to kick it either.
Right, we can go with that. You don't gotta distract to kick it. We could go, but some of us have really good attention spans, y'all. Like we remember things, and we're like, hold on a second. Like with that project statement, if I was talking to him, we wouldn't have went anywhere else. I'm like, now explain the layout of these projects with this window. I would have had him like explain the layout because because we all I'm sticking to what I said.
What in the good times is happening?
Yes, this is not racist. I'm gonna say it one more time, white people. This is not a racist thing. Y'all don't use blinds in curtains and stuff. Y'all front windows are always open for everybody to see. We know that, and we're not. That's y'all thing. Just like we keeping our blinds closed up and the curtains closed, we don't have open windows. So I just still want to know how in like 25 or 30 years ago, for even longer, based on his age, I'm not sure, but he had to be a child, his grandma. So we're talking about 30 plus years. Your grandma was looking out the windows of her projects, looked into the Black House window and saw what they were doing and analyzed the situation. The probability of that happening is probably it didn't.
And then why is your grandma looking at somebody's window anyways? Like, what the fuck?
Right, and see, I would ask that too. That was at that was at the beginning of the video. He got to how he got this way. His grandma that was living in the project. He started off with that story, girl, talking about it was Thanksgiving and It was Thanksgiving. They were getting ready to eat, and they're around the table, and his grandma just happens to look out of her windows at the projects and looked at the Black family across the street who also runs projects, obviously. And I was gonna say right there, well, now you messed up because there really ain't no street. Project to project, that's an alley, but I'm gonna leave that alone. That little road ain't a street.
Well, out here it ain't an out here.
Well, it's not quite an alley. It's also a one-way
building.
Yeah,
it was on courtyard.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's a good one. Courtyard. So it was like, wait, so she just stopped what she doing, covering y'all turkey to go look out there to see what Medea and them doing, and it made her feel a type of way. Who does that? Nobody. Did she have some binoculars? Even if there was a window, which we know there wasn't, y'all. We know there's no window like that. Did she have some binoculars? It's kind of creepy.
Not with the Good Times project.
See, I wouldn't be able to get past that.
Now there's a row house across the street from Cook County Jail. And even, let's pretend that was built around his grandmama's time. That even then, I don't think they had the bay windows he's trying to insinuate. They didn't have no bay windows.
Right. What are you talking about? And why would they have a window? Even if this
and why would you have the windows open across the street from Cook County Jail?
And you saw everybody like she was. So who was she? The goddamn CIA or something? Did she have a telescope with a magnifying glass?
She had the Superman.
We need to question Granny. Forget you, Nick. We need to know how your granny has supersonic capabilities to spy from a project over to the
over yonder.
To the other project and see what the entire family was doing, all gathered around their table to the point he described it.
He had that Caucasian Superman X-ray vision.
Right. What type of
Could she hear him too? Could she hear the conversations?
She did. She said they were praying and saying grace over their food. And okay, ma'am. Like I said, where Granny at? We need the people are calling Granny to the docket. I don't know if she's still here or not.
Dare you quote Granny when she's not allowed to say something?
But he want to put his Granny in this situation. But it don't take anybody
to be offended when people bring up names of family members he's mentioned.
Now, see, somebody that knew him or actually asked him, now, what projects were these that you said your grandma was at? And they actually get a picture of that building and they go back and debunk and say, sir, you told us a whole lie. There's no way that happened. This was the projects then. They're not torn down. We can still see there ain't a window for you to be able to look across the courtyard and see directly into the Black family's he said across the street. Okay, he didn't even say she heard through the walls or whatever. She witnessed. They just got their windows wide open. Like when I said, we all know when we think of projects, nobody thinks of windows and glass. That's the last thing the projects put in their architecture makeup was, let's put a lot of windows up in the front. Why don't we?
They didn't even have trees and grass.
Girl, we don't even get me started.
It might have had one tree and a couple of strings of grass.
It wasn't even no proper parking spaces. You got some clotheslines and some. We can name all the things that's in the project, but one of them is not that are included in that architecture, especially the 30-year-old plus projects he's talking about, were windows, front windows at that. Sir, you tripping. Then you got big lead based walls with brick after that, and after
but you can tell it to the masses because the masses don't know. So the masses and everybody else that hear this, they're gonna be like,
right. So your story is
right.
Not.
They don't know better, right? So he can sell it.
Let's see what else he on here lying about.
Parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people because they know that if they go to the Black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings.
Okay, sir, Mr. Fuentes, in case you didn't get the memo, the Bloods and Crips had a peace treaty not long ago. That's not what's going on. You are outdated in assessing what you think you're giving out is gang violence situations and relations. Gangs and Crips, the Bloods and Crips chilling now. You might need to update yourself on what the real threats are, who's leading what, and you're going to be quite surprised. It's not the Bloods and Crips. They down there smoking together. So I'm trying to, sir, you outdated here, and I can't even take
fighting the Bloods now. Okay,
now that we know,
they fight.
Now that we're aware that we're being lied to, what is anybody going to do about it? Because as far as I've checked, this guy's still running his mouth. Is anybody really going to do anything about him running his mouth?
No, we're going to I don't know. We're going to see somebody. He's not talking to people who will actually say, hold on, stop a minute. Sir, have you checked?
This is what I like about this live stream. It's like we're teaching people how to think.
Yes. And right.
Yeah, we're teaching you
like
how
the interview can't keep you going. You got to pause and say, hold on, wait a minute. Who told you Bloods and Crips? He didn't know what to say, so he's just going to the go-to Bloods and Crips, which is a dang on 30. Have you not been paying attention to what has gone on in the West Coast and how they're working together now? And like that is not a threat. That's the least likely a Blood or Crip is what you ain't got to worry about. It's other, and I'm not going to give them that free game because they don't deserve it. Go out there and figure it out. Talk to some Black men and ask them honestly, like, so who's really running? Who do y'all look out for now? Because these old heads and these OGs and these Bloods and Crips, they done sat down and said, man, you got us messed up. We're not doing that. The younger ones, like I said the other day on the panel, are moving a little different, sir. What you talking? I think he doesn't understand the white end. See, they outdated. The white end's moving differently. There ain't nobody wearing colors like that.
It's deception. It's no different than when they told us that Jesus is Black or that there's the letter J existed before. It's like like when people actually think and investigate and research, they find out there's so many lies being told in front of
Yeah,
their
and
face.
that shouldn't even be like
And
Jesus.
it's
That's a
sickening. It's
translation.
sickening.
It's ignorant. I just to throw this out there. That's a translation from the original Aramaic version. It's like Yeshua. It doesn't even say a J. So we know that. So when somebody tries to preach that argument, I'm
Yeah.
like, are you late?
Like
Or do
when did
you
the
not
letter
think
J become
Jesus?
introduced?
Yeah, they just been translated to the
Yeah,
English version.
but
Yeah, the
there's people
Aramaic
that
way
are
would have
being
been
programmed.
Yahshua. Yahshua would have been saying it that way. So what are you running with this letter J thing? Like we can't
Yeah.
go back and check how the Aramaic original spelling of the word Jesus would be, and there isn't a J, and it wasn't pronounced Jesus either, or Jesus. It was Yeshua. So when people be trying to run that game like they so super smart, what somebody should be fact checking the fact checkers. Like
But
if Mella
well,
should fact check me, and then
there's
and
a
Brian fact check
history.
Mella.
There's a term that indicates whoever writes history controls it, and that's what's being propagandized not only with this guy but many other people
But
introducing.
it's being poorly done, and I can't wait to when
Yeah,
I
we
get
have
a
to
chance to
we
break it
need to
down during the Christmas
confront
break
it and break them
y'all.
down. Yeah,
Some
you got to
stuff
confront
like
it and break them down.
some other things. It's gonna be really interesting. If I'm able to get it done in enough time because I've been identifying. Can't throw out the Bible, but I catch the stuff like, oh, they changed that right there. Like when you find, okay, that was altered. It takes takes a type of enlightenment to get to that, and repetitive, like over and over hearing this one, then over and over reading that, and then another one. Then finally say, hold on, this is three different stories. Let me find the common denominators first. Okay, these are the common denominators. These are the most likely happen. Now let me go and do the subtractors, and then you can come up with actually a reasonable answer. But that takes a different type of discernment, a different type of patience. Even when people are talking, I can tell like that's giving feminine energy here. This probably was a she. Like these type of studies, you all that we should do instead of just want to discredit and throw something out the window. Like, how about study and try to find where the errors in yourself to give your so you know what you're standing on. You can't just throw it all out because there's some stuff in there that no, can't throw that out. But what you can do and is commune and allow yourself the ability to you got to study though. So you don't
And
want the answer.
stop being superstitious. There are people. All I can say is that my generation was sat down in front of a television, and unfortunately, that influenced us more than our adults realize. You know, um, just you know, it's so important to teach your children how to think. That's all I'm saying. Don't
And
just leave it to these
thank
devices
you, Mela. And
to babysit these children.
before I hit play, I'm going to stand on what I said. I told them on the other day, the problem with a lot of people, they still believe that the Brady Bunch was real. It was not. As we get older and you realize there was no story of a man named Brady that was living with his 3 sons, like all of that's
It
the
was
problem. That
imagination.
happened. Nobody asked, well, hold on, how did this happen with your 3 sons? What happened to your wife, or what happened to her husband, and how y'all got a nanny? There's a whole bunch of money involved here, and we got questions. Like nobody questioned that the Brady Bunch was probably not plausible when they go to bring it in how you should conduct yourself in marriages and relationships with stepchildren. I'm like, hold on, y'all still think the Brady Bunch was real? Like you still indoctrinated thinking that's how that works. When you really look at it as an adult.
When you sit an unguided child in their formative years in front of a media device, that device is what's capturing their attention and it's programming them and their understanding, and they're going to have to sort it out as they grow older.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate so many people rely on media to raise their children.
And now,
whether they realize it or not.
Internet is media, but you gotta talk. You gotta, Brandy. Would you say something, Brian? Because you have to talk to you have to be like, okay, now you hear what they said, but this is what's going on. You can't just don't go back and fix it. Your child gonna really be believing a lie.
Yeah, you have to. I think it's. I don't know. Like when I first, was thinking about like introducing a kid to like the media and stuff. Like how you talking about like At first, I was like, hell no. But then I realized like they would be behind in a certain aspect because you are denying them that.
That's
So
what guidance. Yeah, guidance. Guide them
yeah,
through
so
it.
you have to be able to
Mhm.
walk them through it and be able to like I don't give no kid no access to the internet unlike unfiltered. Like no. Like you about to be watching certain things. I need to know what you listening to. I need to know what you watching.
Yeah,
So
they
I
end
can
up
know
like
what you're
I
getting
know y'all
exposed
didn't
to.
come in at the beginning where I was playing a little snippet of the "We Are Charlie Kirk" anthem and the ridiculousness of it, and the fact that kids are actually going through the hall singing this. And my dog was like, "Dog, you're just going to have to keep on walking," but they got a right to sing their little song. If they going through with their anthem, that we are that the song is so.
Man, I feel old because I walked in the living room and my little brother, he like 4, he was watching K-pop Demon Hunter, and I had just walked in while they was like doing their performance on a little cartoon or whatever, and I'm like, what the fuck is he listening to? Talking about giving up your soul and worshiping. I'm like, what the fuck is that? It's kids. I felt like my mama.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's what they watching.
It's pretty. It's thick out there. That's why I be telling folks. I'm like, okay, y'all need to
My
get the
kid be listening
times.
to Kids Bop. Like
Barney been dead, like even with that. But see, if we really go back, like somebody, I don't know who it was recently that brought up like, oh yeah, we see what like Teletubbies ain't as innocent as we thought because Buddy dude had a whole purse. But see, I wasn't thinking like that at the time. I just thought that he watched my son's watching Teletubbies. No big deal. I still didn't in my head didn't pay attention to why this boy keep walking around with that red purse. Was it whichever one it was? And then to parents finally said, hold on. This guy is carrying a purse. We don't like it. And Teletubbies end up getting canceled. But I mean, of a few is when we really start looking at some stuff and probably go back to Sesame Street and other things. You probably be like, hold on a second. Count Dracula, Count Chocula. Like you could start putting stuff
Yeah.
together and be like, oh my gosh.
and now they
Yeah.
slip it in so easy and so smooth. Like you have to be paying attention because like even if you just like walking through like and just paying attention and passing, like you're not really seeing what they seeing. You gotta be actually
Right.
in
You got to
earshot.
get in at the mountain, get in there and work. Let's see what we got because I'm tired of his face in here
Things
looking at like this.
that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not
I have an
livable.
answer. I have an
It's not
answer for
workable.
you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
The proportion
again,
of the
are
population.
you hearing it? No.
See,
What's
I think the trouble with your
proportion?
statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say,
Okay.
well, it's true. And when you're confronted with
what's
reality,
the figure?
you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe.
Okay, what he's saying right now, he's going back when he stated that Nick mentioned his family, he don't want his kids around black people, he doesn't want them to even. I know something has happened. You got touched in your spirit somewhere, buddy, because your fear of your children dating a black person is on another level, and the fact that you think you can control and play God, jury and executioner, you're going to be in for a rude awakening. That's not. You don't run that. If you all were actually able to control your children from, mixing with us and producing with us and marrying us, then y'all would have done it, and we wouldn't be around here with all these, slightly lighter Negro hair children running around. Clearly, y'all weren't able to do that because you keep coming on willingly over. We may have to, at one point in life, unwillingly participate in that type of nonsense, but y'all are willfully, not even willingly, y'all are willfully putting yourself in our path, my path, Brownie's path, Mella's path. You men are not dodging. So I don't know why you're up here pretending you all aren't coming for us like the way you are. And so that's why you should be worried. You should be concerned, because it's going to be a high probability that you're not going to make it out of your life without having to come and like somebody's bringing home somebody from another race, whether you like it or not. You're not going to be able to control that. I've seen it try to be done, and it worked so the opposite way. It pushed the dang on people towards when you make something like don't touch that, don't smoke no weed. The more you push down on it, it's the rebellious nature of the human. They're gonna want it. They're gonna start to crave it before they even realize it, and before you know it, look. I mean, so go ahead and not want, or you want, but you can't control that. I'm just confused at why some of them think they have that type of control over them mixing their population with ours in a interspecies way. They're not running that at all. But
yeah, it's a wish. It's a wish. They wish they could.
Well, it's too bad. Too late. You should have thought about that before things happen and people had to start moving a certain way. Maybe some of the things y'all did are being done back, because it would be a shame to think that some people have infiltrated your race, Mr. Fuentes. It would be a shame to think after years and hundreds of people realize that, okay, the only way to move a certain way, you had to look a certain way, take what you all did, put 20 on that, come up with a formula, find out how to infiltrate and run the same thing that you ran on us. I mean, I'm just saying, if you think it's not plausible, then you've been asleep for too long. Some people might just take one for the dang on team. I'm just saying. Some people might take one for the team. You don't underestimate the sacrifice of certain people that are determined to get in certain doors that have been closed, certain gates that y'all want to keep locked by any means necessary. And if that means infiltrating, then so be it. You can't stop it.
Beachy, it's really sad, but I must say this. Anger is more useful than despair. These Caucasian people are experiencing despair. I think they're calling it black fatigue now, but it's despair.
Right.
And
you're correct.
It's more useful for them to be angry and assert their anger as opposed to just wallowing in despair. We witnessed during this clip that you're showing, this guy is reaching, clawing, scratching, and surviving like a damn Terminator.
Desperate. Why are you so desperate?
He's very desperate, and there's despair behind that desperation. Great despair. I remember before January 6th happened, there were these Caucasian guys that were, of course, it escalated to January 6th, but prior to that, they were saying, "You will not replace us." That was their whole shtick. You will not. I was like, "What the hell? What? You will not replace us." And that is the despair. They realize that when it comes to the black man's gene, the black woman's genes, when you procreating with them, guess what's gonna stand out? Melanin. Their lack of they're melanin deficient, and they want to preserve it, and they're in despair that I would dare say to the point where they have to convince everyone it's in their best interest to preserve their melanin deficiency. Melanated deficiency.
Too late.
Yeah, they're in despair, man. Because
So I guess I'll
it's
have
not
to
like
try to.
they're not even fighting for justification. They are just fighting. And there's like during the civil rights movement, our ancestors, our people were fighting against unrighteous assertions. They're not fighting against unrighteous assertions. They're just fighting.
Windmilling.
Yeah.
And I am very curious. I don't know why I haven't thought about it to now, but now that I've thought about it, I'm gonna put that on my list. Let me really pull up the amount of children, because I should be able to get it. I should be able to go over there to census.org. I don't know, but I should be able, if I look hard enough, be able to find
That's a lot of
how
mixed race
many
kids.
are procreating outside from the Caucasian, and see what is this urgency and this desperation, like you said, and this push to hang on, because they're losing something.
Yeah, they're losing.
You're losing something. The control is gone here. Look how he's behaving. He doesn't even have the control anymore. Y'all are losing something. This is how people act who are losing control of the situation.
You will not replace us.
Okay.
I'll never forget. I said, damn, he said that with his chest. Like, what the fuck?
Interesting. And remember, Mel, about that conversation we had when I talked about destiny swapping and what happened here? How did the roles switch? And I just, because I didn't have the information to go any further,
Okay.
I still have that locked in my head. Okay. How the roles switched with the fertility with us, and this is just it's going to go somewhere. That I know
fertility stats about Black
what
women.
happened, what were y'all doing, and I'm pretty sure I have a good idea of the answer, but I'm going to work it all the way through like a derivative calculus equation so I get an answer that, okay, this is probably what you did and what happened and why it is the way it is with the infertility in our race on an increase, and with the infant mortality on our race on an increase, and also the death during childbirth at an increase when nobody else is going up. I'm probably going to start getting those answers because somebody's desperate. Some people have been desperate and jumped in here and done some things. But like I said, I gotta really put my knuckles in on that. But I'm getting there, and the answers aren't looking too favorable for the others. It's not favorable for us either, what has been done, but it's definitely given some, okay, it wasn't like this. What did y'all do? What's going on? What happened here, and it ain't going to have nothing to do with no obesity or something stupid like low income. No, this is actually going to be somebody plotted on you, okay, and tried to swap some roles. That's what it's going to come down to. But
it's definitely a cynical world. And it's escalating.
And destiny swapping is real, y'all, or usurping, whatever word you want to use. It is real. It's been going on since the beginning of dang on time.
Well, see, no one's buying this. This argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference. And it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger in terms of probability it's not even comparable. And I would say this to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. In Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology.
No,
it's
I'm
an
not.
ideological
No, I'm
position.
not. No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago. Right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people.
Y'all. Before y'all go on, I don't want to forget this. I don't know where y'all stay and what y'all got going on, but the white boys that are around here not wearing belts, trying to rock that look, and looking ridiculous because they lack a little extra hump in the back. So now the pants are just like they're just walking and holding them. It's giving. What is this? The wiggers are on an all-time high down south. So I don't know what it's on a matter of time. I'm just trying to figure out like if that's what you want to go by. They got to wearing their pants low. You're gonna be in for a surprise, buddy. Or you living in you're in denial. Because I was just in the store looking at this white family. I was like, you look so ridiculous. I mean, dude, I'm like, it looked ridiculous for anybody to be walking around with their pants that far down. But when you see the other races doing it because they think it's trendy and it's cool and they don't really, and they just, I'm most worried about them because they're telling me they'll do anything. They just to get along, like they'll follow any trend, any lead. I'm more worried about the other race pants, you walking around with your pants wrapped around your knees, because to me, the other ones, it's some stylish, not very stylish, but it's trendy and in the fashion shit. It ain't got a lot to do or hardly anything to do with crime. But why are you like that? So I just want to know. Weird. Y'all got the floor. I just want to just for the record to state the Uyghurs are really refusing to wear belts, and it looks utterly ridiculous.
It's getting strange.
And what does it look like to you when you see? Because I know you work in diverse populations where, you're out there. You got to mingle with different types of people. You cannot just stay with one group. It's not going to work for you in the background and the field and how you get your money. But what does it look like to you when you come across another race and they trying to bust a sag, but they not even busting the sag right? Do y'all say bust a sag in Florida? We say,
that's the way they do things. I mean, they've been doing that shit for a minute.
Okay.
That's how them white boys move. That's exactly how they move.
I was still saying busting the sag, y'all, or is that I want to make sure I'm up to date.
Pants hang below their ass. And like I say, I don't think that's a black thing anyway.
Right.
That's a black thing anyway. And I think more black folks need to stop taking pride in just being sloppy. Not being groomed properly and shit like that. Now I guess it's a black thing to be all tatted up and shit like that. I'm like that shit is easily biteable. So if anything, let's bring back that fucking that style where, because that's the way. Look, I was raised in a household where, look, you know what I'm saying, the men were neat all the time. Like that's just the way it was. Creases will cut you. You know what I'm saying? Hair cut low. All of that. So yeah,
well grown.
Wardrobe's diverse. Pants don't hang below your ass. Ain't none of that shit. We don't do that. Everything's got to
be well grown.
Yeah.
So the sloppiness, and we can take accountability, just like after COVID. I was somebody disagreed with me. Whatever, girl. I'm sticking to what I said. We all have a rainy day. You just got your hair freshly, whatever. You're not trying to mess it up. You should have a pretty type of hair bun or something that I don't even know if you call it a bunny, but some type of hair dresser or hair protector that you can put on and go out really quick and come back in. That's the difference between the other girl that's in the line next to you with house shoes on in the store. It's raining outside and you got on a lint a bunny with lint and holes in it with the rubber band kind. Bunny, y'all know what I'm talking about. It's not no protective bunny for your style because of the weather. You just, your hair just look a mess, and what's under it probably does look worse. So you just threw that on, which is just being a lazy way, or not keeping yourself up or groomed enough to where you can even be seen without the bunny. How bad is it up under there? That's another issue in itself. But COVID did bring about a lot of people just getting too comfortable, too sloppy, thinking the pajama pants thing in the store, it got like carried away. Folks just stopped caring.
Yeah.
And that's on both both sides. I see white folks doing it too, like just up in the Walmart, just walking around in straight pajamas. Like, okay, it takes 30 seconds to quickly change off, throw on something real quick, go out and come back in and change back into your comfy clothes. But some people have just gotten to where, if it, I'm just gonna keep them on. I don't even care. They don't even notice or see themselves when you come out in public lighting. It's really bright. It's not like your house. So they don't realize how dingy that shit look because you don't watched it 809 times. You see what I'm saying? So they don't realize, like, in the store, it should have hit you.
They look like captives.
Right. Have y'all not been hit in the store like you wore something out and then you got in there under this bright store lights and was like, okay, when I get home, this needs to either go in the trash or to the drawer of, don't wear this out. If you got to wear something, don't be seen in this. Like, because you catch yourself first, like, oh, I didn't know this looked that bad, or this got this many bleach stains, or this, I didn't know this hole was here.
You gotta have bright lights in your house. You
right.
got to do that. And a decent mirror that you clean regularly. You know.
But sometimes the lights in the store they hitting you from all kind of angles. So that's when you can tell, oh, okay, I don't need to wear these no more. This is like, but people stop looking at themselves. That's
what it is. They stop looking.
They didn't make it bad. Hair was, the guys stopped getting their locks twisted regularly. It became I don't know, free lock. So a lazy word to say, I don't want to keep paying
afro, half lock.
Yeah, I don't want to keep paying $200 to keep getting my hair twisted. So I'm gonna come up with a word to just say I'm just gonna be happy and nappy. But really, the truth of it is, your locks are beautiful, but they need to be still washed and maintained and properly groomed. When they're not, it gives another look off. And I know you really don't want that look, but you just don't want to. You're being lazy about it and what you're willing to invest in, because somewhere along maybe we have accepted. I don't think I've ever seen NT without his haircut. If he hasn't had a haircut, he had his lineup. I mean, like. You wear your hair, but you still need to be going to get a lineup because the barbers are closed.
You can look at the man and tell he has standards. You can tell by the design of his channel. He has standards. But
even with grown men, after the pandemic,
you're not gonna catch him
make it back to the barbershop. They just said F it. It's like it I don't know. Something did really happen where people just stopped going. Barbershops are struggling. Okay. Beauticians, they're not making it. People are learning to do it themselves.
A $15 haircut went up to $45. That's what the
minimum walking in the door. Okay.
Yeah,
that's no $45 for
get a haircut for fucking $10, $12, man. I pay $45 for a haircut.
Right, and with the extra hair and additives, well, the beauty shops were closed for a long time, y'all. You'd have to get a single appointment by somebody you knew, and some people couldn't even get that. So guess what? People started figuring out how to do their own hair, how to do their own lace front, whether they come out looking like the shop or not. They figured it out. So guess what? That's another thing too. So some of this stuff is like, well, it's kind of like if a war happened, the casualties of war, or the destruction of the waste that war left behind. We can see that after that pandemic happened. We can see houses that didn't get to keep themselves up as much because things kind of fell apart, and we haven't gotten, we're just now getting to where we can start. Okay, now let me go and finally do something about this garage. Like, even homeowners are just getting around to doing stuff because it took a minute. So some people they got uncomfortable, too goddamn uncomfortable. And we ain't checking it because, I mean, if I tell a dude, so you're going to get to do something about that. I'm probably going to get cursed out. It's not my place to do that. And, something, but that's, I can say that about other races too. They have some things that they've let go. It's not just one-sided. So that those looks and pants down and all this, some of this is just people got too comfortable and didn't even, and stop trying. It don't have nothing to do with crime at all, buddy. Some folks just got I tell you what, make belts become pop. Gucci belts don't care. No, COVID reduced the Gucci belt sales went down. Okay, they went down into you don't got to be Gucci. No one's hardly wearing a belt. Just like the snake skin belts. I know Ed had a snake skin belt with the big buckle. Y'all, I know he did. And you know you had a snake skin belt with the big buckle. Don't act like you didn't because you in Florida.
I got one. I got it's not snake, it's a gator skin belt. But
okay, well some type of skin belt. I know. See, there's just certain stuff that just
none of them big. I don't do the big buckles and shit though.
Right, them things could knock somebody a hole in somebody's head. I still got my brothers I'd be keeping for keepsakes, but I'm like, dang, it's buckle big. But that was just something added to the conversation. But I want to see how far he gonna go. Let me see what we at. And this is he said all this stuff, and we're literally only like 40 minutes into them talking. So I'm gonna just go up a little bit.
Wow.
I know that just go to show you, like, dude. So I'm gonna just give it 5 minutes and see what he's got going on there, because it's like, how you got all this hate out in just 40 minutes?
No, I mean, you're very big on. You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific, for the record, absolutely horrific, and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said.
I don't know.
Hang on, and I would add to that. You know, Arenas Roots wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has
stabbed
it
him
been
in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Of it all.
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're implying that white people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of course.
Oh, I never said white people don't do it.
Of course, deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either know.
No disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying.
Y'all, I'm going to get his age really quick. I'm looking at how he's leaning. His body structure is giving me little boy all day, okay? Anybody know offhand the Fuentes guy, the self-proclaimed racist?
If he was older than 35, I'd be surprised.
He not even giving me that, because that's gonna oh, I just saw this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna look at these texts in just a sec. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm gonna try to see if I can pull up his age, because for him to be really, some of these young folks, like you haven't lived long enough. You're not qualified to be having these type of conversations. This is why it's coming out like that. They're propping y'all up with putting like a puppet, putting their hand up your ass and getting you to per capita your way through every conversation. So I'm gonna see if I can get his age just for how do I spell that? Let's see. Bruh. He's 27 years old. Dude born in 1998. Wow. Sir, anybody catching these ages and the similarities of other people talking, they're right at that age too.
I remember when I was 27, I used to talk crazy as hell. Super crazy.
Not like this. Isn't his friend Miss
I used to talk crazy.
29, 28, and she late 20s. I
think I was just back to the United States from Korea, and I was talking crazy. Definitely. So I experienced something traumatic, and for him, I guess he experienced the pandemic, and he talking crazy. I guess. I don't know. That's young.
Yeah, he is, to be a whole white nationalist activist and shit. Like, but you ain't been here long enough. You sound like your friend Just Pearly in a suit. You know, are y'all just sharing notes?
That's a good
Right.
point. That's a good point, Beachy. They sharing notes. That's a good one. You're right when I think about it.
It gotta be.
They're
Cause some,
collaborating.
I told you
Yeah.
he looked, I was looking at his shoulders. I'm able to be able to tell kind of a little bit like, younger guys, their build, their frame. That's how I'm like, little boy, go on somewhere. I'm old enough to be your mama, that type of thing. But I
But
see
she'll
the youthfulness here.
Pearlie will never have his baby. So
Well, didn't she cause him to lose her channel though?
And nah, she didn't lose
I
her
mean, he
channel.
caused
She
her
was
to be
demonetized,
demonetized. I'm
and
saying
nah,
it wrong.
he didn't cost her that shit.
Oh,
I
he
don't like
didn't.
that son bitch at all, but nah,
That's what she's been running
he
with.
cost
Is that
herself
not her
that shit.
story? She's been saying that this
Nah,
nigga
she
caused
did
her.
a song saying she wanted to talk about the Führer, you know, old boy that like to put small hats in ovens, you know,
Hmm.
and yeah, she said she wanted to talk about that, made a song about that shit, and yeah, her shit was demonetized for anti-Semitism. That was her. She did that shit.
oh,
So yeah, she's another total hypocrite. Which I broke all that shit down. Um, but yeah, she's the worst type of I wouldn't even call that woman a feminist, man. She's just the worst type of womanist that you can encounter, and she call herself an anti-feminist. Like she really does just believe that all men are beneath her and their job is to serve her, and she can even use them as a scapegoat. So like I say, I don't like this Nick Fuentes motherfucker, but to use him as a scapegoat for the shit that she did to her own channel, pretty damn pathetic. Pretty pathetic, especially when I'm pretty sure he didn't reach out to her saying he wanted to come on her show. More than likely her crew reached out to him.
mm-hmm.
And even when the whole slavery thing came up on her show with him, she brought up the topic. She brought up the damn topic. And she was the one that made them racially charged statements. All he did was sit up there and agree with her
Now
ass.
hold on a minute. Didn't Buddy say at the beginning of this that he would not want his children interspecies dating, mingling, kissing on the black people? And then I just saw something, and y'all, if y'all want to jump in, let me know that he ain't even married. He doesn't have kids, and he's still a virgin. He hasn't even
Yeah,
experienced.
there you go.
He's
Yes,
a
he is.
27-year-old virgin, huh?
Mhm.
Now,
Oh,
Yeah,
see, I had known this from the beginning. That damn. So no,
that's
you mean to
that's uncommon.
sir? Does anybody does? Why is he talking about his church like he got a whole family out here?
That's uncommon.
Yes, he's a 27-year-old virgin, no kids, no family. You don't got to worry about that. You don't sound like you look. You need to be worrying about. You need to be worrying about less what black people got going on, and why you haven't found a wife yet with your supreme white nationalism. You mean to tell me you ain't found no Amanda, Allison, or Rebecca?
Or Heather.
Yeah, Heather has not called you back, sir. You're 27. It ain't looking too good for you. What's going on here? What is Heather? Heather, please call Nick back.
Now, if I was
Please, Heather, Brownie, can you text Heather and
if I
tell
was evil, I would
her?
make a live stream focusing on
Somebody
him.
tell Heather
Where's Heather?
to call Nick back. The boy is 20. He ain't. He up here trying to have grown people, big people
Heather,
conversations
Heather,
about
where's for ourselves, Heather?
sir. Now I'm gonna have to do the math. Is grandma on the I'm gonna pull up them projects in Chicago. So if you're 27, like I said, you're that'd be about 30 years. I was close to that. 30 years. Go back, roughly Project Chicago, sir. And what no windows. Stop with the nonsense.
Oh my gosh.
Let me
Yeah.
find out if Shaquita broke your heart, and this what this all about is
For
because
white nationalists, he sure is colorful.
Once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism. They're victims of slavery. They've been told really there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling Black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people.
Sir, you haven't been doing any, hold on. Sir, you haven't been doing anything for a generation, because 10 years ago, you were still in high school. You haven't been doing anything for a generation. Just 10 years ago, you were a teenager in high school. So I'm trying to figure out how he even speaking like he been around here. He know he doesn't play. You have not played in this game called life. You haven't been white long enough to even be speaking on your race. You barely, you haven't even had a 10-year high school reunion yet. Are you out of your mind? This is who y'all prop up, people who haven't even had a 10-year high school reunion. You shouldn't be speaking on life, because even then we went to reunion, found out, well, so much for that idea. You know, you're not qualified to be speaking on life issues when you that about a generation ago, sir. Just 10 years ago, you were still in high school.
Oh Lord. You're right.
All right, let me let it go. It's just it boggles my mind. It's like I wish one of my kids would be telling me something. I'm like, you just got out of school yourself. Like, come on. How can they be really okay? All right. All right, hang on.
Black people too. What we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
so
the
just
body
to be clear,
footage,
you don't like Black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists.
I see where this is going.
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
Turn this around on me.
You're ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said
very clever.
Black friends have you got, you said,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. You said, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying your choice of Black friend is Ye, who is arguably the number one Black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few Black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic Black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life.
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, then you know. He's nothing but polite, considerate.
That seemed very rude to me the last two times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also...
you keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you Black?
Because
you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
To you. Oh, this motherfucker.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite, and by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel Black. They make him feel not Black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
We're talking
he's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what Ye said.
that
Cute.
remarkable. By definition, they're accepted.
If we're going into that, I'm probably going to skip that.
So that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation area at the World Jewish Congress.
Okay, only reason for I'm going past that, y'all, because I don't need to hear nothing about that. No, I'm not trying to be funny, but we talking about us, okay?
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow.
Dude.
He's just going for it, ain't he?
This channel does not promote anti-Semitism. We don't care nothing about no freaking Hitler, okay?
Yeah. Happy Hanukkah, by the way.
What is his nationality, you guys? Is he even a white man?
He's a mutt.
I'm hearing that he might be Latina.
Most likely. He's a mutt.
If you ain't even white, bro, if you're not even you're gonna, let me see.
He's trying to find his little old place in this big old world. He probably likes milk and cookies before bed.
Lord have mercy. The man boy, your daddy Mexican.
His last name is Fuentes. That's a Mexican name. Who knows what his grandmother who looked outside that project window is.
So that grandmother, yeah, was she the grandmother on his mother's side or dad's side? We have questions here.
Yeah. My grandmother that looked out that window. In good times.
Good times.
What was she?
I keep picturing it in my head. That right, she done cut through the dang on drilled the hole through the dang on cement.
Oh God!
But we just trying to figure out how your blood been diluted. I thought you supremacists didn't like your blood tainted. You've been diluted, sir. You got that. You can't have been their choice. Your father ain't even white. So how you got all this extra white supremacy energy? But all this Mexican blood running through you. Something it don't hit something, I just had to look because I didn't do no homework on him for it when I can just tell. I just hit play and we run it. I don't need talking points. You guys are a joke. You're really running with. You're just making stuff up as you go along. Cause that whole groper thing. I mean, I hope you don't really think y'all running the show. I just had to check something out. Y'all want to add something really quick because I'm gonna skip past the Semitism.
Yeah, I was thinking about speaking of Semitism. I was recalling what Auntie had mentioned that Pearlie, she throws everybody under the bus. And Yeah, I don't usually watch her content, but I was the last I heard about her, or rather seen clips, she was trying to catch up with the Black Manosphere. They were promoting the Black Manosphere was promoting Pearlie like hard,
Yes.
and now she flipping the switch. See, these people, they just trying to make some money.
We're gonna see if I can find a timestamp, y'all, where he actually admits that he's not into women and all this stuff. Because I don't want it to be that I'm slandering or defaming someone's character. I'm gonna try. Um, see
Yeah,
if I can find that where he just straight up admits that he has no experience with women and that he's just not interested. Like that's you just can't bypass that.
oh my God. He,
Um, I'm
so it's
working.
not rumor. He admitted it. Okay.
Yeah, it should be on this video somewhere. I don't know where. I'm gonna try to go. So we're right now. They've been talking for an hour. Let me see what I can get. How far?
The Holocaust for their own personal get out.
I'm not touching
Stalin.
that.
See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again the mask slips, and it slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that from history now. We know what he did. You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very fucking cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun?
Yes.
For shits and giggles? What is it?
Yes.
What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep.
What
and
the
no,
fuck?
what I'm getting at.
What the fuck?
Do you want to say
Oh
more?
my God.
He's a
You're
monster.
not kid yourself anymore.
Pause.
But this motherfucker just said that genocide is not that serious. Now, come on, I can be a cold-hearted motherfucker sometimes, man. Don't get me wrong. Now, let me take it back. I can be a cold-hearted motherfucker often, but I can never, ever, ever, ever like co-sign genocide under no circumstances.
That's like
there ain't even no gray area with that shit.
That's
with me.
To me, that's
Well, it was bad, but it wasn't that bad. Bullshit.
Right. It's akin to cannibalism. There's no justification.
And that's not even because a motherfucker's scared of getting canceled. And hey, fuck all that. That's not fucking cool. In the comfort of my own home by myself, that is not
the
cool.
People that were purchasing the soap were people that came from his family and his line of folks. They made the soap from these victims and the bodies of these unfortunate
lampshades, jewelry, all types of stuff.
They took their fat from their body, and jewelry too, but they definitely, the soap was big booming. You use even we used animal fat for soap. That's the normal fat that had been used from way back before washers and dryers and actual detergent existed. They would use animal fat and salt and maybe a little hint of something else and mix it up to wash the clothing. And then somebody so evil as a Hitler decided, you know what? Forget that animal fat. We got a whole bunch of human fat here that we can use from the dead bodies piled up. Let's use that and sell it to the people. And people bought it.
You know what's really disgusting is they used to smoke our ancestors' hair. Did you know that?
I haven't heard that in a long time, but I do recall.
I was floored when I discovered that.
That's something we should remember. I gotta make a notepad of what we need to go back and hint on and don't forget. what was in our hair that made them want to smoke
There's
it.
some museum with memorabilia from that those times, and there's a canister that had that indicated that it was used for smoking.
Now, and I'm with you. Even it doesn't matter how you feel. This is what we call the part of humanity that separates us from the animals. Okay, and the demons and all this other stuff. I mean, the way y'all see how his paws, how his eyes are looking, like, oh my god, like it's childish behavior. You're very immature, which is one of the first things I thought. It's got to be a little boy.
Yeah, he's
Little
childish.
boy. You think you're
That's
in a big boy
that's why
suit,
he
but
thinks
you're not.
that's why he thinks genocide is funny because
You-
he's childish.
Yeah, your soup is cheap. You didn't even get proper. It's just giving. That's you're offended. I know your dad. You wouldn't. He wouldn't be so bothered about what his dad being brought up if he knew his dad wasn't for this ish. But you brought him into it. You got that man out there, just probably catching all type of hell and getting all type of looks. But that being stated, well, we got to figure out, was his dad even not?
Was his father in his life?
I don't know. He the one gave all the stories about them not going to eat at the Red Lobster and the Applebee's and Olive Garden, so he was somewhere around. But I have to go see
Right.
at another time. But yeah, when you're proving a point or you want to have a debate, if you feel the need to go that low to say it wasn't a big deal, they do that also. Who have we heard recently do that on here, y'all? And I believe she said, Black people should just get over slavery. I mean, it wasn't even that serious. Who did we just hear say that on a panel now but a week or two ago, Aunt?
That was just Pearly Things,
Yes.
just Pasty Things.
She just said that, and she said it before, but she reiterated with a lot more cockiness. As I said, I called her a she devil because she is. She's come out herself and said that she's a demon. They've made her into the demon that she is. I know you're making an excuse. This is who you already were going to be. You just have a platform now that'll let you do it. Like the laws, the rules have changed, and now you can just be your true demonic self. Okay, no one created you. You were. She herself said she wasn't created. She was born. So I listen to you, girl. I hear your words, and I will hold you to them. So no, you stop saying in one breath you say, "Oh, they made me this way. That I was nice to people and the Black people, and look how they did me." No, no, no. You specifically stated in your Black Fatigue video that, well, I wasn't created. I was born. Meaning you came out like this, just effed up, all type of shit wrong with you, just born a hellion. But these same attitudes are y'all. If there was ever a cloning to happen, this is how I know people have a syllabus. Even in the men's, for a lot of places, they have a syllabus, a guide they're going to go by. Stick to this. We're going to keep saying this. This is what we also call indoctrination. This is another form of indoctrination. This is a type of indoctrination of when you want to move goalposts, like the racist thing. Another form of oppression is to keep on indoctrinating into people these things that easily you could be doing the opposite and saying to add and contribute to the betterment of society, but you choose to do the worst because why? That's just who you are. Someone said, "Hey, will you do this?" It's like, who's bold enough to do it? Some people are like, "I'm not touching that." They happen to be the people like, "I'll do it." That's why y'all don't differ in your personalities. Like Mella's Mella, and I'm me. When Brownie was here, she's Brownie. We don't run with the exact same thing we said. Mella's going to give me a different perspective. I'm gonna give her one, and include Aunt too. But you all are really running with what we call a syllabus. This is the blueprint. Stay with this. Conscious sector does it too. They're real good at it. About every 2 to 3 years, they're waiting on the mark of the beast to come kicking people door down and stamping them. They keep running with that same rhetoric. But about every 35 years, for real, the conscious sector runs with this syllabus of, okay, we're going to start here. We're going to attack them with the fall of Babylon. Then we're going to go here to New World Order. Then we're going to come down to a judgment. Then we're going to hit them with the mark of the beast. Like, oh, like it's so, I already know what's going to happen next. It's so overdone and redone, and I can tell they're all running the same script. Nobody ever deviates from the script. They stick to it. Roll your eyes, look disinterested. Who else does that? Probably act like you're not paying attention when you're really great, but you're listening. Somebody's mimicking who. I don't know who's parroting who, but y'all are parroting each other, and it's really
Yeah, it's
zero
becoming
talent.
yeah. Critical thinking is more important than ever because these types of people they profit, as you've mentioned, from parroting one another. So it's going to amp up as the profits amp up, and the only defense anyone can have from being influenced is exercising critical thinking. It's like, okay, he's being hyperbolic or she's being absurd. Actually have those judgments in mind when you witness these types of tactics. I can't stress that enough for young people. Young people, well, I don't want to pass judgment. I'm just saying that it's easier to be influenced than to think. It really is. It's easier to because we want to disguise it. And when I say we, I apologize for saying that. There are people that find entertainment so necessary as opposed to thinking. It's like I'd rather be entertained than exercise critical thinking. So critical thinking has to become a habit for these young people, and I don't know how to make them do it. Like because they won't take their eyes off media long enough to develop the habit of critical thinking. It's going to take them a month away at least from media to just exercise critical thinking. I don't know if they can do it. I'm concerned about young people and
Well, not only the adults
their
can't even.
addiction to media. I'm concerned.
Yeah,
about that.
there's some job opportunities I've seen. I'm gonna be I myself. I'm gonna try to look into them. I don't even call them jobs. They're opportunities for an extensive amount of income. Real quick grab, to do certain things that, of course, are legal and from uh, credible institutions. But they only have one thing they require. Well, not one thing, but one of the main things they require is that you have to be off social media for an extended period, maybe let's say like 45 days at a time.
You're
For
damn right.
security reasons.
Mm-hmm.
For security reasons. And the fact that I was like, what? I could do that. Like the money is that good to where it's worth giving up a month and a half of internet. Like it's a very quick, excellent money grab. Who couldn't do that? And when I remember talking to, I was trying to tell my kids about it, and they're like, "Mama, you can't be." I'm like, y'all, if it ever gets to that, we'll talk about that. Y'all can make it without me. For 45, y'all are old enough. And I tried to share with one of them. I'm like, matter of fact, you could be doing this, and we could double down. When I told my son, I was like, you can't. You have to go to the internet Wi-Fi. He was like, It immediately. It did not matter how grand the quick money drop was. When I said you can't be online, you have to give up, sacrifice the internet for a little while for security reasons. It was automatically shut down. See what I'm saying? Like, wow. Mm-hmm. Really, son, like you could
totally like telling a man he can't have his side piece.
It was like this could change your life, but he's younger. But yeah, I would say to you supremacists and whatever y'all want to call yourself, nationalists, blase, whatever. Can you not come up with something a little more creative? Even your predecessors got creative with the things they did and how they forged or stole their way in this world, how they invaded and intruded in to other people's spaces because theirs wasn't enough. They wanted more power.
You mean black welfare queens and 9/11?
Even before that, how they would want to take over, how they would, I'm talking about going way before there was ever welfare. these Europeans will come. That one of the ways they would take out their enemies is with biological warfare before it had a name, before biological warfare had a name. And we were speaking about this today in a study session, and we were showing an example of how they would pass the plague on. No, nobody just got randomly sick. They would actually put the plague, some blood, and infected whatever mucuses and cells into handkerchiefs, wrap them up, they box them, okay, like something, hide them in something else, and that I'd leave it on your doormat. Like you think you're getting a gift.
Sabotage, yeah.
Right. So by the time you've
Yeah.
opened that box, took that lid off, and you've opened, and we would call tissue wrapping now, that handkerchief, you're already exposed. And when you saw it, they made it where you knew once you looked at it what it was. It was almost, it's a death sentence. Lock the doors, because anybody that leaves up out of here is going to pass it, because it's airborne. And it was just one of those things. And they would do these to certain houses throughout whichever
That is bad.
territory. The Black Plague, that's how the Black Plague was able to make it as far as it did. It was delivered to people's door. And even if they would use sometimes they didn't have the fluids, they'd use tear off some clothing from another person that had it, wrap it up, go somewhere there's none infected, people that's not even against them, because one of the quickest ways to win the war is to have the people sick, have your military sick, have them so sick they can barely fight. So you just come in for the win. You come in for the win, throw out these bodies like you've already claimed. I mean, you got to fumigate itself, but it's worth the time. That came from Europe. And to be able to think like that, you know how diabolical that is, to be thinking, okay, yeah, it's going to be a 10-year run, but in the long run, we'll have secured an entire new territory, but we're going to have to send some plagues through there. Like, it's just giving. I mean, imagine being the guy.
What was the name of that white powder that was a scare
Anthrax.
in the nation for? Yeah, remember when there was
I don't
that
even know what happened with anthrax.
I don't
That
know,
was interesting.
but I remember that scare. Yeah.
So we do know Nick Fuentes' father. He was the Mexican guy. So it must have been his mom was in the projects. I'm just guessing. So his mama was white. Okay. So the grandmother must have been, I'm just assuming she could have been white in projects, but she could have been on the dad's side, more likely.
So he was shipped between two families throughout his formative years.
Right. In two different races.
He doesn't have a sense of placement in this world, so he's picking what he thinks to be a winning side. I guess.
Wrong. I don't even know if you're trying to win at this point. You're doing this is, you're trying to forcefully oppress, because oppression ain't oppressing like it used to be. See, oppression, once once physical chains are removed, and the only chains that can really work for oppression is mental. You got to hold them captive mentally by any means necessary. So if you can't brainwash them yourselves, then you just got to keep putting out other stuff that'll wear people down. Like somebody who's really out there, like hearing this, but we're able to talk about it. Dub's able to come here and chat. We got Kwafi's strong in his ethnicity. Some of us, even me, with the multiculturalism I have going on my end, I am still confident enough to listen to this, comment on it, do a little talk, razzle dazzle, and I'm still gonna sleep good. I'm not gonna start tomorrow off feeling lesser as a human. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing that they're saying that's got me like, dang man, I don't even want to be black no more. I hate this shit. Like, no.
I'm compelled at this moment to explain why I said the winning side. What is perceived, I should say, perceived, because when it comes to this, his way of thinking, examining, what did it say, the propensity, what that word he likes to use, the propensity,
he kept
proportionality, or
the proximity,
so that P word that he's using, in the way he thinks is, if I'm seeing a majority doing something, then I can conclude this is happening. So when it comes to leaders of industry, there are people that perceive that white people are leaders of industry, and thereby he's on what he would perceive as a winning side. But I trust and believe he's too young to really understand what he's saying.
Man,
He's
he banned. He. Oh yeah, you gotta say that last part because I missed it.
oh no, I was just talking. I just this
And I was gonna
and
say he banned off of YouTube. Nick is and demonetized.
he should be, but you know, it's
Twitter
the middle of the
taking
night, and I'm just running. I'm just look. It's the middle of the night.
but
I'm
he
blathering.
living off of tips,
So he's
viewers, and
they,
merchandise sales on his website.
so he no longer has a channel, and he's forced to go on interviews on other platforms. When did he
Yes.
get banned from media channels? Because now people are going on different. When they get banned off YouTube, they go to Twitch and whatever
Well,
other
Well,
they
platforms.
banned
he's
him
something
too.
everywhere. Now he's something everywhere. Right
Okay.
People got to give him what someone would call an honorarium to come on their show. He ain't doing it for the free ski.
Yeah. So he
So I don't know what they would.
so he literally doesn't have a channel anymore.
No, I mean,
Okay.
ban and demonetize.
That reminds me of the
He
guy
cannot
that
get paid for no subscribers on his Twitter either. And it's
what was that cash money crap talking trafficker that was over in Russia? They had to bring his crazy ass back. Um, he was real big for a minute, you know, just flashing cars and beating up women and making women submit until his ass got
he
caught up.
got
now. You're
demonetized.
talking about Andrew Tate.
Yeah, yeah. So it's kind of like that. Like people get, you know, excommunicated. They get, you know, it's just a matter of time. I guess he better make friends in powerful places while he can, because he, you know, some communities are not going to take too kindly. Powerful communities are going to shut him up. Period. Like you can't be saying all that anti-Semitic stuff. You can't be doing that.
Yeah, he got to make his money through his private sites, and it looks like those people your group's got to pay him to keep him going. You're not even your own man, buddy. You got to do this. You're not making you're not a man of what we would call a man of distinction.
Hmm.
You have to at this point for you to survive and eat.
He got a big.
No company's hiring you. You got to do this. You got to push it. You got to hope that they tip you on these tips that you're getting based off of your little following. They got to keep you going. I see it look like, you might have got a little contribution.
Well, somebody's
That's been gone. That little 30K gone. That ain't a lot of money, my guy.
somebody's gonna keep him afloat for a little while.
Yeah, they keeping you afloat, but afloat, and you ain't up there hanging out with Rockefeller's sons. Let's be clear. The difference between him, this is trashy, sir. I don't know if you're giving bottom of the barrel trailer park trash. The fact that you don't have the ability and talent to earn your income off of any other place. No one's clearly hiring you. I don't even know what you got your degree in, but you're not hireable because of your anti-hate speech that they put on you. You're a liability for any company. They don't want the lawsuits. So now, whether you believe it or not, you got to get out here and do it. You're the slave to the whole system. You got to slave yourself out for this system for you to even be able to put that unattractive suit on. You got to feel some type of way about that. You can't even take a break and just be a regular guy. You don't hold yourself. You're the harlot of supremacy. They're holding you out, and for not a lot of money. I'm not saying that hoeing should produce a lot of money. I'm just saying you're a bottom barrel hoe. I don't know how to put that. And you're young, you wouldn't understand, but you a working girl. You on the corner. You what we would call you're not a kingpin or a trap star. You're the nickel and dime boy outside the store.
He would have been better off getting educated.
Well,
Set
I
up.
don't know what he did with that. He looked like he started rivaling with Charlie Kirk, and I don't know what happened there.
Yeah. He
They
would
were
have been better off pursuing higher education.
um
You know.
whoever propped him up and did this, they knew it was going to ruin him. But at the time, he was receiving a lot of money. When he first started off, I looked at it, and he was easily making per live stream without any ads, just in super chats and not cashed apps, up $6,000 a stream. That's pretty high.
That is
So
tempting for a lot of people. Yeah.
yeah, that would, but it didn't last because it was hate speech, and I'm pretty sure he didn't, save it appropriately. But
Yeah. And eventually you become that.
wait a minute, he ain't even got a degree. I'm done.
You know.
Y'all, the stream is that dang on over. Boy, if you don't go back to school and get your education,
He should be educated. Like I don't know why.
he got an associate. I was looking at that college and thinking, okay, maybe I'm wrong. No, he enrolled at Boston University, but he did not complete and get his bachelor's.
What's the associate's in?
Associate's is a 2-year.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
From community college. But you can do some things with it. There's nothing wrong with getting an associate. But for somebody like him to be talking all this cash money talk and all this supremacy, it's just you a step up from a high school diploma.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to go back and finish and get your bachelor's? You just 2 years in. You're not very far.
That's not leadership material right there.
At all. You're not qualified.
Period.
Buddy, you just graduated high school in 2016. That's what I'm talking about. Like, come on, you pre-COVID graduate from high school. I know you don't think you're leading the world into a new supremacy future. You're not gonna make the cut. This is your auditions. You ain't gonna get it, buddy.
Yeah, he needs to just be an actor and call it a day.
I don't think they even want him.
Yeah, he's acting.
Yeah, that's why I said you're making stuff up, and it's just that it's not hitting. And this is why because there are real authentic, thoroughbred, what you want to call it, white nationalists and supremacists, y'all. They operate in a system, even under from Masonry to other organizations. They are some of the founding fathers of our country. They are deeply rooted into our history. Those particular individuals don't act like this for a reason that they don't got to.
People
don't act like this.
People who don't take atrocities seriously, or at least portray themselves not to take atrocities seriously, they're just they're acting. They're acting. They're dancing to the flash in the pan of what's hot to make money off of, and unfortunately, hate speech is a hot commodity right now. Unfortunately,
but that's not going. I mean,
but the guardrails are higher on some topics than others. Like there's certain topics that you ought to be wise enough to know not to step on.
This is gonna
So he's obviously not a strategic thinker. He's a young hothead.
He's a monkey see, monkey do, monkey look just like you. He's just copying off what the next one did, and the next one, and that they're copying each other.
Yeah,
but at some
parroting.
Point,
that's the word you use. Parroting.
At some point, even your own. How often can you, like I was saying the other day, there's only so many times we could do the electric slide. Yeah, I remember we go to, I don't know about y'all, but here people do the electric slide. It was a dance that a lot of black people know.
I remember.
Electric slide.
I remember.
Okay, but it will play during if you're at a party or a wedding or something. When it's time to dance, they will play the electric slide. But there's only so many times they could play it until we finally be like, Again, same with the line dancing now. Like if we hear that boots on the ground song one more time, we about to lose it. Will y'all play one? I'm leaving. You play that song one more time. You can only do a dance step one more time. It switches up. The way we have evolved, we're moving fast. We have to come up with something better and more prolific than this. This is not enough to cut it. This is the same stuff. Let's piss off the Jewish people. Let's try to.
It's the same old stuff.
The same rhetoric.
Let's agitate Black folks. Let's agitate Jewish folks.
So we ain't agitated. I see you for what you are, but when are they going to get tired of eating their own vomit? Because what they're doing is their words are like vomit. Mm-hmm. You know, it's written in scripture that a dog will go back and lick up its own vomit, and a washed pig will go back and roll around in the mud again. But what they've done, they've taken an extra step. He's being a dog that is vomiting up bullshit and licking it back up. And then he's going to shit it out. And then whoever's behind him is going to eat his shit. Then they're going to throw it up. They're going to vomit it out. And it's going to keep going because that's all it is. It's nothing worth. It's not digestible. It's not going to sustain the body. It's not going to sustain you all's anti-supremacy body. This isn't what it. This ain't it, dog. Y'all don't have what it takes. I don't know if anyone's told them. And this guy that's speaking, it doesn't matter what he's for, what he stands for. It's irrelevant. It's almost like he's telling this guy, we're not going to allow you to be initiated. Oh, let me choose my words carefully.
I knew he was uneducated when he was saying, you know what you're doing.
So he's what Nick probably gonna get is like, dude, they're hazing you right now. They're showing that you're not qualified to carry a torch on to rep this underground society and above ground society of supremacy and nationalism. You're not qualified. That's why they're hitting you with these questions. It's not like they're really taking up for us or love us or give a damn about us. It's to show you're not that guy that will get a seat at the table. You're not earning your seat at the table. Your eyes are sitting back there. It's rolled to the back of your head. You weren't prepared with your talking points. You thought you could just come out here and just keep saying per capita. They are showing there. This is like this ain't an initiation. I can't tell you what it is. He
has no composure. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna get the box in the mail or the letter that says congratulations, show up here with a black tie and welcome, you made it in. You are a reject, my guy. This is how we treat rejects.
But you know what's really spooky is that we thought that about Trump too, and here he is president. So who knows what the future holds?
But Trump had something called that was green and had money. So sometimes when you can't get in and be initiated in or invited and then initiate and pass those tests, you got to buy your way in. He doesn't have the resources to buy his way in. It doesn't like he came from a prominent family.
That's a good point.
So you're not making the cut with your speech. Your rhetoric is redundant. They heard it here. They heard it at Parley's. They heard Kirk's. They heard the same people saying the same thing. You're not gonna make it in, my guy. You're not gonna get that. What do you call the black hooded? What you call that robe? You're not gonna get your robe, man. You're not gonna make it. They do these type of y'all. These are the things that the same society group of people, when looking for new blood, fresh blood to bring in, they will give you the 21 questions. They will hold your feet to the fire right now. His feet are being held to the fire, but he's burning up. He's not walking through the fire like, yeah, you're holding my feet to the fire. And next one, each question you come up, you bringing something, a fresh approach. You really leaving the interviewer stuck in their steps. He can't handle the fire. He was burned up before we were like 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes into the video. He was already cooked. You didn't make the cut. You all over. This is literally a live rejection.
Yeah, these real.
Someone's going to be rejected from the very group that what's his name? Piers. I don't know you like that guy, but you're not getting a pass.
But he's mixed. So like real supremacist minded people, they don't respect him because he's mixed.
Yeah,
You
your
know,
blood's already diluted, so you're
right?
heavy overboard. They're running you like that. They have their own way of rejecting the rejects. Like this process in itself.
Yeah. If he thinks he's gonna get in the circle, he's mistaken because
Yeah,
he's already missed.
he can't keep his composure. His talking points are shit, and each one has been debunked. His story of all of that we just said here, we regular dang on people. Well, by regular I mean phenomenal in every way. Black people just randomly discussing. We didn't already tore some holes in just some very basic things you said with someone else. If we called it, I'm pretty sure someone else did too. They just let it ride to see, like, wow, you're really gonna try that story there. I'm pretty sure these folks know where their grandmama's project, if that even was a thing, and where it was, if she really was in a project. Like someone knows this. Like you're just lying. They're just not gonna say, yeah, we brought on a known liar, but because we need to reject him formally and publicly into our society, we got to run it this way. Why don't y'all ain't got a lot to kick it? I see what you're doing. I have no opinion whatsoever.
This was a really fun video to observe. Yeah, because
look at his face. It's like he already know he didn't make it. He's like, oh my God, so what are you gonna tell me I didn't make the cut? I mean, this is giving ultimate defeat. You got one guy sitting there like, I'll solidify my position, but look at you, buddy.
I never really paid attention to guys like this. It was interesting catching up on trying to figure out how I think about him. I have absolutely no qualms about anybody trying to get their money, and that's what he's doing. He's trying to get his money. He's going to say whatever it takes to get his money.
That makes him not usable for their group, though. If you're going to be willing to say whatever you take, that makes him completely disposable.
It worked for Fauci. Remember Fauci was telling us any damn thing? And we went through a whole pandemic with that bullshit? You know, people are gonna ride the wave, baby. They're gonna ride the wave.
Teenager,
I know.
Right, you're nearly 30. To be clear, okay, you're a fully formed adult who has a brain, right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit
rods. Is this an interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members to the Nazis in such a callous, dismissive manner.
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives. Okay, the Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been in America.
What about the Schindler's List? Tell me about the Schindler's List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why.
Bye-bye.
That are white. Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be an Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
Here we go. Yeah,
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this.
I'm done talking about white genocide.
White Christians. He said in 50 years.
He did a little bit. I heard that. I was just trying to get past the anti-Semitism. I don't need that rhetoric. I don't want to keep hearing it. Like I completely sympathize and empathize with anybody, especially ourselves. You know, in that situation, I just know they'd be coming for us. Like, you know, we don't got that type of just complete freedom.
How many Jews are
there? 15 million.
Okay, so with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry by 15.
I didn't mean to do that. My bad.
About compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world?
Oh, it's a genocide against whites.
1 billion.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
He said it's a genocide going on right now against the whites.
Yeah.
Didn't we just say that earlier, Mela? Didn't
Yeah.
we bring that up? The desperation and despair because what you
Yeah.
said they feel like they're being
They're
canceled out.
convinced. They're convinced they're being replaced.
Huh?
They're convinced.
2 billion. I don't know.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say
Who am I losing
white
to?
people,
Who
these
am I
poor
losing
old
to?
white people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. You're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization in mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be an Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't.
Okay, so remember when I said earlier, I'm going to have to go and try to find numbers of how we're increasing with multicultural across the board, interbreeding, whatever you want to call it, interspecies dating, whatever, the mixture and diversity with other races in their procreation. I don't know that stuff off the top. I don't know. I'd have to look. But for someone to feel that you're a white supremacist and you're that majority of the population, for you to be worried about being wiped out tells me everything I need to know without even having any of that. If you are worried about being wiped out, something's on your ass. It's something. Whether they want to say what it is, he's trying to throw vague stuff out here about Pakistan. Something is eradicating you. Because you're just too desperate to be, 65% of the population, but you're worried. And just if a few years, 40, 50 years, you won't exist.
Yeah.
We're almost
years. That's what he said, 50 years.
Y'all are...
They're worried about the next 50 years. And their population, or at least the appearance of their population, diminishing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good information.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
Okay, here we go about marriage.
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You're talking about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, no, I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true. Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much. You're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that a little later.
Did you want to say anything?
I'm just curious.
Yeah, you got somebody backstage.
Okay, thank you, because y'all know I can't see the dang on thing. Good morning, Mahogany.
Good morning, y'all. Thank you, Auntie. Hey, Mela. Thank you.
Mahogany, guys.
Hey,
Good morning. I literally. Good morning.
Literally, good morning. Yes.
Yes, I'm going to be here. Beach, I'm here. But my dog, child, it's so cold outside, so my dog is down there whining. So I'm gonna take. I just gotta say. Can I just say a few words? I know you.
Yeah, go on.
Well, I just not too long ago got up because I'm about to take him outside, but. Girl, this jackass, I don't even listen to Nick Fuentes. Let me just say this and I'm going to be as short about it as I can. Nick Fuentes, from the moment I first saw him speak, I work with kids and I'm trying to be as polite and I swear to you, I'm not being mean. I work with all types of kids. I specialize with special needs children and stuff like that. But
Right.
Nick Fuentes, it gives me spoiled. He gives me honestly trash. I know. I
Yeah.
listen. I have worked with kids that are privileged. You can.
Mm-hmm.
I am very good at breaking down somebody's training, proper etiquette. He talks with his hands. He's not well trained. When I'm telling you, when
He
white people
talks
hear
with
this
his
man,
hands. Yes, he
yeah,
does.
he talks. Yeah, and that's broken rule number one for a debater. Like he's not well trained. I'll put it this way, he is no Candace Owens. I'll tell you that. So white folks cringe when this boy speaks. And let me tell you some other things. He I went back and listened, but because before I hit any panel, I always try to get a gist of what's going on. I heard what he said about black people committing 5 times the crimes. I always have to hop up here when I hear that because they spew these lies. These racist folks will spew these lies. I took a class in college. I'm so glad. Not that I'm better or anything like that, but I'm glad. I was mad as hell that I had to take this law class, but I needed it to graduate, Beach, and I am
I
so
know
glad.
how it be. You have
Girl,
to take
I am
it.
so glad I took this class. And it was a basic criminology class, criminology 101. That is a lie. That is a flat out lie. And they keep on spewing these lies. The fact is, when they actually break down those studies, um, what happens is in the urban neighborhoods, they have more police surveilling. If you got, look at where I live. They don't have as much surveillance going on in these type of neighborhoods. That don't mean these MFers ain't cooking up crack in the goddamn basement.
Girl,
Um,
we know they're making masks
Girl,
around people.
heroin shops. These motherfuckers. Excuse me, but I'm trying. I'm gonna be respectful. But these motherfuckers right now are up here selling illegal drugs. Got their injections. In their house. What's that injection so you can lose weight? Ozempic. That's illegal. They committing all kind of goddamn crimes in their house, in the suburbs. I hate when these racist pieces of trash because they know the average person. See, the average person is ignorant, including myself before I took that class. I am so glad if you guys ever, not y'all, but if any of y'all have children and they're in college and they say, oh, they're making me take a criminology class, tell your children, go ahead and take that criminology because you learn so much. The average person, they know that the average person is fearful of violence. They know that even though these motherfuckers commit violence all the time. Look at the police. But they don't, it's the way that we're trained. It's an upbringing. We're trained.
Mm-hmm.
We see the violence. They have trained us to see the violence on the news. Oh,
Yeah.
these people are the ones committing violence, even though they have raped, robbed, and murdered all over the world. But they don't consider it violence. They call it a police system. And so
Yeah, they do.
you really got seriously. But when you break this thing down, y'all, when you break it down, it's really horrible. But this way they can run around saying black people commit all the crime, even though you got Betty in her goddamn kitchen selling Ozempic illegally. Possibly killing people because people taking things that they're medically they're not supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
And these crimes go under the table. Let's say Betty gets caught. It don't hit the news, y'all. It don't hit
No.
the news that 65-year-old Betty went to jail, and so we don't know that these crimes are being committed. So he's a liar. He's a liar, and I beg for black and white people with sense not to listen to it. Black people are not inherently more criminalistic, more violent. That is a freaking lie. Just like they put that rap sheet on black men about being more sexual and stuff like that. If you look at countries like Brazil and South America, I'm gonna be honest, that is not the black man seed that's all around. The our history, we got sent all over the place because of slavery. But
Mm-hmm.
when they conquered, they left their seed behind. But then they'll run around and say that black men leave their children behind. Please, y'all, don't be ignorant and don't believe these lies.
Right.
They can tell these
I
lies.
know.
Yeah, they tell these lies because they know that people will not research, that a lot of people are not educated. But the higher ups, let me just say this, I'm bringing to a close before my dog piss on my floor, child.
Oh, oh.
Child, he down there whining. He hear me up here too. Oh God, I have to
You better
hide.
get to getting.
I have to creep down the steps because he started going
You
crazy.
better
But
get to
anyway,
getting.
no, but the white folks with education, they know this is a lie. if he was onto something so spectacular that white people didn't know, don't you think all these racist white supremacists would be there and say something? They know it's a lie. That's why they don't say anything. They let these fools, these idiots like this, take the lead because they know it's BS, and they know that the average person don't know no better and will listen to it. And let me just say this about the what I'm gonna be honest, white folks. White folks are scared. They're not procreating. Let me just say this. Black folks aren't procreating right now. We're not the fastest ones as far as reproduction right now. There's all types of reasons for that. But they're not reproducing the way other nationalities are reproducing. A lot of it has to do with the more education women get. And I don't want to deter this, but I'm just telling you the facts. But it's, I don't know why he's concerned about it anyway, because he ain't white any goddamn way. And like I said, to me, he looked like trash. And to white folks,
he's a virgin.
And to white folks with education, he is nothing but goddamn trash. He is untrained, and they look at him and they want to spit. They don't look up to this fool. He looked like he's inbred, and I'm not even trying to be mean about it. He looked like and I don't say this little kid because I don't talk about children, but he looked like the kid that was a reject. This is not a smart and intellectual man. You could tell by the words he used. He's not using anything, words that are hard to understand or anything. He's just feeding into the rhetoric. He's nothing but what's that little white girl? Like that goddamn pearly girl. That's all he is. He's a pearly.
That's why I say in a suit, in a suit, young and a reject. Unfortunately, for the very people he's trying to, they don't want his type. He's trashy. He's not up to par. They'll use him for what they're for smaller agendas and just to keep people distracted from from realizing what's really going on. But y'all have nailed it. I wasn't looking at their stuff because I was studying ours, but y'all are right. Their population has been declining as a whole percentage, total population, starting almost absolute. Oh my gosh, for the first time in the 2010s. So for the last 15 years, it's rapidly going down.
And I'll be quiet. I feel like I've taken over.
So we're going to be a majority minority nation where they know that.
They know that.
Where no single group holds a majority in the coming decades. So less than 50 years, buddy, in the next 20, 30 years, we're just going to be majority amount. There won't be a single group holding it. So that means for them to be 65% at their rate, they got to be significantly, I guess it's to enter the mixing of speech. I don't know what else it could be. I haven't done a deep search into that because they haven't been my study. I've been on Us.
Beach. From my understanding, and it's been a while because I've been out of school a while. I'm going back to school, but from my understanding, the last I heard was the Hispanic population is growing because they have large families. They come over and they have large families, and I think that was a big push behind the illegal immigration and all that because they reproduce really, really quickly. But as all cultures, all nationalities, once they get to America, they get Americanized. And a lot of times the family value system is kind of broken down. American society, we emphasize higher education, which is, I'm not saying it's a problem, but it is a huge contributor to women waiting to reproduce or waiting to have families. They wait until they're older age, which creates a little bit, I'm gonna be honest. Well, God, this is so deep, but it does make it a little bit harder to have children as you get older, whether we like it or not. So, all this fact,
it ain't about whether you like it. That's a scientific fact.
Yes.
Our eggs. Me and Mela was on it one day. Between like 35 and up to 45 women. 90% of our eggs are defective. So anybody in like our age group, me and you, which I know you're not, and I'm not, I can't, but and you're not going to, as far as I know, but you putting out a child right now, you have a 90% rate of it having a major birth defect. So you know, I mean, yeah, you can get lucky.
Well, I'm gonna make the announcement over here with you, Beach. I have a frozen egg, and I plan on using it. So my old last
Okay,
night.
see, that's we talked about that. Me and Matt, remember we talked about the frozen eggs, girl. We be talking it up.
Mahogany plan on getting
Go
pregnant.
ahead, Mahogany.
Yes, I'm a try it. My old last
We lost Mel up. Me and Mel. Let me see if she's back there. I don't know what happened to Mel up.
Bring your ass back up here, girl.
We talked about the freezing of the eggs and how our women better learn how to do that because for us we got our own issues. Like we got infertility issues that are going up. We got infant mortality issues that are going up. We got some stuff going on with us. Like I'm trying to get the science to it. I haven't been able to get to it yet because I just started researching it. But I didn't look at theirs because I'm trying to figure out ours. But theirs, I was just gonna say that it's kind of like, remember what happened with the Chinese, how they wanted to have a male and they were killing off the female babies. Well, that's because the men are known to be not only producers financially, but they take care of their elders. Like if it's understood, you have a son, when you became elder, your son will take care of you. That's just rooted in their culture. Your son will take care of you financially, all of that. So that's understood in their culture.
Mela is back, but
okay. But all the women, are you back, Mel? Let me see.
No, I guess that was Aunt T. Somebody left a comment. Let me see. Oh, go ahead, sweetie.
That's what I said. What happened with the Chinese people? They kept doing it for so long with the one-child rule. So if they were if you found out you were pregnant with the female infant, you go ahead and have an abortion because they had the one-child rule for decades. I don't know if it was 100 years or how long. My daughter did that study. I have to go look at her research. But for a very, very long time, so long till it got to the point that now, once they took that rule away, well, there's so many men. It's like for every God, I don't know the numbers, but it's pretty bad. It's something like
they're shipping
one female to every 300 men in Asia. It got so bad they're abducting. There's been they're having to go outside their race to populate. Yes. There's no women in China, so that rule messed up there. They didn't think ahead that at some point it's going to catch up. Where there are no females, we're killing off all the female babies. What are we going to do when we get to where nobody, we don't have no women? What are we going to do then? They didn't think that far ahead when they came up with their plan. They just knew we got the population's already big enough. You got a one-child rule, so you better nail it with the male. If you don't nail it with the male, you better kill off that female if you want to have another one. Sad but true, y'all. So what happened with the Asians is that the women are wiped out and they got to start coming over and interbreeding, or some of the women in surrounding countries of Asia have been getting kidnapped. To produce. This is what's happening with them. Whatever they did, the feminists knew whatever it was to wait and not have the babies, didn't freeze the eggs, whatever their case, waiting, it's caught up with them. So that's what it's looking like. Their birth rate, they wasn't putting out. So like how the census has something like the national census says, like in our country, every 10 seconds somebody's is born, not every 9 seconds somebody dies, which means we're steady. We're like at a 0.5% increase in rate. So we're not doubling, we're not tripling, we're pretty steady at that 8 billion. But their census, it says their death to birth ratio is significantly out. So they got a whole lot more of them dying. That's what I'm looking at. A whole lot more of them dying than being born, and it's caught up with them to where it's almost canceling them out. So that's our answer to where the desperation is. And oh my God, we almost canceled ourselves out, whether it's waiting too long, whether it was deciding to be too pro-choice, whatever that reason was, it don't even matter. It caught up with them. Was no one looking at that saying, hey, y'all, we keep them. The math would have told somebody, hey, we keep at this rate, somebody got to start. We can't, we need some more kids. If you keep at this rate, it's going to catch up. So that's what that is, a quick study, you guys, into the senses of what Mahogany was saying, confirming their death to birth ratio it's more deaths than birth. And so that's why it's canceling them out.
Perfectly said, Beach. Perfectly said.
I just say it really fast because I know you had to run out, but I wanted to get it out because I can look stuff up really quick, and I'm pretty good at understanding the science and get it in and like, okay. And then, of course, there is still going to be the multicultural. We can't take it out. The multicultural identity didn't help. So them interbreeding, them white men wanting Asian women and white women getting with the black dude, all of that has caused them, put them in a predicament now. But they're having more deaths than births at such a significant rate. And it says just a few decades. A few decades could be just little 20 years. I don't know what we're talking about. It didn't say no half a century. In decades, a few decades is, 20 years from now, everybody going to be neck and neck. Y'all won't be the majority. That is that. Now I was wondering what's the desperation with trying to push this out. Stop breeding with other people. Stop. Like, what was the desperation? And I got the answer. Y'all have been wonderful. Y'all done put some information in me. I done learned some stuff. Because I felt a sense of that y'all really desperate right now. Y'all are here up here pushing. No, we should not be with black people. We should not breed. We should. I'm like, okay, buddy, well, y'all doing that? Y'all still like us? Y'all hooking up with us? You're marrying us? You're having kids with us? Men, women, and like of other races. Y'all, that's what y'all doing. You can't say y'all aren't. They know they are. But it's caught up with them, and they're not producing enough of their own at their rate. So it's like, well, I'll be dang. Ain't that something? Now look how them damn tables turning. And it doesn't look like at the rate it's going, 270% increase from 2010 with the multiracial identity. I don't think if all of them stopped right now and just said, all our white women, push out as many babies as you can for the next 20 years. Nobody day outside the race. I don't think that's going to work, dude.
It's not going to work.
It's not 276%. But y'all are canceled before you. You know how would you feel? You know, you cancel before you cancel. Damn, that's some commentary for your ass. You canceled. Black people, y'all should be. If you heard this video, you should walk around tomorrow with a little extra step in your head because your oppressors are canceling themselves out of the equation. They ain't gonna be in a position to be doing too much. They better get it all in the next 20 years because you're about to be. Tables are turning, and not by tables are turning. I'm saying somebody else gonna be holding their bag, and we don't know. That look like that would be the last generation who I believe is. I don't think anybody's coming after Z. That's just my personal opinion. I think Z is gonna be Z. I don't see us continuing on, but if the gods decide let us go on and they start over at A, because Z is the final letter in the alphabet, right? So that's the last generation. They're not gonna. Oh my gosh, girl, you just put me on a whole nother path. Thank you, Mahogany. And
I'm enjoying this because I just, like I said, I just saw the interview just because you're doing it. So I'm learning. Well, and I'm learning from you because this jackass here. I wish people would stop giving him shine. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna mute up, but I'm gonna be listening, and then I'll come back once you. I'll let you do your commentary.
Yeah, we don't got to keep hearing much of him. I'm gonna see how much left of him, and I'll just play a little bit more. But I really was waiting because like I'm listening to this for the first time. Like y'all, I saw it happen. I skimmed through some of it, and I thought, this will be good for some commentary. Let's see what they got going. Since they want to come on YouTube, come down here with us, little folk, and they get all the millions of dollars in subscribers and views, and they can at least give us let us get a little click and view and go over what's going on. But I also knew there was going to be a bigger picture to this story. I knew there was something like, what is going on? Every time we turn around, y'all want to neutral it. Kirk, y'all are pressing the gas really hard on some stuff that's such the nonsense of it. Y'all ain't tapping each other on the shoulder saying we sound ridiculous, we look bad, y'all, we might want to chill. We signing. You got an uneducated man up here not trying to be funny. He is not qualified. Okay, he barely out of high school. Yeah, he got his associate's degree. That's cute. That's cute. But that ain't gonna put him in no 6-figure job. Now, I mean, he didn't get a degree in something, even with an associate that will put him over there like in some type of high-tech coding job. He didn't get that. He got a basic like associates and dropped out. Like, so I'm just saying his limitations are small. He's using hate speech, which is no one wants to hire you because you're a liability for lawsuits. You're stuck to having to do this rhetoric because they put y'all up here. Well, how y'all think y'all gonna mass produce like this? And shout out to Mahogany, by the way, for being a Black woman that I now know that actually froze an egg and will be able to use her frozen egg and carry, do what she needs to do. There may be something she may want to share with some younger women who have not yet procreated, that they're going to freeze them eggs. Go and do it before, so you can get the best of the best possibilities. But Black women don't talk about freezing eggs, although it's something that it's done. Like people do it, and I'm for it. I'm all for it. Okay, I wouldn't freeze these that I currently got, but I have. I don't know about these, but I would have done something like that. If I really thought about it, if I really think back now, I probably would have, because whether I use them or not, I would have had them. You know what I mean? And that there's no life expectancy on frozen eggs. It doesn't expire. Okay, that frozen eggs from a female is infinity. I did the research and I looked it up. Like, how long will they last? It's infinity. Her egg will last on until like the end of time. that egg, even if it goes somewhere else and not her, it's never going to go out. That process of how that crypto freezing they do, it's infinity. So I think that's pretty phenomenal. Shout out to the science that does that type of stuff to make her babies have an infinity lifespan. That's pretty awesome. Okay. But now that I've gotten a clear picture, okay, this is why we have to work. I got to work through the work. You got to hear the nonsense sometimes. You got to like sit, talk through it, and then wait for something. This is how you engage and get a good assessment. They're on the way out. Sometimes some things can be undone. You can't go back that a 276% increase in just 10 years of mixed racing, y'all, from 2010 to 20, right before COVID. Interesting. I just something hit my head. Interesting. They had a 276% increase in multicultural breeding. That's significant. So that means all the babies that have been born now, which are our COVID babies, we've been calling them, the new ones coming up, they ain't white. They're identified in other things. And I can help y'all understand that later. I don't know if y'all want to do that on here. Well, I've done that. I covered the law is the law before, and how they classify, certain races and things like that. We'll have to say that for another video time, because I have to actually go pull up those laws and show those receipts. And no, I'm hoping to make it to my 9 o'clock appointment. I'm trying to push. I think I can. I think I can. I just got to keep going and keep this caffeine. But you all, the demographics shifted. I don't know why maybe they were yelling, maybe they were having secret meetings saying, y'all, because I always know that someone's doing the math. Someone's always doing the math. Since the CDC, the census.org, there are always people that are like calculating and letting folks know, hey, you might want to, I don't know who didn't ring the alarm, or if they did ring it. But Allison and Becky and them said they wasn't trying to hear it. They were focused on their careers. They wanted them, they love. Like, I don't know what happened. I'm not over there. I'm not them. But somewhere make you wonder why all of a sudden they wanted to see. This is why they don't want no pro-choice. Now it's making sense. See how they all come together? This is why they so pro. I'm like, well, y'all really care that much about the dang on pro-choice? I mean, whether how I feel is irrelevant. If somebody don't want to carry a pregnancy to term and they're not that far along, so be it. This is why they had to force their women to have the dang on babies. If y'all didn't know, a day past 6 weeks pregnant, they will not allow you to abort your fetus. That's not very far. 6 weeks is, you barely know you miss a cycle. You could be 2-3 weeks late on your cycle. So if you don't get in there quick to a doctor, for anyone that wants to go through with terminating a pregnancy, you got 6 weeks to get that terminated. And if it's a day past 6 weeks, and yes, those ultrasounds get it down to the nitty gritty. If that fetus is a day past 6 weeks, they're going to send you home. They will not perform it. You can cry, beg, stomp. They won't do it. This is why it was so important to them. Okay, so who was really, make you wonder who, other statistics about Black women, y'all don't need to be worried about what we were doing, because we still seem to have enough. Keisha and them and all their baby their baby daddies and all their baby kids are carrying on the Black race. They are. And I also stated that whether you like it or not, because of we have our own issues, like something's going on with our with Black females and our fertility issues. Something is just that didn't used to be an issue has become one, a pretty high issue. I'm suspect of that, but whatever. I just don't have the information and deep dive into it. But our percentage is nowhere near theirs. We're gonna be all right. I mean, I remember saying, hey, y'all, we got to watch what we're doing. Stop fighting, and somebody got to, we got to keep producing. I know marriage is ideal. I know, y'all talk about baby moms and this and that, but really they're carrying our race on because our women, there is some issues going on with our fertility. We're 80% more likely to have these super major issues with fertility than white women. Okay. 80% is pretty freaking high. 80% is really high. Like, what's wrong? Like, I really want to know what the science of that. I just haven't gotten it. Okay. I'm going to try my best to get into the Mayo clinics and pay for stuff I have to, because I want to know how is that, like, what's going on with us that's happening. And also why our infant mortality rate is up. And while we're also dying for childbirth now, that's increasing like a certain percentage. I forgot whatever it was, but it was significant enough to keep going up. It's not like it spiked and went down. It's going up. So I'm like, well, hold on a minute. Why are we dying in childbirth? It's going to be 2026, and why are our babies, not making it past delivery room in 2026, and what's going on in our reproductive? That's something that's a side project from this. It has nothing to do with this commentary, but even with that, with us, we're still winning, because guess what? The woman that can, girl, you better have them dang on kids because she's carried on for those of us that can't.
You heard about, I'm back, sweetie. I had to let that dog out, but girl, there's so much behind it. There's, right now I'm in dentistry, but I've done both. I've done medical and dental. And even my own personal experience, they tried to save. There was a woman a few weeks ago. She was in full-blown labor, honey, and they sent her away. It happened to me, too. They tried to send me away, saying that I wasn't dilated. My water then broke. Child, I said, I am not leaving this damn hospital. And I sat my ass right there and going through labor pains until finally they were like, oh my goodness, yeah, let's get her in here. But they treat us like that. They don't, and it goes back to slavery. I hate to take everything back to slavery, but a lot of it does. There is this, and it's not all white folks, but listen, all of us need an education, but there has been a miseducation about Black folks. That's why I hate the term strong. Yes, Black women are strong, but we shouldn't have to be strong all the time.
Yeah, don't nobody need to be that dang on strong. They need to stop with that. No, we know we don't need to be that strong. I almost freaking went into organ failure. Listening to people like thinking I had to be strong. I had this unnatural and un-God-given desire to sit strong through some ailments I was having, Mahogany, and it almost cost me my life. Yeah. It took somebody like the last ambulance ride and getting in there, like it took somebody to say, you cannot go on like this, and come up with a solution plan, because I kept fighting, because I don't know, what's in my DNA that just keep fighting and being so strong. I didn't know anything else to do. I was following up on stuff, but I was fighting a fight I didn't even have to fight. And so when they finally came up with solutions, it's like, you can relax, honey. We got you. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. I felt this load lift off me, and since then, I'm just like 90 days post-op. But as each day goes by, and I start feeling better, because I'm like, oh my gosh, I've been going through a struggle and a fight. This could have been done. Like, just knowing that, why? And I'm like, God, why would was something wrong with me? Why would I just sit? No. I wasn't trying to sit and suffer. I was fighting like I thought I was supposed to be doing, because somebody indoctrinated in my head that, girl, you got to put up a fight around here. No, I didn't. I should have gotten on that. But, if it ain't a fight included, we think it don't count. Since when?
Can I ask you without you don't have to divulge. Do you want to divulge? Are you okay?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm pretty open. I don't have anything. I'd let you know. Okay. Oh, about my procedure?
Yeah.
Okay. After 4 blood transfusions later, going into organ failure, ending up with vertigo, all this weird stuff, ailment going in, because I have a rare blood condition and I can't produce red blood cells. It's been that way since I was little, but finally I've gotten to an age where, for whatever reason, it doesn't even really matter. For whatever reasons, I couldn't keep up. So I'm losing oxygen. Red blood cells wouldn't replicate. I'm on the 4th blood transfusion. It's finally got, to where if you don't have enough blood in your body, you go into organ failure. So we're getting to that. I was getting to that point. And one of the ways to take all that away, like, forget these medications, forget these hormones, forget all this stuff we're taking that would just putting like a band-aid on a broken arm. A surgeon walked up to me in the ER, and he said, "I'm looking at your age. You got kids and stuff." I said, "Yeah, I'm good." He said, "How do you feel about how do you feel about us removing your reproduction part?" I looked at him and I said, "Do it. Take it." And he was like, "Well, not today. We're gonna set you up. Okay, we're gonna get a surgeon, set you up, and I think this really gonna get rid of some stuff going on. Got rid of some tumors, all that stuff that was in my body, one swoop." And I was just like, I didn't even hesitate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, I hear backlash about, you don't. There, of course, there's alternatives, but I don't want the alternative that's gonna probably bring me back in the situation, because I've listened to people and they've chosen another route, trying to hold on to something I don't need. I don't need a uterus to be a woman, y'all. I've done my duty.
Let me just
Okay.
say this. Can I say this, Beach? You have to do what's right for you, just like I did what was right for me. And I'm happy with my result. My cousin, because we're all around the same age. Me, you, my cousin,
Yeah.
we're all in our 40s. And women do go through this. It's something we don't, I wish we would talk more about these type of issues, fibroids and stuff like that. My
Right.
cousin, I think she had a partial one. So I had just a myomectomy, which was just removing the fibroids itself, because I knew I had this frozen egg that I wanted to eventually
Okay.
carry. That's
Yeah,
the
that
only
makes sense.
Yeah, because I had the frozen egg, and I want to
You
carry
want to
the.
use it? Oh, I
Yeah,
see. Yeah, because somebody had that what you had done, and they come back with a vengeance. So I didn't go that route.
yeah.
I wanted to be done dealio. If it was your situation, then I would have went that other route. But they do
Mhm.
come back with the vengeance, and they were just too massive. And I'm not gonna. I didn't need it. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I had the total hysterectomy.
And that's fine. I know women that have. My mom had one, and I want for Black women. And welcome back, Aunt. I want for Black women to do what's. Oh, I'm tired of. And I'm actually, I'm not even going to say Black women. Women need to do what's best for them, and that your bodies. I hate the fact that people want to have control over our bodies. Women should have control of their own body. I've heard some horror stories of women listening to family members or even to their significant
Mm-hmm.
others. You know what's going on with your body. You're the one in all that pain. You're the one bleeding like a horse every month. You're the one cramping, and I mean, some of the stories are so horrible. I feel sorry, but
Yeah,
I don't want
and
to. Go ahead.
no, that's something. I don't know. We talk about a lot of stuff, but no one really schooled us on that. I'm trying, because I just started speaking about it with a couple of friends. I'm like, okay, this is not. It started to make sense. I didn't know that that's common with Black females. I didn't know that so many of us are going to have that procedure. It was almost like a 90% chance. Black women that have to have hysterectomies over Caucasian women. I didn't understand. Like, that's really high. We're 80% more, whatever,
I
on infertility, and then 90% more that we got to have our whole reproductive system removed. What the heck is going on here with I haven't gotten that answer yet, but I'm going to try my best to find out what is going on with us that we have to keep getting our
Well,
whole.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what I think. Just being in the field, I'm gonna tell you. There's multiple reasons, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. When these people come to our communities, they offer birth control. And I saw my aunts do it to my cousins. They rush and put their kids on birth control. My mom, thank God, my mom did not. I
Mm,
remember when they started shoveling out birth control to the children in the community at these clinics. They started, because I was young when it happened, and I remember my aunt and my mom were very close, and me and my cousins, we were always at each other's house. And I remember my mom and my aunt having this conversation, and my mom said to my aunt, "Well, she's only like 11 or 12 years old. Are you sure you want to put her on birth control?" Oh, child. I remember my aunt saying,
they
"Well,
showed you.
yeah, well, now she done started her menstrual. You know what happens after that." But my mom said, "Well, if she's not having sex, why would you rush and put her on this
Put
birth
her
control?"
on that.
Long
Mm-hmm.
story short, Beach, is that what they have found, and this is why I'm talking about education. What they have found is the hormones. Even me, my fibroids did not start getting larger. It's in small print, but it's there. Hormone therapy, whenever you're taking progesterone, estrogen, when you're messing with those hormones, they cause fibroids. They cause issues, and a lot of us have been taking birth control pills since we was knee high to a duck, since we was started our menstrual
Oh my
cycle. Some of us at
gosh.
9, 10, 11 years old, and our mothers needed to be educated against it. Like me, I don't have a daughter, but I always said if I did have a daughter, that I would not put her on birth control so young. That's number one. That's the biggest, I believe. Um,
I
white women.
haven't got. I'm trying to get to it. I haven't gotten there. Like I want to know why our women are having this issue. I mean, mine were huge. I had a 7 centimeter and a 6 centimeter.
I think the birth control has a
That's
lot to
pretty
do with it.
large. I
Have you
wasn't on
heard?
no birth control. I haven't been on birth control in forever, and before then, I wasn't on much birth control.
So
See,
you
so I'm
weren't on.
saying that wasn't
Oh,
the reason I'm not getting. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be some deep diving into what is going on here with us. I mean, I don't. I, I'm
well,
trying. I haven't gotten there yet,
that's
but
the only.
that may have a contributing factor. I'm not saying that probably does have a contributing factor,
Oh,
but
for me it did, because once I started doing the hormone therapy with the IVF, that's when I had the fibroid issue.
okay,
Never
now
had.
that definitely, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We do unnatural things to our bodies, y'all. There's always consequences. I've always thought that.
Mm-hmm.
I've known that. I used to, and it worked for me when I did it right. I used to use the counting method. I would go against, I didn't prefer to use a contraceptive. I used the counting system. We were taught to
Yeah.
count. Now they got a whole technology based system that calculates when you're ovulating, when you're not, and they're actually pretty accurate. If you kind of follow that, you can bypass
Oh yeah.
getting pregnant. But it's just, counting, okay, this one, I was taught that method, so I kind of mostly went by that, and it worked for the most part. And so I wasn't using it anymore, and then so be it. But I don't know the answer to that, but I do know this: even with those issues with us, we still are putting out enough of us for us to continue on. I was like, oh my gosh, thought I was seeing death because I was looking everywhere with our women, and this has really been a good giving me some hope. I was looking to the north and with our women, and I kept finding death everywhere I went. Like, how are we leading causes of all the? I mean, leading race with all these cancers. There used to be a time when I grew up and I didn't know nobody with cancer. Maybe some white lady my mama knew from work had cancer. I didn't know no black people with cancer. Now every time I turn around, we got cancer. Then I didn't know any black women with cervical cancer. Then I worked in oncology, and there was nobody get one black patient out of 50 or 60 coming in there. And now all of a sudden, black women leading with cervical cancer. That something switched somewhere. I don't know if I can ever get that type of data, because that is playing with some stuff that people were doing some tests in the office on our women, our girls, on Fridays, because it's called Come Clean, and they were just trying to do swabs and try to figure out why we weren't so HPV positive than the other said. Now we're more HPV positive. Something swapped. I'm like, hold on, we didn't even have HPV in our body. They did, which is also just an STD that just lingers. It may not have any effects, but it can lay dormant for 30 years, and then it ends up causing something like cervical cancer.
Well, now they started.
Now we got that.
Well, now they started giving the girls the vaccine for HPV.
Yeah, that's HPV vaccine. Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my daughter has had.
Oh, my bad, cutting y'all off.
No, go ahead.
No, you're good.
No, hey, that's something that's across the board for Black people. I mean, I'm not gonna compare the reproductive, but like the prostate cancer, it's,
yeah, right.
It's like it's a big thing.
I found it out too. The men,
yeah,
I went
like it's just across the board for Black people. I think it really just has to do with we don't control what we put in our bodies.
Yeah, the diet is definitely a huge thing.
Yeah, I wanted that to be the answer. Guess what? I went all the way into the freaking diet, and that didn't have nothing to do.
Not just the diet, the medicine, everything. Just like Mahogany was talking about, the birth control, and everything else. Even as men, as boys, we don't control what we put in our bodies. We don't control our health. We don't really control much of anything, anymore. It's just different than it was back in times of segregation and everything else. for the most part, you know, when our grandparents and great grandparents were coming up, you know, they dealt with other black people to get their shit done,
Yeah,
regardless of what
yeah.
it is. When it was getting your food, you know, methods of making your food, but also your medicine, your doctors, everything, home remedies. Those things were passed down. Now
Right.
you going to white folks for we going to white folks for everything. So I don't.
We lost though.
I just give it.
I'm one of those. I never really had much of those home things. I mean, the people who would try to tell you something like that, I would look at them and be like, "Oh, baby, you worse off than I ain't taking no advice from you." The holistic type of doctors I guess to maybe be taken seriously. They've never presented themselves. Not all. There are some in our culture that have presented themselves seriously. I don't know if it's lack of funding to come to the forefront and say, "Look," or just had enough money to just say, "I can run it. I don't need the money. This is what we got going on. Here's what we need to be doing. Don't take that no more. We need to take this for us because we're different." Like that rare blood genetic trait that I had that I also passed to my children, that only is in our race. But sickle cell trait and sickle cell anemia, that's in our race. It doesn't affect them. So of course they're not going to care. Nobody was really like, hematologist was really going to go deep into it because they're like, oh, it kind of comes along with your genetic. It was passed to you. You're passed down. You're not going to die. But well, if I keep on like this, I'm going to die. But I just couldn't make the blood cells anymore. I on my own. Now I'm fine. So I couldn't afford to lose even a drop. But
Go ahead,
no,
sweetie.
I was gonna say, that being said, it makes me happy to know because I was getting really disturbed that I go to the cancers, we're leading cause death. I go to infertility, child mortality, and delivery. Our women passing on death. Our women more like kill death. Our men, whatever, here death.
Yeah.
And it was something else that I just was not
Like you said,
expecting.
prostate cancer, colon cancer.
Yeah. Like, why do we got to be
something
the
I be
leading
trying to
race
tell
with
these
every freaking one in
niggas
death?
about.
I
They
was
don't
like,
give
we
a fuck.
leading death. Yeah, and I
they don't give a fuck. They're like they worried about what black women is doing. I'm like, how about y'all worry about fucking living
right.
past 60, nigga?
Yeah, we're
And then
leading
they
in
like,
death everywhere, and it was really bothering me. I was like, we're not gonna be here to be having gender wars, y'all. We're dying.
I'll be here. Y'all will be here.
Let me look in the back.
Y'all will be here. Yeah, y'all are making it to 60 on average.
Okay, I'm feeling better. Well, I don't want any race being annihilated, but if somebody like that's going to come up there and see, he wondered why this would happen to their race, and he's not even fully their race, but for you to get up here and white supremacists to talk like that, knowing y'all this far behind with no way to catch up, you need to humble your goddamn own selves.
These niggas ain't making it to 60 years old.
They need to humble their motherfucking self. Now that getting the full picture
and these niggas are talking to me like that shit ain't even no big deal. I'm like, are you serious? That's a big deal,
I want to say a couple things.
I had to cremate my father. He was 61 years old, prostate cancer.
I'm sorry. I am sorry about that. And
me too.
I want to say a couple things.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
He had some other shit wrong with him too. He didn't take very good care of himself. But I mean, he stayed up with his doctor's appointments and shit like that. But I mean, he lived with prostate cancer for about 15 years. About the last 15 years of his life. But he was a very bad drinker. Also had liver issues and shit too.
Yes. I'm gonna tell you, it is disparaging, but I think, Beach, what you're doing, and anybody with doing research is the best thing to do. Don't be disparaged by it, because I have no doubt that there's so many factors, multifaceted. Right. It's not just a one answer. Like I said, birth control could be one reason, diet could be another, but there's multiple reasons. And our culture our people have always been, I'm gonna be honest, I could read a quote, but I don't want people to be offended by the quote. But there was a quote by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. where he said, in his letter from Birmingham jail, where he said
Girl,
that
you know that's why I stay, girl. He was
now,
dying in jail.
yes, but do you remember that part? And people don't often fixate on that part, but it's a
Go
huge
ahead and you
part
can quote it. You're fine.
towards the end, where he said that he feared that he had led his people into a burning house. And what he was talking about, fighting for integration and all that, like Aunt just mentioned, there were a lot of things that actually before integration, when Black folks had their own shops, had their own businesses, had their own this, that, and the third, where in some situations we were actually doing way better. Health wise, we were doing better. Even education, our marriages were better. So there's there's that famous quote that a lot of people, they always talk about his speeches, but that was that was a powerful speech. And I remember that quote burns into my head, because towards the end he started to say that he feared that, because let me just say this, and God knows I'm the least racist person you'll ever meet. I love all people, I do. And I have nieces and nephews and cousins that are mixed and stuff. This is not about hatred, but this is the facts. This is the hatefulness that has entered into people, into human beings in this country. And it's such a hatefulness. It's not just us that had to deal with it. The Native Americans had to deal with it too. They damn near wiped the Native American people out. Gave them not just smallpox, but all kinds of diseases. The Native Americans were dropping like flies from diabetes. And that is because, like you said, Beach, they didn't realize it, but they're just genetically, their bodies did not take the American diet. So I'm going to go back to this point. Black folks, we fought so hard for integration, but we're not.
That ain't what we needed.
That is not what we needed. Right. And so we have fought to be integrated into something that maybe necessarily, there's a book called Come Out of Her, My People, maybe necessarily we weren't really meant to be this is deep, so I don't want to get too deep. I'm not saying that.
No, but some of that like is right. Like when for instance, I do a good job. Everybody doesn't like liver, but my mom, because of my blood cells, she would cook me liver once a month, and that liver once a month would give me enough iron and ability and the hemoglobin reproduction that kept me out of the red. But after she passed 2 years ago, I started going downhill. You know why? Because I didn't have the liver. I didn't know how to cook it. She never taught me. She didn't think she was going to go. And how much that's in our community, like how much
I love liver.
I know that's a preferred delicacy, but when I tell you, it would it put things back in there that my body just couldn't naturally make with the iron deficiency. So stuff like that with us knowing, oh, what's going on with that? Just natural things and food. It has been lost. Like, you know, I don't want to hear nothing about people we need to be worried about less. Like I was telling nobody on that panel last night, don't ask me, do I know how to make a pineapple upside down cake? We don't eat like that no more. I like pineapples. Nobody in the house does. And everybody don't eat cake like that. That's not something we need to be passed down. If that was something to pass down, some of our recipes have been lost. It need to be health. Elixirs have been lost. Our holistic natural ability to know what does what, and we need that in our bodies, that's been lost. We don't need to be worried about who can really do the greens or not. We don't need to be worried about who can that's not what we need to be worried about. You can figure that out with a good tutorial video on how to cook some goddamn on collard greens now. That can be learned, but the holistic gift, whatever we had, I remember my grandma had one aloe plant. She grew, and all I know is if you can get a scrape, a gash outside plant, she'd call us in, cut that little plant open, whatever. Girl, I ain't got no aloe plant. Whatever it did, it worked. It replaced Band-Aid, Neosporin, and all the other stuff. But
aloe's amazing.
Things it did too, but I don't even have. You would think I'd have it. I don't have an aloe plant.
Let me say this, and I'm not trying to, because I know people feel like I'm always bigging up the South. In the South, most older people do have an aloe plant. My grandmother has an aloe. Well, she passed away, but she has those in her garden. My other grandmother has those in her garden. And I wanted to speak to you, Beach, because you were talking about saying that. Actually, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I'm not. Here we go again. Some white folks have stolen. We do have medicine people. I shop at holistic shops. There's several of them down here. told y'all about some of the things I think everybody should have in their cabinet, like black seed oil, sea moss. So what they have done, Beach, is they have taken a lot of the things that black folks, I call them medicine people. We have shops like that down here, the holistic shops. A lot of times they're ran by people from the islands, people from Haiti, people from Jamaica, because they know about the herb. These people specialize in herbs. There's a guy that I follow. I don't think it's Trinidad, but he's from one of the islands. And when I tell you, these white folks spend big money, but what they have commercialized the stuff that we knew all along. Look at sea moss. Sea moss been around for 20-something years. Black folks been eating sea moss for a while, but now they're bottling it up, packaging it up all pretty. But we've been eating sea moss for a very long time. Dr. Sabi and all these other people have been talking about sea moss for at least 20 years. But it's like sometimes with us, if it's not backed by their doctors,
Right.
we don't listen to it. But that doesn't mean that it's not good.
But you're right though. But
Yeah.
not only their doctors, also some of the people who put in the information out. Like you all, when it comes to health, I'm one of those people. I'm okay. I'll listen, but there needs to be some credibility factor. So for me, the only time I've shunned away from someone telling me something, I'm like, you over there broke the fuck down yourself. You trying to tell me what I need to be taking, but you ain't been able to figure out what you got going on. So sometimes it's the messenger. We don't have enough. I'm talking about really credible voices that are really giving us information for the free ski, that aren't out here trying to scam, that aren't asking for money, that aren't asking for funding for their school. Like they're just generally, they got it all together. They come from it. They say, look, yeah, this is for free. Come to my health class. I'm going to show you what each one does. I'm credible. You don't got to worry about me asking, oh, by the way, send a donation to help. No, they're just genuinely offering that. I ain't seeing any. Okay, I'm not saying they don't exist, but that's one of the things is they're missing, because that it has a pharmaceutical factor. It's something about being taken serious. And unfortunately, yes, you conscious people, the conscious sector, and some of the most risky living people will try to put that stuff out there. But then you look at their life, I'm like, boy, you just rolled up 8 blunts on this live, and you trying to tell me what I need to take. Your lung, you hanging on by a piece of a lung, and I don't know how your liver doing. Like, so sometimes the people giving a message, like, it's like, I ain't, well, whatever you selling, I don't want it, because
I'm gonna try and find. There's a guy, like I said, he's not even in the United States. He has he has a retreat. And when I tell you, people spend thousands to go, because I actually signed up. So let me tell you about him. I don't remember his name. My God, no, he's got some weird kind of Colossi, but he's very popular. But this is the thing about it. When they do find something good, like I say, they repackage it, they make it all pretty and white, but in order for people
I
to
got
actually,
the word you're looking for. It's not FDA regulated. I pulled some stuff up and why it's not being like that. They said because it's not FDA regulated. Meaning
which
FDA.
one?
Well, CMOS is one of them. I haven't pulled up all, but that's why no one's really people when their FDA won't sign off on its necessity for the human body.
Right. Well, let me just say, I want to say this about that. A lot of things, for instance, my infertility. That's the perfect example. I was working for a dentist, older woman like ourselves, 40s. She had twin babies, and I was telling her about my fertility struggles, and she said, I told her that I was thinking about IVF. I hadn't started IVF yet, and she said, yeah, we ended up doing IVF, but we tried this herbal special. She was telling me about it, and she was like, the doctors, they're not going to tell you that, but I believe in it. She said she started doing acupuncture, which is Chinese herbal medicine. It's not backed by the FDA, but I know a lot of people that have taken acupuncture for different things, and they swear by it. So everything, like I said, is not going to be backed by, I call it the white man science, because we have our own science, just like the Asian people have acupuncture and all these other things. African people, we have our own science. The medicine, like you were talking about your grandmother and your mom knowing to give you liver and stuff like that, because that's what I eat when I feel weak. When I know that my iron, because I have low iron, I will fry me up some liver and onions, honey, real quick in a hurry.
Yes.
So some of these things are not going to be backed by them. I'm not supposed to support these things because I'm actually licensed. Um, so with my patient, if you were my patient, I would tell you, Beach, I'm only going to recommend things that are FDA approved. And if you were in the dental, I would say ADA approved. But friend to friend, sister to sister. Okay, I went to this herbal doctor and this black seed oil did wonders. I had digestive issues and such and
Did you
such
use
help.
the oil? Because girl, they got gummies now. So is the oil better than the
I
gummies?
do. I've done some of everything. I have anxiety, so I do use CBD oil products. Let me just tell you, the guy, we're friends on Instagram, but I'm blocked out Instagram. But as soon as I unblock it, I'm going to work on that this week. I'm going to send you some information. This dude, he has a huge following, white, black, everybody in the world, and he hasn't really hit social media. He's like that, but there's something on to him. He has been known to heal a lot of things, including infertility and stuff like that. I definitely want you, and it's all herb. Everything is herbs, like grown on their farm, in the mountains. And I don't know if I can't remember which island it is, but I will definitely give you more information. But I'm just saying, a lot of people look down on things because it's not backed. I call it white man approved, FDA, federal government approved, but they're obviously, if people are having good experiences. That doctor I work with, she said that she believed the acupuncture and the herbal medicine that she was taking. She said she helped believe that contributed to her pregnancy. So if that's what she believes, you see what I'm saying, Beach?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm about to sit here and order me some. It's on sale with the dang the gummies, because sometimes some stuff like digesting it and taste it turns you off. And I do like, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I like that science has made some things, like my daughter, she popped up now and she's having issues. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I was hoping we had a little more time, but okay, at least we know what to work with. So, but when I saw some things for her, because I know how some of the stuff is really hard on your tummy that I have to take. It just makes you not even want to take it. Like, dang. When I found out, hey, Sugar Morning, that they had gummies for her, I was like, Jordan, they got gummies. And so far, she's a week into taking them, and she's been doing well.
Good.
So I'm like, I don't know. I'm just stating that because science has evolved. Sometimes, so you got the old ways, but then there's a new way to product things. So what it is I don't think people, maybe they're not so turned off with the old ways and the stuff, but they wanted packaged and produced and served to them in the ways that are convenient now. Like they ain't trying to be drinking a jar of sea moss or trying to store it. They want to pop 2 gummies and be gone. We live in that world.
You're right.
Which is why the only reason now I'm about to order some sea moss, because all I got to do, I'm gonna pop the gummies. I can eat a gummy while online. I don't got to remember. Let me get up, go in here, make my sea moss juice, or like all of that. That's a lot of extra stuff. Some of us really just like I don't know.
The time.
Yeah, time is like money to us. Our time is time is money. We don't want to be spending a lot of time, and we find a shortcut to get the same results. So I added to my delivery, and it will be here tomorrow, because I saw it also has something to do with the gut, and it's got bladder. I see some other stuff. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, it's not gonna hurt me to add it in there, and it's like I said, it's in gummy form, so that's convenient. I don't got time to be making shakes every morning. Like I don't want to have to do that. Like sometimes time efficient. You make something time efficient, people will do it. But our people, like I said, I don't know our system. And so some people are just like, child, I'm not trying to order. I've gone to some holistic sites that was like ran by us, and it was like, who made that jar? Who put that in there? I'm trying to wonder if it's like clean. That's really sea moss, or what am I taking in? Because it's kind of scary. You don't know what.
You have to be careful. You're right.
Somebody's website that ain't backing up what they're selling. You don't know what the freaking it. Like, I'm not trying to not wake up or wake up dead.
You're right. I only go like for a lot of my herbs, and I brought some of this stuff on camera. I would come on camera, y'all, but I'm not even dressed. I buy herbs. I have a source, so I know that my stuff is good to go. You see what I'm saying? I would not suggest just doing that off the street and off from a stranger. No, honey. I go to, I call them the herbal medicine specialist, honey. Yeah, I know where my stuff is coming from.
And their stuff sometimes be over. So okay, it'll be here tomorrow. Okay, their stuff sometimes y'all be over those herbal, like they be taking advantage of people. Like even if your insurance, like insurance covers stuff, that's healthcare is important. Like we're not gonna pretend we don't want to take it advantage of having healthcare. So sometimes we'll be like, oh, I don't know why they don't take why the insurance is just probably in a conspiracy with the insurance company. I don't know, but the insurance will not cover some of that stuff. I guess
Yeah,
it's
they
just not
don't.
FDA. And so you're like, okay, so I take this pill from this for 75 cents through my insurance coverage, or I'm paying $75 for your bottle of magical whatever. Somebody's probably practically gonna choose the cheaper one unless something does happen with their health or they know for a fact it completely changed everything. People not trying to spend, so that's why I'll be looking at why it costs so damn much to get this thing on. I've looked at those things and I'm like, I'm not willing to overpay or like we were speaking, me and another YouTuber, I'm not gonna call it in chat. We like to support our black business and our people, but you're not gonna triple, quadruple charge me for something that I just went on order on Amazon for $9.95. And I know somebody that would have tried to sell me less black seed oil than that for like $50, like something like.
Yeah.
Did you go to the ocean and get this sea mouse yourself? Like, did you go to the ocean? Did you take a boat walk to the ocean, take a boat out there, collect all the sea moss in a net, bring it back, go through it, separate it, wash it, clean it, then go back and refer? Did you do it for 75? I take my chances with a multi. You see what I'm saying? They ask, they produce it, and then there's this factor called greed. And so it comes in to be like, okay, ain't nobody paying for that. So somebody will have to step up that if they don't have a bank, they're not greedy, they're just doing it for the betterment of their people and not outrageously charge folks. That will give them some credibility, saying you don't got to pay that much. It did not take me all that to get that done, and we may not ever get, it may not come back. We are evolving and moving forward. We may not have our holistic, those people may be going to pass on and then pass on it to the other folks, and what other people are producing, we don't know. So I know about it off of here. I looked at it, saw the stars, checked the reviews real quick, saw who had it approved. I'm not worried about it. I'm good for it.
No, listen.
People try to capitalize off it. They really be tripping because then and here's an example, y'all. I went on to something else, and same thing I bought for just $9 or something. Somebody else has packaged it as Black Girl vitamins, and they're selling it for $27. See, this is the shit I don't like. So you're supposed to put Black Girl on here. It has the exact same ingredients, exact same stuff, but because you put Black Girl on there, you done got almost 3 times as much for the price. That's about $30.
Right.
Why would you do that? That's exploiting us for more money, because what's better than what's more profitable than exploiting Black people? And this could even be that same company that just changed the label and put on there Black Girl gummies. So we be really getting played, y'all. I just want to throw it out there.
Let me say this, Beach. You're right. And so consumers have to be smart. And I'm sure Ant can talk about this because he's into marketing. Consumers have to be smart shoppers. But I will speak up for the Black people because I've been hard on Black people. I'm very big on Black business. I'm very, very big on Black business. And you're right. Some of us do price gouge. I'm one of those people. It depends on with that situation, obviously. Especially online. Like I said, people.
Yeah, that's a bull right there.
They know people aren't going to research for nothing. They're going to buy with it. The first thing they see, this has a flashy title, blah 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 blah. But when it comes to the local shops and stuff, a lot of these people I've made relationships with, even friendships with. We've been shopping with them for years, and so I will say this: there are hoops that a lot of Black businesses go through that these bigger companies, they're not going through some of these things that they're going through. So I don't mind spending a little bit more because I know that they're getting less business than the McDonald's down the street. I know that they're getting less, and I understand all that. So I get what you're saying, but I also understand that for the good Black people,
she said she make hers from scratch.
Yeah. My girlfriend, she makes hers from scratch too.
Well, I don't know how y'all do. Look, I'm not trying. Look, I don't know how. I don't want to make it from scratch. Like I don't
It's
feel like doing that.
okay.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I'll be like, girl, let me just get some or get some gummies. But I wish we did not have to exploit our race every time something came up, because the more I had to put the thing down, because the more I kept looking and going to other brand and looking at it, I'm like, this is the same thing. You just put a different label on it and said for black girl. It's the same. It doesn't matter the race. But because it's supposed to be with the black girl, it's supposed to make me say, ooh, yeah, this for us. And I'm supposed to pay 3 times more for it. Don't be manipulating me and playing with my life like that, okay? I might need that other $20 for something else, but if you want to bedazzle me with black business, black vitamins, black thing, then you need to be fair with your pricing and don't be gouging it, because then that becomes into greed and exploitation, and we already got enough oppression as it is. So I really feel the type of way when I see stuff like that. It's just a turn off. Like, did you really need to like up it like that? Because somebody is gonna really feel like, I'm gonna help the black brand. I'm gonna pay this for it. And I'm like, but did you read, girl, the same exact stuff in it, the exact same whatever, the exact what? So
be
what
fair. You have to be fair in your pricing. You have to be fair in your pricing. But I will make it clear that black folk, we are, because I've been hard on black business too, like with the quality of service. But the truth is, we've all gone to white businesses and had poor quality service, and they price gouge too. It's just a thing. Greed is a human nature thing. And it's not right. It's not right. You're right, Beach.
Right.
But I want to make it clear that we're not the only one that does that. But and we shouldn't do it to each other, but the world we live in.
Because like I said, it could be it could be the same dang on company, but they just put another. I found companies. So something I use in particular. I have to share another day, but I figured out the same company must make this, but they have a better spray bottle, and I like the bottle, so I like the bottle, but I buy it from the black owned people because I just refill that bottle, because I've never seen a sprayer like this in my life. Like, it is a phenomenal sprayer and it hits all the areas. It's like, wow, what type of sprayer is this? But the black company, what they charge, they don't give me no sprayer. That sprayer, like, there's 2 pumps and the thing broke. It's plastic, it's cheap, but the stuff in it is perfect. It's exactly a match to the potion, the liquid and the fluid in the other people's bottle. But it's just the packaging is so cheap and the sprayer ain't worth a crap. So I'll buy from the black people stuff and I pour it into that other bottle because it has a better sprayer. But I did look at, I'm like, this is the same stuff. So what the frick? But the other one has a really good sprayer and a better bottle. So about that, the first time I was trying to see what's the difference, and I found they were exactly the same. But when I reorder refills, pour in the bottle, I get it from the black store. But their price with that, it's fair, but the packaging is super cheap. Even how it comes in, how the other one comes, it comes super sealed wrap and whatever. They give you a small little card with a thank you on it and a gift for next time to get, or go to your website to get a free this or that. They give you all this other stuff. Stuff in the black folks bottle, it comes with a barely bubble wrap thing on it and no packaging, no nothing. I'd be like, now y'all know y'all could have gave me a little something. Your competitors gave me 2 cards, one for a discount, one for a try free item, and a thank you note, and it came in a really different type of box and a packaging. Y'all just threw the shit in some bubble wrap and left it on my door. So we really got to stop, cutting corners and being so dang on, like, make it really jazz our stuff, our stuff up when we can. Because I was like, now come on now. I still buy it. I just pour it into the other bottle because it's better. But how it's delivered, I'm like, I ain't this about some ghetto. Y'all, the bubble wrap barely. It's sealed, but it just be wrapped in bubble wrap and left, and ain't like delivered. It doesn't come with the same aesthetics, you know what I mean, of the other company. But I don't shop from the other company anymore. I just use their bottle and refill the other. But yeah, I wish we didn't do those things. So. Make sure you gotta tell me how you doing at See My. I'm not gonna make it so, cause you in a place where they probably got. Well, I'm supposed to get some game on See My friend. I got enough stuff to do. I ain't trying to add it to my list of things to do. Let me get up today and make it work on the CMON or my black seed oil or whatever. I'm just nice. If it's some things, I'll just buy the dang on thing. But yes, Miley. So that would be not like we need some people, and not just people that get up there and talk about it. They actually offer here's a great place. They're not price gouging us. They're just trying to get us on target with the nutrients and stuff for our bodies. Not going to be the same. Okay, as others, and especially if you got certain genetic things that only run in certain races, you should have been taking the, things we should be taking, but nobody really, it's us, so they don't really care and don't emphasize it, because I mean, it's us, right? Only to find out though we're not gonna die out. I mean, I see where it's unfortunate that our health has taken a toll significantly in the death. I don't like that. It makes me feel uneasy. How it rose and how it got to that point. Even the stuff with the STDs, I'm very disappointed in how our race got like that. I don't care what nobody says. I was there 30 years ago. I was on campus, and nobody in our group, okay, got no freaking herpes. At most, somebody might be crying because something else happened, because 2 girls or 3 girls were with the same guy, and that happens, okay, with people. It just happens, specifically in those age groups. They're on birth control, but people get a little reckless. In college, people be getting it down, y'all, throwing down. But all of a sudden, 30 years ago, didn't know a single person with herpes, and I'm Black female. 2026, we off the charts, leading over everybody. We just didn't have that in our race. We didn't have the herpes or genital warts was not leading in our race. How the fuck did that happen? I have an idea. I just don't want to say it on here. I have an idea.
That's how it happened. Let me tell you something, Beach. I went to a school called it was in Berry University in Miami, Florida, Miami-Dade County. I was there on a science scholarship, and there was a young lady across the hall from me, because I stayed in a dorm, Asian girl. And I remember seeing all these young Black boys in and out, I lie to you not, in and out of her room. She came over there one day. She was a sweet young girl, a little bit dingy, a little bit kind of, you can tell her parents let her out there and she just ran wild. And I was older. I was, grown, going to college. This child had done contracted. She comes over there. I lie to you not. I've told this story. Came over there, pulled her pants down in front of me. I was like, whoa, partner, slow down. She was like, I want you to look. I want you to see what it is. So she had done contracted, from what I could see, it looked like herpes or something to that sort. And I said, you need to go to the clinic. And she's like, I don't want to go to the clinic, because she was afraid that her parents or whatever would find out. And I said, girl, you need to go. But my point is that, like you said, young people are being young people out there in college. And, when I hear these conversations online, there's a lot of ignorance. A lot of people think, because when you hear, what do you hear? You hear Black folks talking about other Black folks saying that, well, Black women are the ones that have it and Black men are the one that have it. But guess what? If we're intermingling, and there's nothing wrong with that, but if we're intermingling and we assume because a person is a different race that somehow they're somehow cleaner,
right? Yeah,
not knowing that they got Tom, Dick, and Raheem running in and out of their room at night because she looks so innocent.
I was just gonna say, we may have had a tolerance to things, and sometimes going outside, I'm not even gonna try to go there, because I have my idea of how that happened.
Ignorance about some of us. Some of us are very ignorant. We're very convinced that other people's ice is colder. And, so we just, the stuff I've seen, I know a married man and when I was in the military, contracted something from his wife. She was out there hoeing. But supposedly, it's the baby mamas that are out there hoeing that you can't trust and all this stuff. So it's ignorance, Beach, that contributes to those type of things.
Well, it's not. Mm-hmm. The pointing of the fingers, look, people can keep on playing with that. At the end of the day, we have a lot to be celebrating about ourselves, and I'm unfortunate, that I guess we're just not going to see that. It's just not going to happen. We have a lot more to be celebrating. Even the gender war should have been over. It should have been like, wow, look what we got to worry about overcoming, how we all need to be on each other, diligently about getting those checkups, going in there for stuff that we're just prone to more likely contract than the other race for whatever reason. And, you know, it's death. Nobody wants to be diagnosed with terminal things. And so if there's a way to avoid or something that can help, that's what we need to really be doing. We don't need to be worrying about no dang on body counts and that bullshit. It's irrelevant. It is when it comes to, you know, your prostate cancer or you done popped up and you know, you got ovarian and breast cancer. Like, come on. But I guess it doesn't do numbers, as people say. It don't do numbers.
Yeah, the body count thing, that's so weird. Like, I've never had a man ask me my body count.
I told them that the other day, and people act like I was being an alien, and I'm like, are y'all can't be serious.
And that shit ain't real. And that's why they talk to you like you had 3 heads or some shit. These motherfuckers don't go outside. Motherfuckers don't go outside.
And like, I'm not new to this. Nobody has ever expressed an interest to me, whether married or
these
are
people with no kids.
I mean, you
fuck a significant other, no prospects, no nothing. Just sticky keyboards. Just a sticky keyboard.
But there are some women.
They're like, well, what do you mean a woman's body count don't matter? I'll be like, it doesn't matter because you'll never know it anyway. Like, you stupid. Like, you niggas are fucking stupid. You can ask a woman her body count, and I don't give a shit if you answer. I wouldn't believe you anyway, and I don't care if it's true.
It's weird, and I think
like, why would you believe somebody? And even from a woman, like, if you ask a dude his body count and he tells you, would you believe that shit?
I'm not asking him. I think that's lame. That shows some weird.
Like that's a dumb question.
I'm sorry, but the couple of women I said I've never had that happen. So I'm also not dating currently. I'm out of the dating pool.
Yeah, they wonder why they're on the internet talking about relationships, and it's like, yeah, because you're awkward as fuck. Like you
gotta be something.
You can't have weird. You can't have normal conversations with people because you are awkward as fuck. Like, these are the conversations that you want to have, and therefore you turn a lot of motherfuckers off. That's why you're on the internet looking for a YouTube daddy or a mommy or something, or some mathematical formula.
Right. It ain't working for, and you're gonna
to fix your loneliness issue.
It ain't working.
Yeah,
it's not working because when I thought other women were gonna say, "Girl, no, ain't nobody doing that," but a couple of women on the panel that night said, "Yeah, they ask us that," and then it turns into a whole. I was like, "Wait, so you're telling me we're just 15 days away, y'all, from 2026. We're 2 weeks away. Y'all are trying to date, and you're talking to a guy, getting to know him, whatever, and he actually has the nerve to ask you that, and you keep talking to him? Because it would be a dial tone for me after that. Like, you're weird." Freak, I don't owe you that, and why would you ask me that? So I would already be hitting the dial tone in block, because I know if you're asking me that, you're going to also be following other weird questions that you hear out here. That's not an acceptable that's not an approachable way to the other sex, starting with, how can I eliminate you? That's not going to give you a good success rate, and so you're going to stay single and by your goddamn own self. Going around
awkward. I wouldn't want to know a woman's body count anyway.
I don't want to know anybody.
I'm not gonna lie. I've had women in real life and that I've met on the internet ask me things like, "When was the last time you've had sex?" And I still wouldn't answer the fucking question. I'm like, why are you worried about the last time?
I think that's inappropriate too.
If you're interested, you should be worried about the next time, not the last time.
Right.
You wasn't there any fucking way. So yeah, I ain't gonna ask you when the last time you did anything was, because that's really not my business. Curious about the next time though.
Yeah, that's definitely
let's talk about this. It depends on how, like, where we are in the dating process. For instance, I might not, and I probably wouldn't word it that way. I'd probably be like, well, when was your last relation? Like, how long?
When was the last time you got tested? That's a solid question.
Well, I have asked, how long ago was your last relationship, things like that, to kind of get an idea of where he is in dating. You know, I want to know if he's dating anybody else, but I might not do it all on the first date. I think there's temperance.
Yeah,
Like,
they do. Like go through. There's only been one person that I remember. They've never heard from me again. They never will. But it was like, dude, you were supposed to be cool. They were like for opposite. They were Kappa. I ain't gonna call his name, but he was a member of Kappa Alpha Psi. And he was like, Beachy, we had to talk. I was like, okay, hit me up, hit me up. First conversation, I barely had answered the phone. Within 30 seconds, it's like he was going down every talking point from the manager. I was like, so what about this? And then they were I was like, I just said,
oh my
look,
God.
I said, listen, dude, slow down. I don't know you. You don't know me. You need to relax. We just simply exchange information because we had a common denominator, and it would be cool to know somebody always like in another state representing the things that I care about. Why this is not how you talk to when you want to get to know somebody. He was going, I mean, it was like I was on a panel and he was like, so how do you feel about this? And what do you feel about the community? Like, you trying to get to know me, you asking me how I feel about how we can help our community go in a better direction. Are you serious? It was so sad and pathetic.
Too much.
I had a headache and I had to say, pump your brakes, slow down, take a breath. This is how you start a conversation off. Hey, how you doing? How your day going? Okay,
Exactly.
cool. And then whatever happens from there could go from I got a flat tire today to what you eating. Who knows? But this right here, what you just did, sir, even the goddamn DEA don't interrogate like this. You didn't even offer. Couldn't even get a sip of water. Like, you were just coming in like a tornado of questions, and the faster you could get him out, he was stumbling out over the place. It was so sad. I thought, this is why you ain't with nobody. And
Girl,
we weren't even on a romantic call. It was just a basic call, and he was asking me already. Like, he was going through like who got y'all this blueprint of, okay, when you get on the phone, first ask this. It's like he was following some type of weird protocol, and that protocol is flawed, and that protocol is why he has not heard. You will never talk to me. I don't want to talk to nobody like you from your speech that talks like this. You're going to scare my friends away, scare everybody away, drive all the pussy in the room, coming up in here with a checklist, asking people stuff. We don't want you around. Okay. I just want to throw that out there. That's not how you conduct. Just be a regular human. Just be you. Just be a person. You don't need to be giving a PowerPoint presentation while trying to get to know somebody and like selling yourself and trying to debunk, like, check off what they're doing wrong. Like that is oh my gosh, if that's what y'all are doing, and I do believe it is, it's going to end disastrously wrong. You're going to really be by yourself, because that's just not how the dynamics of basic human interaction doesn't go that way. It doesn't flow that way.
Also, Beachy, for me, like when I hear anybody talking like the manosphere type talking points offline, like for me, it's scary. I had a cousin who followed Kevin Tim. Like, it's scary. Like it's a turnoff. Like for me, if I even hear anything that I've heard online come out your mouth, it's scary because oh my God, you're so easily swayed.
Yeah, like you didn't think for yourself. Nothing about you said, I don't know about asking her. I'm not going to be asking her waist size. I just met you. Like, some things are just inappropriate, and that doesn't tell you anything. A waist size, Mahogany's waist size. Mahogany's shorter than me. I don't know her height, but I can tell Mahogany's shorter than me.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm 5'9". We shouldn't have the same waist size. Right. Because I'm 5'9" and she's that. So if you got this idea of, well, if her waist size can be bigger than that, then you sound stupid, because biologically, I can't be Mahogany's waist size because I got a big old longer torso, because I'm 5'9". I got to carry more body than her. So I'm going to have a different waist size. Like, what's wrong with y'all freaks? Yeah. Okay. Y'all trying to Frankenstein women into some weird measurement. I heard somebody say some measurements one day. I'm like, Nick, that's smaller than my daughter. That's weird. That's freaking weird.
Even know women's weight and measurement, because there's a lady I follow. I follow fashion, and she's like 200 pounds. But this woman is gorgeous. She's very tall, like you. She's like 5'9", 5'10". So 200 pounds on her does not look big, and she's also a bodybuilder. So she looks very good for her 200 pounds. Honey, I'm telling you. Let me see if I can find a picture of her. But yeah,
I don't even think like pounds. They should. It just shouldn't, because anything can vary. If you got athleticism, Man, all you need to care is that is the person that you're with, your companion, they look good to you. Y'all leave that shit alone. I don't even look at my scale because I know I'll be like, what the hell is this shit? I know you lying, like, because it changes. I mean, I don't even believe my weight because so many things have changed within the past year and a half. This hormone, things have changed, and now they got to come back together, got to find their way. So I don't go by that. I know my body. I know how I eat. I know how I exercise. I know what I should be able to maintain. I know the biggest that I'm capable of being, and I already done that. And I also know the smallest that probably didn't look as good on me as I thought I did. How skinny I can be. So I know right in the middle where I like, and that's what I'll try to ride it out with into the my the end of time. There's no reason why I shouldn't, but yeah, I mean it's weird. It's super weird, guys. Y'all gotta that shit right there. I don't know what type of spell that is somebody put on y'all. Men aren't. That's not how men. It's just not. You should be able to. You see somebody, you like how she look, and you approach her, or you say something, or you just speak, or wave, or try to It's a hit or miss, but what you don't do is if she brings you in for conversation, starts saying anything that you hear, you're gonna lose. She's gonna be like, oh hell, think about how quick she can get away from your weird ass. Okay, you start talking about that shit, or you say something like, so what is your waist size? You mind me asking? Like you start saying shit like that, like what are you out of your mind? Like you're gonna find yourselves getting walked away with. So do not let these men lead y'all into the goddamn black hole of the never-ending cycle of nobody wants to deal with you. It's just it's just very weird. Okay, it's weird, it's creepy, and it's weird, and nobody talks like that. People don't talk like that. Okay, on this internet they do, and then you can fuck up and get off of here, and then find out why it didn't work. Okay, they walked off from you. Was like, this weirdo here. Oh my god, this dude asked me. So is that your hair? Like it's just weird shit. They gonna walk off like this weirdo here. Okay, so just don't be that guy, nor be that girl asking all up in people's pockets, and you don't even know them like that. So I think mahogany had to step away, y'all, because I'm gonna tell y'all right now. I'll say it again. Fiscal finances. I have seen people do everything right and get the wrong results, and I myself have done everything wrong, but something came out right for me. It is not always cut and dry. You better get somebody with some character, some drive, and the understanding of okay, we got to keep certain things afloat, because you try to go in there with a number. You can get deceived so quickly. I remember doing way better than a girlfriend when I was teaching, and her husband she told me we were doing taxes. I was like, dang, y'all making that? Why are y'all staying with your mom? She was like, girl, because we don't know. We blow through money. We eat out too much. And she was explaining to me. I was like, oh, okay. Well, at least you know what it is. She was like, yes. And I gotta divorce him, because if I don't, I'm going to go into poverty with Tim Scott. And they were making a pretty good amount, but they spent it recklessly on good times and too much. And she was honest about it. We're friends to this day. We've been friends since, I don't know, I was pregnant with over 20 years. And she's doing fine. But yeah,
I'm still here. I was trying to find that girl's. I'm still here. I was looking for that lady I told you about. She's very tall, but she's a larger woman.
They ugly ass off of here. Are we finishing them, y'all? Or are we done with them for the morning? Let me see.
I don't know.
They've been up here for the whole time. Let me see. Are y'all done? Did y'all want to finish off any of this? Because we at the. I'll just see. Let me red ball it to what his. Hang on. Let me see. Oh yeah, they were having commercials. Because I
don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You think tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that?
Have you ever seen
a lot of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
What the hell?
I've seen them. I've seen them before.
You've been that close to a woman? Really?
Oh shit!
No, I've seen them. Look, I used to live with women, so I've seen them around the house.
I bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
Did I miss something? Were they talking about tadpoles?
Tampons.
Oh, I don't know what we missed, y'all. Let me.
Nah,
Piers-
Pierce is fucking
That's
with
his
him
first
now. He's just fucking with him.
Oh, okay.
And they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited, so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening. And I think that's by definition performative cruelty. You can call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about what they're doing in the administration.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye for dinner. What was that like?
Don't nobody care nothing about that. Let me get.
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something.
Oh, wow.
It's crazy. The
I'd
white knighting is
I'd have no problem
diabolical.
giving a female friend a tampon. Would you? Have you ever? I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon.
Oh, so he took the shot first.
Gross. Absolutely not.
Yeah,
What,
but
you think tampons are gross?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know
period
why
blood.
you would
Yeah, it's kind of
have a
gross.
fucking
Wow.
tampon.
Are you
seen
into that? You like that? You,
Have you ever
got
seen
a lot
it?
of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
I've seen them. I've
Oh,
seen
you
them
have?
before.
You've been that close
Yeah.
to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen them. Look, I
Oh, you've seen
I
videos?
used to live with
I
women,
bet
so
you've
I've seen them around the
I
house.
bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
What? What are we doing here, Piers?
I'm not
you
sure.
really hate that.
I'm not sure,
You're
Mick.
more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about anything. It's
Not
very
really.
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant, self-admitted racism than I'm about
I see.
anything. But the misogyny runs a close second. Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit down with Tucker Carlson in which he was.
Okay, so I don't know. We missed it. He's gonna somewhere in this. I don't know the timestamp, y'all, where he talks about he's single and a virgin and hasn't. I think I'm probably past that because that was the only other thing I wanted to play. But
We
I
had a
think I
great
missed it.
time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt
I don't know
really
where
good
it's at.
about it. And the next week on my show, I said he really surprised me. He's
Okay, so I'm not gonna try to find it.
that's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics
But that's what you
say.
believe,
They
is
have
it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped, but there's a study out there.
Oh my God.
What the
You
fuck
ready
was
for
it?
this? It says 62% of women have rape fantasies.
Oh,
And if you
okay.
read anything that they're reading,
Boy, bye. Okay, it's too
Ooh,
early for me to
Father.
start my.
Oh, jeez. And you know he's getting that from pornographic information and these idiots, like they always get this stuff, this filth, and then want to take it to the regular women and say that that's us. I hate that. They always
Yeah,
get
I didn't know that was gonna pop up.
Child. It's
Him
okay.
saying that the fact he definitely is not around women. There
he's
is
not.
no 60% of women fantasizing about something like that. That is disgusting. He is a disgusting creature. For him to be a virgin and think like that, I don't know what he watches, but he's definitely has some deviancy in him to speak
yeah.
like that.
I told you he's weird. I'm telling you, he's that awkward kid that I have seen. That you're very concerned and you're just praying that he doesn't blow up the building. And I'm telling you, oh
Yeah,
God.
he's that guy that they was talking about with the backpack and the awkwardly looking white kid that ended up,
Yes.
like
I've heard these nasty men. Like I said, he probably got that from. There's some of these dudes like Andrew Tate. They say things like that, and so he's getting that information from men like him, misogynistic type of men that are deviant. It's like, I'll just say this because it's been years. BG, so
Weirdo.
I don't give a damn, and I've sought therapy. But there are men out here that do horrible things, and it's no different than if a person attacked another person, right? And they essay the person, and they say to the person, "I know you want this. I know you like this," and so they've convinced themselves that this is the truth, even though it's not the truth. So that's what he sounds like. That's what he sounds like.
That was disgusting. Like that just shows his character is absolutely of a lesser you at the bottom of creation. When you were created, you were not created for good things. To be talking about no 62 per, I don't know. Did you hear that shit? 62% of women fantasize about being assaulted, sexual. Are you out of your freaking mind? That like, at what point do you, if you're trying to be the gut person, say I'm going to say the most offensive thing to make, this is how you're climbing up your rejection ladder, by I'm going to come up with something even more offensive, like I'm going to bring in, gang rapes or something. Like, what are you doing here? You're just coming off, your people don't want you. You're coming off real reject, and they will dispose of you. They seem to know how to clean their messes up quite efficiently. But putting something out there like that, I don't even want that to play on this channel, I don't want to hear that. Like, there's people on here, I'm sensitive to people and their trauma and overcoming things, and then we got some weirdo up on my I don't want to, somebody might click at a weird part of my video and I'm playing some guy saying, yeah, 62% of women want to be, great. Like, oh my, are you kidding me? Well, first of all, you don't even know 60 women, or two women. You're still a virgin. You're 27. You have no kids, obviously. You don't have an experience with a female.
He's only 27. He looks
27-year-old virgin, never been with a woman, of course not married, and obviously no children. But you up here talking about 60, like the stuff you're saying. Boy, bye. This is a little boy trying to wear a grown man's suit that won't even fit his little boy body. Okay, trying to run conversations that he doesn't even have the life experience to back up, trying to sound all intellectual when he has the very minimum, he don't have the credentials. He didn't even love himself enough to go and finish his education. He just stopped, and he's killed his credibility to be hired by any reputable organization. So this is the best you got. You've lost in life. And I don't even think his induction into the KKK would go very well. They're probably, like, he'll have to go into the bottom level hate group. He can't make it up there with the elite haters because you're so minimalist in his thinking. This is really like subpar supremacy. There's levels to everything, y'all, even to something like nationalism and white supremacy, or any type of supremacy, or any type of thing. There's levels to it. He's at the low level of why he's not going to be cut.
And let's be clear, he's not white. He wishes he was white. He's not white.
No,
they will always see him as once the one drop rule, honey, that has not left the eyes of the KKK.
Right. He's not white.
Yeah.
You got just Hispanic. I mean, I don't know who propped him up. They're gonna find a crash dummy, but he has got to keep crashing out until that runs its course. Even a crash dummy at some point can't be put back up and used again. It's going to get to the point of crashed out. There's a bottom to everything. There's broken too. You can only put something together so many times and put it back up.
He looked bad too for 27, 28. He looked bad. Lord,
I know. Don't even right. What no youth. No youthful glow, young stallion, young stud, young bachelor glow. You like a desperate,
and did you see him up there with that suit? That brown is not that's not his color.
I was saying this. I hope who dressed you, my God, because you look backed up. You're that's you about to come onto somebody's platform with multi-million, not multi-million, but several million in the following.
Yeah.
You're going to reach probably 5 times as many on the views that are going to see you. So they got a huge following off YouTube, on YouTube by the millions, and the video's going to go into the millions. That's how you come up on here dressed.
Beach, look at Pearl. Pearl came up there looking like a basic bitch. And I'm like, Pearl, you couldn't put no goddamn blush on your face, bitch.
Yo, it's a time. If you're going to go somewhere and you're going to be like, sounds like you get away with some stuff, but that's how I can tell with some people. Like, do some people tell y'all don't do nothing to yourself? Like, you should say, okay, I'm going on this platform, not my normal audience. At least, like you're right, throw a little bit of blush, some concealer on, and some chapstick. You just can't go on like you just rolled out of bed and expect people to not like look at you. Like, did you know you knew you were coming on, right? Like, you couldn't put some moisturizer on. It just gives a very nobody's that lazy, and you're not that busy. I don't understand what that's about. Like, why wouldn't you just brush your hair? You're coming on to, it's I find it disrespectful to the host.
Yeah, it is.
They invite you on. They're trying to. Maybe people are trying to do that to disrespect that host as a way of saying I don't care about you or your audience. I'm not gonna even like. I don't know. Did you even shower before you came on? But we are what we do every day. That's what I look at it, and how we practice really is how we play. So if you really ever don't find anything in your life ever to jazz it up, dress it up, change it up, know when to come in a little bit more formal than before, know when to drop the hoodie and put on a blouse or something with buttons. If you don't ever do that, then I guess you will just like walk up into anything like, yeah, I'm just here for the snack. You don't know a different approach. That I kind of side eye people like that, like, oh, so you're limited in where you go. Did you not have you have time surely to buy a shirt if you didn't have one? And what's going on here? Because that's how you would, your presentation is so like they just like that. That's no better than they talk about the black women going out with bonnets on and don't care about their looks. Well, look at you going on shows with millions of people and looking like you just rolled out of bed. Yeah, with the same damn hoodie on that you've been wearing for like ever. It's giving the same energy. So what? You're no different. What are you doing here? So we got a date, y'all. I was supposed to be trying to make it to not 9 on the live, but I got an appointment at 9. I'm really gonna try to be there. So I'm lucky I can.
Well, I'm glad I caught you. I'm glad I caught you, sweetie, because I always, catch you on the replay. So I'm glad I actually.
No, it was good. I caught it. I intentionally. I had a whole long day. I actually made myself go to sleep for an extended amount of time so that I could come up and then do the night, and then I could take a crash after care to school. Then I timed it, and then I'll be good because I kind of timed it that way.
Okay.
Plus, in the day I just had to time it that way, and then I knew what I was going to have. I was like, "What is going on here? What type of foolishness?" And what I was asking Aunt earlier was this show, with it being on YouTube, if it had just been like regular mainstream news or something, I don't know, I probably wouldn't have cared. But I'm like, wait, this on YouTube? You people, you have enough money, you've got all these platforms, y'all got all the production studios, all this stuff, but y'all still find y'all way down to YouTube. They don't want us to like, this is a YouTube review, okay? And I'm like, it just remind me of like, dang, y'all really don't want the people down here like on the little the streamers to have anything when they come bringing a huge following, huge fan base. I don't know what they would make off of one video. Quite a bit, more than some people in here would see in a lifetime. You go to making millions per view of a video, that's pretty high. Like first video, first run, and it's like 12 million views or something like that. Like, you made quite a bit of money. You got Google ads in there, whatever. So it's just like, dang, y'all got to come down here. Y'all don't want us to have nothing. So I was like, since it's a YouTube video, let's went ahead and reviewed it. And I also caught the similarities. I was like, why is this dude giving me, is that, y'all sure that one Pearly in a suit, y'all? I wish we sure that one her.
She got a crew cut wig on.
You put on a crew cut wig and put on a suit, because when you start to sound like, we have common things. I know with races and stuff, like, we got Black Girl Magic, and we got there's some similarities to some stuff, but when the way they kept saying that, what was that word, y'all? What was the word? I put in the the proximity. Like, it's some of the dialogue that was so identical.
Per capita.
Yeah, it was the per capita. It's the way he said it. It was sounded just like her. The per capita, the way they dragged that capita out, and it's not really necessary because the word is per capita. Just say per capita. That's a 4-syllable word. You don't got to be like per capita. Like, it's per capita. Like, if they drag out the capita, it's gonna make it extra, like, mean more than what the fuck you're just saying. Like, stop being extra with the per capita, man. Just say per capita if you want to say that. You don't got to drag it out. And I started seeing here, and like, this is the same rhetoric. You ain't even deviating at all. This is parroting one another. So they're not very creative at all in their propaganda. This is, I'm sorry, it's bottom of the barrel. It's not even good indoctrination or propaganda. It's just like I said, with the same people with the conscious community, and they start their shit, and they have a little blueprint they go by, and they never really switch off of it. They never go back and change something or add something to it or show a different view. It always the same thing: New World Order, Illuminati, Masons, Devil, Mark of the Beast. Like it always be so like y'all ain't got nothing else going on, nothing new, the same old thing, and then they recycle it. Then the next content creator in that area, they read the same thing, and I just found it to be we call that plagiarism and copycatting, and nobody has their own mind to just run with it, because that's really all talent is. Talent is, I don't know, let me just see what happens. I don't need a script. You can keep notes and stuff if you're really trying to do that type of vlogging, but honestly, if I come out sounding, if Mahogany does a live and then I do one and everything I say sounds identical to how, not only to what she says, but how she says it, that's copycatting. That's monkey see, monkey do. Monkey look just like you. And I actually don't like it. And I'm not calling any people out, but I've seen a couple girls, I would, wherever y'all at, I would advise you before I feel away, stop it. Beachy is beachy. Mahogany's mahogany. Find y'all's own goddamn personality. Maybe y'all seen other people do it and you think that's natural, but we are Black. We got spice. We got culture. We got a Black girl magic. We got something about us. We don't got to pair and sound like the next person right next to you. So I have noticed some, okay, that's what we're doing now. Okay, we're not making no clones. There's only one of us, and that's what makes us so unique. There's no more mahogany. Not mahogany roots. There's no more. You see, that's what makes us. There's nobody like. I can tell if I hear something said like, they don't sound like mahogany. She could probably do the same thing and be like, I don't know if that's really beach, like, you know.
Exactly.
And then we can still coexist. But I've caught some of us. I hope you're not picking up from the other side, parroting. Get on panels, all of a sudden you are morphing into the person up there. You're copying their demeanors. You're doing their stuff. Stop doing that shit. I ain't called you out yet because I hadn't gotten on my nerves. But I will. When I look at you and say, what, you wasn't acting like this before I came up here. Why are you trying to? Ain't no other beachy. You don't need to try to act like me, talk like me, move like me, blink like me. You're not me. It ain't gonna work. You looking stupid right now. I've been nice and delicate because I just felt, some people don't have a personality, but I let it slide one time. Next time I ain't gonna let it slide because we ain't Pearly them in that group that just parrot and ain't no more aunties. We all have our own personality. So anybody that's new around in the space or whatever y'all want to call it, and y'all are female, because I can't speak for the male, and I know it is that y'all are like picking, trying to copy other people personalities, I'm probably gonna tap you and ask you like, what are you doing? That ain't how you was acting 3 lives ago, or where did this come from? Or if you found someone who if somebody has a more desirable personality, then they just got a more desirable one. I got friends I love, they doing great on YouTube. I don't have their numbers. They get thousands in the chat. I be cheering them on. That's their personality, and I love them for it. I couldn't, even if I tried to, I would never want to mimic or copy them. Y'all are giving weird, okay? You're giving weirdo and cultish, and I'm sorry, but you look stupid. So stop doing it. Find your own swag. We ain't doing no swagger jacking on here. It don't work out well. It just doesn't. It just looks really like you don't know who you are. You already came on here. You can't pick a character. You can't look at Mahogany and say, you know what, I'm gonna be like her. They like her, so I'm gonna try to act like. It's not gonna end well. It ain't gonna work out well for you. I'm telling you, it's not. We really like this.
Really and that's the truth, and that's the thing about it. Like I'm not really, like, I'm nice and everything, but I do have that Southern spice, like you called it, as a spice.
Right, we get the little we're not acting. So I see some little newbies. I'm like, are y'all, don't smile when I know what I see. And it's like, you don't
Did
need
you
to be
see?
doing no monkey see, monkey do. We ain't doing that what did you,
I'm
I'm
not
trying to
trying.
be
Can I
funny,
ask
but
you a question? Because I've been gone. I have been gone, so I don't even have a clue who or what, and that's fine. I don't need to know. Um, but I do remember that there was this young girl. Can I bring up anything? I know you don't want me to be.
girl, you're good. Before we go, I'll go and wrap it up. You might as well before
Whatever happened to that girl? Like I felt like she was trying to act like you, but she's from a different sector. This was a long time ago. I'll say the words, Dusty. What happened? What happened to that girl? Is she
Wait,
still
what would you
around?
say again? Say it again.
That's the Dusty girl. Dusty. Dusty.
Oh, that one. Oh, still
Yeah.
around mad with the restraining order. Like every now and then I'll be somewhere and then they pop up. I'm like, oh my gosh, you really are a bad case of something that somebody don't want. Get over and move the frick on, okay?
Oh, child.
Like,
I
yeah,
wondered what happened. I watched, I was watching, girl. I was watching from the class. I was like, what the hell?
right. Like, what do I have to? You mean you
Yeah.
can't take out what you want on the other person and you go for the close? Like, get. Oh my gosh, yeah, they need to hopefully the lifetime restraining order will go through so I can be okay because I'm kind of included a little bit in some of that. So I'm like, please get the lifetime because they want those people that as soon as they get off papers, they're going to be like a wild dog, and it just messes up for everybody. It's not
Yeah.
attractive. They lie, they don't know how to move. And I wouldn't even embarrass myself like that. Sometimes you just got to take an L and know how to quietly go into your room. You got to cry on your pillow, cry on your pillow. Sometimes you got to know how to take an L and go on. You just can't go dragging through, swinging, dragging everybody else down, swinging, blaming everybody for your bad, reckless fucking decisions and behavior. But some people do. Yeah, I at least that. I'm just very. I pay attention to people, girl. Some of the people that you mentioned in your commentary, I've been like, I was just waiting when y'all.
Oh yeah. And I'm not gonna be because I called peace with that broad over there. But yeah, it's amazing. She's another one. Actually had the nerve to say that she started her dreads because of me. But then you said that you weren't anything like me and that we weren't aligned. And then why would you want to look like me? Why would you want to make it make sense, girl? But I'm gonna leave it alone.
I still don't know how some people can be born don't have personalities. I don't get it, and so they just find whoever is very likable, and they start mimic. I'm not comfortable with that. I don't like to be mimicked. I don't find it flattering. It's annoying. I find it to be very annoying, and just be you. What are you doing? Like people see that shit. You know what I'm saying? They see it, they hear it, and then people watch. I mean, people really will watch. Man, do you realize people will watch and look at? You could have on something so simple, something so boring. They will always go all the way down and try to copy your whole hair, your whole outfit. Like they really watch and study, see what you do, and then they will go and try to duplicate that. But you can't duplicate another person. You just can't. At best, you can imitate them and look like a fraud. Don't be that. Just be you, not me. Somebody else, you got to be yourself. Somebody else is already taken. But it's like, it's weird because people have their certain little things they do. I know how you come on, you're going to have you have your lights, you have your aesthetics. You're a big eye person. You have nice eyes. There's just certain things that I wouldn't know you do. So if I saw someone, I'm like, why are they giving me a knockoff mahogany teas? I'm going to pick up on it. You see what I mean? Because it's going to be like,
Oh.
I'll be able to pick up because I've watched you long enough where I'm going to be able to pick up with it's giving knockoff mahogany, like the generic version is not working very well. I'm going to pick up on it. We're older women, you all. We have seen this. We're not young. We're young in heart and young in spirit, but we are wise and we pick up on. Yeah, she trying
There was one lady, but these are all older. There was one lady named Nicole Michelle. She had kind of that southern drawl that I have. But she was. You remember Nicole Michelle when she was
barely. I remember the name. I'm just like, dang.
light skinned lady. She was on O'Shea's Rumble, but her whole thing was setting up women with well-to-do men, and she did well for a little while. She came back. She did an interview with the Mary Brown, I think, and basically said that the women weren't ready, I guess, to be set up. She was a female version of Kevin Samuels, but she was trying to get people married. She was okay. I think she still does content, but she's not in our algorithm anymore. Nicole Michelle, yeah.
I remember the name, but shit, I don't forget. You gotta have an impressionable memory for me. I forget some people. They just don't have impressionable memories. They just don't. I don't know if I want to say this. I watched somebody. I wanted to drop in the chat and say, can I have me back? But I don't know. I can tell when somebody tunes in. I really don't like it because some of us, our channel's gonna be smaller, but our personalities are bigger and our respect is bigger. So we carry weight. And then I see them, and I see it, and I don't like it. I've never been. I just see it, and I'm like,
I don't know who. I'm gonna be honest. I have no clue. So I just want to say that
I've been peeping game. But you haven't been around enough. You start paying attention. You'll see some people like they don't know who to be at because I guess they don't know who to be, so they're trying to be. They're just throwing stuff out there, and then if somebody comes on that people seem to like if a Mahogany comes on and they're like, "Oh, Mahogany," they like her, and they see you're cute, and all of a sudden they start trying to be a Mahogany. It's just like, when do we start doing this? I thought everybody was finding their own skin. What is this new? Y'all got like a Manosphere 2.0 thing. I don't want to call it Manosphere, but the space has got a 2.0 thing starting where it's not original people, but it's additives, and it's the second version. Like, you know what I mean? Like the 2. I hate these words.
Yeah, hey, that shit's over. Ain't nobody. People are scared to be the first them. They want to be the next something else. Yeah, that's it. This shit is this is why motherfuckers like Piers Morgan and all of these other motherfuckers can come and kind of take this shit over, because they're not going to try to out Tommy. They're not going to try to out Angry Man, or out Anton. So that's it. They're gonna pick some other fucking YouTuber and or streamer and just try to copy off of them. That's why you see the same show everywhere.
Yeah, I can't. Some people like, bitch, you come. I can't.
Look. I hate to even call it out. I personally don't fucking like it because I already know what the shit's gonna lead to.
Yeah. It's like a train wreck waiting to happen.
Because the thing is, people think that they're smarter than everybody. All it's going to lead to is beefing at more of an exponential rate than when I first came in.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know what I'm saying? Than it was 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, because people were beefing heavy then. This shit is going to be even worse.
It's going to be
now, but the problem
it evolves and it gets like a little.
So the problem is these motherfuckers ain't built for this shit. They're not built for this shit.
I don't think so either.
They will leave. They will swallow a bottle of pills. They real shit.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think you're right. Gone through, the shit you going through beats, the shit Mahogany done gone through on this motherfucker, where you got to scratch and scrap around this bitch.
Right. Yeah, when we like lovable people, but we gotta come out and they think you nice. That's why I'm like, you don't know, like, oh, you just, somebody told me in the pen I got down. I was at Free to Greens, and chick was like, oh, well, first she kept saying my name wrong. She kept calling me Peachy, and I'm like, can you please stop saying Peachy, girl? Ain't shit peach about me. It's Beachy. You don't see that B right there? Do you got a vision problem? Ain't nobody saying Peachy. So I already. So I just had to finally say stop saying. Everybody was getting so mad. Like, if you trying, whatever you're doing, it ain't working. But when people try to kiss ass and it ain't working, it's like, you can tell somebody's kissing ass and they do not know your character and they do not know what the fuck they're talking about. She's like, I just want to say, it's been nice talking to you. You're really down to earth and you seem like a really nice person. And I was like, bitch, who do you think you're talking to? I ignored the whole comment in itself because it's like, I hope that ain't your impression you getting.
But you are nice, B. Like you are.
I am
Nah,
cordial.
she didn't
And I
like
know,
getting called peachy. That's
yeah.
what it was.
And it was like, how many times we got to keep telling you my fucking name ain't Peachy? It sounds, the chat's getting mad, okay? And you about to find out why it's beachy. That's short from this beach. It's actually this beach. Ain't know that it starts from this beach. It's better. We just shortened it because it was so long to put on there, and we put a Y, and it became beachy over time. But you about to find out. Quit trying to pick in. Some people just like, I don't know, because some of us have been sleep. We have been tired. We have been getting our health together. We'd be gone for months at a time. Some of I think I was almost a year. Like some of y'all just haven't seen some of us. And so when you do, y'all just be thinking we brand new. And we come in, and the reason we're so good with the conversations and with the guys, because we know how to work them. We know how to work it. We've been on there forever. Panels full of men. These are the softer sides. There were times we come on panels, the time you click the link, they already coming at us, clawing, fighting. So we've already been vetted in a way that by now they kind of know who you are and what they got. So y'all cannot get that. You got to earn that type of position. You got to be vetted enough to where, or inexperienced enough where you can engage with, okay, there's 9 guys on the panel, one of you, and you can still be able to hold your composure, handle it, not lose your shit, not embarrass your family, and know how to handle them. You don't just wake up and be like that. That took practice from coming in and getting sucker punch and then understanding how to do that. You got to work through that before you can earn the respect and the right of clicking a link, and the guys don't F with you like that. They just don't, because they've already, I'm just saying. So some people they got a diluted version of what this thing on space really would give. I'm like, I don't know. Y'all came in at the right time, because you would have get 8 of. They wouldn't have lasted freaking a day or two, because people was banging very, very
I'm saying, motherfucker be
hard.
scratching around this bitch, man.
I hope. I want to give Mela a compliment, because I was watching the other night from the cloud. She was over there. I don't know if you know him, but his name's Charles Faulkner, and it's kind of that BGS crowd. He's not. Well, they're all manosphere over there. I'll put it that way. But he's a little bit more. You could have a conversation with him. But Mela was over there. I saw her about 7 men deep, just Mela up there, and she was carrying it, and all I could do is smile and laugh. If she's in the class,
Right.
Mela, she was handling those men, and she wasn't cussing, and she wasn't. It was she was doing what Mela does.
Mela has mailed it down a little bit and still can do what she needs to do, and that's what I'm saying. Some people in the L see that and they won't get it, and it's like, well, why is it? Because they've done this dance. You can only do electric slide so many times. Some of us done this dance many, many times. We kind of wrote some of the scripts, and I mean, damn, especially if you done survived at least one purge, like you're gonna know what it's like to be blindsided, how to get when you get jumped, when it's coming. We've already been battle tested for some things. So now when we come on, we really want to bring light. We're trying to bring a lighter side, a friendlier face, a different approach, or a little bit more comedic humor. We can do that. We don't got it, because we don't take them serious. We don't take these men that are, in a dating point. We don't take it serious, because we know it's ridiculous. So we come in a little more lighter, but we've been around long enough that we can do that. Y'all coming in really serious, like, well, you really looking for a husband on here? You came in this space and soliciting yourself for a freaking husband. Girl, if you don't log off and go to a pub somewhere and you have a nice margarita, find somewhere and just, meet folks. That's how the best way you can meet people in real life. Y'all really coming on here with buying these pipe dreams. Okay. Wow. Because I ain't buying them. The pipe dreams still are for sale in the space.
Pipe nightmares.
I thought, well, I would tell y'all because we do have some nice. I've always said we got some nice looking women around here and some nice looking gentlemen, and some of them were single. So I always had the idea, like we're sitting in Kendra G, that we could get something going. But some people are so deep into the talking points, like you were saying, Beach, that it's just I don't know if it would work in this space.
Like if somebody actually like did like a date, are you suggesting, Mahogany, is you're gonna host a dating show in a space for
Actually,
eligible?
I actually do have something planned. I didn't mean to bring it up this way, but there is going to be a show, a dating show. Yes, but
That
y'all
would be
did it.
fun.
I've seen y'all do that in the beef sector for the love of.
Oh, I was playing games though. Like okay. Well, I did for the love of BG. I was playing games on some bullshit, and I was trying to be petty and pissing somebody off. If I really did, for the love of BG, I can't be taken serious, y'all, because I don't believe in you.
Would you want to be because we do have one coming up? Would you want to be on it? Because I definitely could find that.
Yeah, I'll support. Yeah, I'll be on it.
Okay, I'll let him know. So I'm working.
That's if you're doing it, because I know you and I know that you're not gonna like. If you're doing it, I'll participate. If it's somebody else, I don't know. They don't know me like that, and might
Well, we'll see.
Expectations in me.
How about this? How about we get one show off the ground, and then if it's successful and you want to do it, for sure. Because we've never done a dating show in our sector. The beef sector has done it, like you said, for the love of beach and for the love of a few other people, but we've never done it.
It was strange because somebody from Mo 3 did mine. It was so fun. I didn't know anybody over there. I was just up there just talking. Next thing I know, somebody, like one of the guys, I ended up seeing a clip and he was on the news involved in a murder. I was like, oh my God, is that the dude that clicked the link? I don't know you, but I can't go places. I don't know the people. I mean, it's just, that's how it be. I'm like, wait, what? Ain't that to say? You never know who you be talking to. I'm sitting here having fun. That's the part of me that don't be knowing how who somebody is. And I wasn't interested anyway, but it was just I was being facetious. Mine was completely being facetious.
We do have one couple. One couple, I remember when they first got together, that's our trophy couple, and they've been together and they've been married, and that's Sister George and Curry.
I was just gonna say, Sister George married, honey. We love Sister George.
They were both from this space, beach.
Wait, who else? Yeah, somebody else married too, I heard.
Oh yeah. I don't think he'll mind. Our brother LER is married. He's announced it, so I don't think it's a big deal. He's married, but I don't think he married anybody from the space. He's just married. Who else is married?
Hang on a second. I'm just gonna put in the private chat because I don't like mentioning everybody's name. Okay.
Okay. But yeah, we've got a few successful relationships, so that's cool. And then I'm trying to think, there was one other couple.
But yeah, so
Oh yeah.
But we're not gonna be moving right along.
Yes. So, I'll tell you what. When it happens, I'll let you know. I'll definitely invite you.
Moving right on. I hate to do that with sometimes because some people just some people hold such mean energy, like you can't even like barely reference something, and next thing you know, you got 20 videos about you being mad, and it's like I'm too old for that. I don't have the energy, but you can have it. Ain't nobody trying to go 20 video. And so some people, it's unfortunate that when you put yourself in a place where you can't even take compliments or people can't reference you in a way that wouldn't be turned into some type of freaking cyber warfare, you've kind of burned some bridges. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about it. If a person, I mean, you barely say something, they run up, what? I heard my name. Like, oh my gosh, nobody was talking about you. Like, you can't even reference people. Do not be that person that people can't even reference as a simple, just, like, just
matter of fact, or
just don't be so problematic. They don't even want to say it. It's not for fear. It's because they just don't want the headache. If you don't get a headache, nobody wants the headache.
sometimes people think you're talking about them and you're not even talking about them, and that can cause an issue, and it's like, oh God, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, we
So
took. Yeah, we decide which issues we want to be. Y'all not gonna put us in those. We'll decide when we want to clap. Like, but some people just have a, and I can tell when people have been quiet for a while and they just waiting for something to get them a reason. Like, I'm not feeding the beast. Okay,
I
so I'm gonna go warm my car. I know it's cold out there, y'all. I gotta warm my car so it can get frosted so I can make my drive to the bus stop. I poured the night. We did pretty good, y'all. We did 529. That was good. I could have done it on my own. We did some of that commentary. It just wouldn't. I don't need to hear all that word for word. But I was shocked because I don't know all of the Nick Fuentes or whatever. I didn't know all his background. I knew his rhetoric, but I didn't know his. I never cared enough to know. Let me look up his background, his education process, and where he got. I'm like, what? Boy, bye. You somebody child.
his family. I'm curious to know his upbringing. Who brought this jackass up? Just like Pearl.
I don't think it. Yeah, it doesn't give much on there, but I don't think it was the dad. Because he was on the Hispanic side, the dad. So I'm like, did your mama put you up to this, or did you just on your own go out here to be an utter complete embarrassment to them? Like who, whatever. But we are definitely gonna I might do the next slide, or I'm gonna find the Chicago project that they allegedly he making his story from, and we're gonna show y'all there's no windows to be looking in out of no projects. I don't know how that story is even going by. If that's what we're gonna keep on using. Well, when I was young, my grandma lived in a project, so we could look out their window and see other. Like, come on, well, like, hold on, bro. Ain't no window activity going on in no goddamn projects. And you in Chicago, so you in a tall brick building. So I'm gonna be like, how long you gonna use that story? Because that doesn't seem plausible, And that's, I guess, it takes people to understand what the projects look like. What window? The back window in the bathroom, the bar up, like that's just not how the projects are built. So I want to know. I'm really curious. Like, what projects? What are you talking about? You can't. Black folks don't have their windows open like that. You just sound it completely made up. That's a fabricated story. Completely fabricated. He made that up just to give himself some project credibility of knowing how the projects are. You're just gonna make up a story, not realizing, well, there ain't no kitchen windows for sure. Like staring out.
You remember when I'm sorry, what's the lady named Kamala said that she remembered her grandmother washing greens in the tub or something?
Right.
Do you remember that? I mean, I like her and everything, but I'm just saying that we were like, wait a minute, we don't wash greens in the tub, so that's not a true story. That can't be a true story.
I don't know what. Maybe she meant another type of tub.
That's what I was thinking. I was like,
how they have buckets and they call them tubs, or these big metal pails.
Bathtub, but okay, it's okay.
Okay, I have to say, never mind. Never mind.
It's okay, but we tried to stick by the system, but it was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta be like, well.
Oh God, I had an amazing time. I'm gonna make sure
it was so much fun. Yeah. I'll see you on when you come back in this morning. I'm gonna warm the car. I'll be able to see what he got going on. I got my 9 o'clock appointment. I'm gonna be working super hard to get to. I am gonna get to it. I made it this far, so I'm only 3 hours away. Because it's much needed. And that was it. That was fun. We had a good little quick, I don't think they'll mess with the video. We stopped enough and gave enough commentary and didn't just stream and play it where it should be fine. I did play that little bit of that song. Hopefully they don't block it. I played that and have you heard the We Are Charlie Kirk song?
Nah.
I played it like a little bit of it, but I couldn't keep a straight face. So I didn't want to go and play more than like 20 seconds, but I think I still got it pulled up. Y'all want to go out with the We Are Charlie Kirk anthem? This song is making a lot. My daughter showed me that. Yeah, I thought they was playing and it was a TikTok joke. This song does not represent the content creator, its guest, or any affiliation whatsoever. Let's see if we can get 10 more seconds in. Hold on. Wait for it.
I beach. I got it. Oh,
The song is called to give fair credit to the artist. It's called "We Are Charlie Kirk." They carry the flame, and their
fun,
album
BG.
cover is a actual cross burning. Is their album cover? So that artist, what else? Spell Eczema, whatever. Look, but this is why we can't take how so takes people serious, and they over there. That's what Pearly and Nick them over there playing. We Are Charlie Kirk. We carried it like you can't make this up. And this song, y'all, has the fact that it has. I thought it was a joke. Now go on Spotify. It's got millions and millions and millions of views and several other renditions of it. Like, y'all really think it's gonna be an anthem? You can't be serious. And it's actually a real artist in the band. Like, is this looking for real? And yeah, their cover is a cross. When they say they carry the flame, is a burning cross. Who do we know that burns crosses? So it should be all up in people's face. Like, man, y'all gotta stop playing. But that's on Spotify, just in case they want to. Don't want to say, you know. We are Charlie Kirk. Get the fuck out of here, okay? Y'all taking shit too far. Like, come on. and right, I was about to stop it right after that. You're like, oh my god, come on now. But yeah, you people. And you had the lyrics. I couldn't pull up the lyrics, but they're abominable. They're abominable. But I thought it was a joke when the kids was playing it. Like, y'all come on, there ain't no song. Then I went and pulled it up on the goddamn. It's on all streaming platform, Apple, Spotify, you know, whatever. And like, this is a real goddamn song. I wish I would turn the radio on. I don't listen to the radio. And then this is Bust Out playing. We carry the flame. Okay, well, carry them flames right on to the gates of hell. We're not going. And on that, me and T done closed the dang on show, y'all. So I guess we out of here, and
peace out, Beachy.
bye.